All right, I think it's live. Good morning, afternoon, wherever you guys are. Hope that you guys are doing well today. I'm not working today, so I knew I was going to be able to set some time to do a stream. Anyone that is, sorry, but I hope that you can, come to this later and that you are doing well. So yeah, for the topic today, etymology, law, and God. Those are big concepts, right? Big words that mean a lot in just the word itself. I posted on the post portion of the channel a YouTube video going over, hello, Vayzan, going over melanin. We know with that type of concept, subject, phenomenon of melanin, there's a traditional, conventional sense around that concept of melanin within the biological, physiological, chemistry aspect. I just wanted to show that video to give more light into the representation melanin holds on a universal scale. So I definitely would recommend following this too, if you haven't already, to check out that video. And it's a good basis in relation to this talk that we will do here, because there's so many things that dude was talking about in that short clip. Um, and with a lot of this talk, with anything anyone can talk about, there's so many ways you can go with it. But basically, there's a basis, right? So I'm always coming from the angle of basically what's the essence, right? That at bottom, what are we talking about with whatever that we're talking about? And that's, the conversation we're going to have today in relation to those concepts, in part going a bit over etymology, some different words that I had notated. Laws, just the concept of laws in general. And this all goes into God talk. These are big concepts, right? That means more than what meets the eye. So yeah, going just to start touching first with that video that I posted on melanin. Again, there's a lot of different things that you can get from that video, but the basis is that you can say, for one thing, that is just, and you should know this already, that change is supreme. That if there's one thing that you can say with existence, is that change, if there's something, it's going to be changed, right? All this something that we say that we're in, is change. That's why I say, this something is technically nothing. And it's funny, it's the whole paradox with this concept of change and everything. Because yes, we are transforming, but at the same time, like that nothingness is still permeating. Nothing is still obviously going on. I always say, what the fuck are people even talking about and shit? What are people doing? This is all fleeting, a flux, temporary. It's gonna go. So with this change, yes, it is changing. It is unwindling, you can say. Um, but again, it's just, where's it going? It's going back to that nothing. No state for what this current state is. So yeah, that is the basis of existence, that things are going. There's a process going on, and we call that change, right? We can see a process to some degree. So because we see some fixture of, length, we call that time. We're looking at what's going on within it and trying to get all the information we can for our own sake. So yeah, that's the basis for today, because when you look at those different topics, etymology, what is that? It's the study of words, right? Okay. And just like we talked before with my boy Shanghao, I hope, I know this is a different type of day. It's a different day of the week. It's a holiday. I know we'll see who's going to be here. Whoever's here, I mess with you for whoever's here. It's going to be a good stream today. But yeah, from the previous topic, one of them that I had with Shanghao, we were talking about a lot, a lot of God talk, and with in relation to this concept with etymology and anything. When someone brings a concept or something to you, You can ask questions, just like we know with religion, that was something that wasn't just us, that we just did on our own, right? Our parents or whoever put you on to some religion, right? So when you have a new concept, right? Like this whole topic is going to be the topic today is just words. Okay, words are not everything, but they're clearly something. They're very important to the integration, functionality, or lack thereof to this existence. So I just harp on what the fuck are we at least talking about. From there, there's a direction, from that thought processing leading to the verbal communication to then whatever on top of that further action we can do within our own individual basis, or more as a collective. That it comes down to words, because from there there's a hierarchy of things. Words is the byproduct, but it's really our mental state, it's our emotional state. So it's from that unseen. So yeah, just going back from before, and yes, hi Coco, hi everyone, Vayzan, Zanu. Hope to see a similar amount of people. We'll see. It's a different time of day, day of the week, holiday and everything. So this could have honestly just been a video, but I'm not really trying to make just videos anymore. I'm trying to be a bit more interactive with you guys. Because it's like, what's the point? Like, we're all the similar accord I would rather build with you guys. So I just want to initially say some things to start this stream. But I would definitely want somebody to join, somebody. This is good timing for you for sure. Well, then I'm gonna hold you, Coco. I want you to be on stage. You don't have to be FaceTime or anything like that. But like, I'm doing this for interaction at least. You know what I mean? I can be in my own mind. I can do my own thing. That's like any one of us are doing. But I think we should be, can we at least talk to each other, let alone just texting and all that shit? Can we add more human dynamic in what the fuck we're doing? Because this is obviously, some monumental shit that we're talking about, I would say. But yeah, getting into the topic, God, etymology. So again, with concepts, you get a concept brought into you, we've all to some degree, I don't know, depending on you, maybe you were born agnostic. That's cool for you. But I was born Christian. So like the concept of etymology, right? That's a new word you can say for some people, you may have not known that. Or again, religion, some type of specific religious teaching that was brought up to you at that time that you were born or whatever. Again, we talked from before with Shengao. If you go back to that past talk we had, questions, at the very least, when something new is brought up to you, at the very least, you can just ask questions. Because this is talk about, I mentioned before with melanin, and that video, if you watched it, the basis of it is we already know change is supreme. I mean, already, I'm wearing glasses today. You guys haven't seen me with glasses. I usually wear glasses typically because when I'm lazy, I just put glasses on outside of the context. And if you guys remember, typically, I never wear this kufi before. I like the way it looks, and it has a multi-dimensional reasons of things. But I mean, I can go no kufi. This is, if you guys forgot how I look, bald-headed. This is Uncle Uno in the flesh. But I like my kufi, especially in the winter season. So here we are with that. But again, change. Even if you guys remember my what video that I started out with that antinatalist, epilist, whatever it is talk. Look at my beard. My beard got a little thicker than where it was from before, when I shaved it back then. So change is supreme. That's the topic of today. Here I am with no glasses right now. But that is the thing that we have to understand, that with this concept of existence, because we're living it, we are going through that process. And with that, there's going to be questions. You should have questions, right? When you're going through something that's an ever flux of changing, you know what I mean? You should have, at the very least, questions. And with the study of etymology, that puts you on a certain path to know, okay, well, first off, for us to be talking about anything, what do these words even mean? You know what I mean? Like, we got to get that clear at the fucking box. And even before talking about this concept of words or whatever, who granted whoever the authority to have the now you got to say words in this way? Says who, right? So a lot of this initially with etymology, because yes, we can look at certain words, and I have some in line. I'll share my screen and we'll go down that line in a moment. But at bottom, first with that concept, who had the permission? I mean, we create our own words, you know, especially within our own subcultures and everything. It's cool, but like you got to really think with language. Yes, it's supposed to happen to some degree. Language will always be a thing for existing beings. Yes, but in this particular way, if anyone remembers the imposition and spirituality video and the to live within this world as an antinatalist ethicist video that I had posted on my YouTube channel, I go a little bit into this language with like really contemplate this. Like, what the fuck? We're using words that we didn't create. So we don't really know the magnitude of the words that we're saying. You know, just sit on that before we say anything else. I mean, what else? I mean, again, like, what the fuck? What the fuck? We're dealing with words that we didn't. And again, I get it. We're in this existence. Things happened before we happened here. We came here. But like, when you really try to unravel and go back and really reflect to like how the fuck it is right now that we're in this current position, it's a hell of a ride. It's a hell of a ride. But at the very least, again, when you're contemplating these things, you can ask yourself questions, right? And so with this etymology, at the very least, you're asking yourself, what the fuck? What the fuck is a clear question with any of this, anything that anyone has to say to you that you may not already know, let alone intuitively know. When someone's bringing something new to you, you have to ask a bit more at the least. Why is a higher octane of what? But at the very least, we say all the time, what the fuck, right? So yeah, with language, etymology, questions will be a thing because language shows a certain path already. You know, there's a frequency, a sound frequency radiating with language. So it's just the reversal when now you're asking the questions, you know, when you get the language sent to you, now you're asking in this sense, well, what the fuck are you talking about? To the person that, you know, emanated that expression to you. So I'm going to share my screen here in a moment because with this basis of change etymology, and we're going to get, I mean, it's going to connect to law because already all of this is universal law for us to be able to communicate. You know what I mean? There's a certain order of things that without any question, whether we like it or not, it's there, whether we want to admit it or that's universal law. You know what I mean? And that sound frequency with language is there. That's what I mean with like, it's very important for you to know the power of the words, the tongue of our voice. If there's one thing that we can control barely in this life, is the power of our own tongue. So it's very important that we try to hone in on the words that we are saying. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm going to share my screen real quick because I want to share a particular page that I can pull up. Let me look up because this is going to be a good basis of the start of the conversation with, again, etymology. From there, you can study many different words, and we'll get into certain words. But it is supposed to show you that you are, you know, supposed to ask yourself questions, because when you're studying words, you're already asking yourself, what does this word mean? But the higher octane of what is why. Why are we even using words? You know what I mean? So let me see here. I didn't get a chart already pulled up from before. I want to get one that really fits. So let's see. Give me a moment here, guys. All right. I tell you, AI is crazy. I just went to ChatGTP right now. I said, just make me a chart with the way I was intending in my mind. Because sometimes with Google search, trying to find an image, it'd be taking a minute. So let me see what they pull up here. Turn a visual. That's what I mean with this fucking AI shit. This shit is just your personal assistant. You can use it to further the entropy in our cases. Of course, it can further negative entropy, of course. But I'm out here using it sometimes when it's just more efficient. So that's loading up there in the background. All right, so I'm gonna get to your comments, Vayzan, in a moment. Um, but going further, Shanghai, and this is a lot of addendum. This is all a build. You know what I mean? This is where I'm at currently in my life with the people that I've been building with, and it's just been an accumulation of things with where we're currently at. If you listened from before, I posted it in my channel. If you're not already subscribed, bookmark with Shanghai on his own personal channel. I mentioned from his previous couple talks, he had a talk going further on anti-cosmic voidism. And a lot of that talk was going over nothingness, like how, basically, there's that nothing, that whatever something we want to say we are right now, and how can something come from nothing? He lays it all out. I put it in the post, you know what I mean? And again, with like these different hermetic principles and laws, the as above, so below, as within, so without. For anyone that may have any kind of issue with how something can come from nothing, again, if you look at it within that principle of things, as above, so below, all those different sayings, 7 hermetic principles that you can look up, laws, universal laws. You are supposed to realize with that, like, again, with our own reality, we can see how something comes from nothing. You know what I mean? And one clear example, this is a whole antinatalist talk, is children. Children come from nothing, technically. Yes, they come from us, but like you just keep going. Where did we come from? Yada, yada, yada. And again, there's that technical nothing. There has to be that kind of repository of nothing for this something to arise. And again, it's all laid out for anyone that has any questions. There's already been a post in my chat about it. Like, just go there if you don't already just know this intuitively, let alone can understand it more a bit logically. Because I'm just trying to speed up certain things right now because of yeah. But again, something comes from nothing. We have children. Where did they come from? From the fucking nowhere, right? Yeah, they come from us, but like, you get my point. And so I think it's crazy when we talk about with this current stream, etymology, words, right? And how words too are technically nothing. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, we're speaking it. Yeah, there's a vibration, but like, we don't physically see the words. You see what I'm we don't, it's not like the words are actually doing the work. I'm doing the work. We're doing the work. You know what I mean? The words are a tool or whatever, but again, they're from the unseen. You know what I mean? With the mental activity, even our emotions, again, they're technically from that unseen realm of things. So I wanted to very much so say that, that please know that connection with that nothing from something and how that connects with communication. Because again, the words that we're saying, they're not technically in the sense that you know what I'm talking about. They're not physical. You know what I mean? That's why people say, oh, you're just a preacher, armchair activist, you talk a lot of talk, but where's the walk? You know what I mean? So we know with words, there's a level of clear limitation because clearly it's not really here with us. You know what I mean? So it's crazy. It's crazy how, again, on that level, you do see how nothing can turn into something. You know what I mean? Because with words, we can use that, like change is the whole talk of today, right? And all this is change. With words, it can transform. When I got introduced with antinatalism, it's 2026 now, it's crazy. So we get it now on almost a decade that I've been really solidified and knowing I'm not putting somebody to be in this fucking detriment of the fucking state that we're in. So yeah, once I got introduced to that, right, communication changed. I transformed. You know what I mean? I was already of the similar essence. The essence is never different. You know what I mean? But who I am, kind of, got propelled. It got a bit enhanced with, again, communication, right? And so just seeing how that unseen, right, helped then the physical reality, right? Now, of course, into my eyes, right, I'm trying to, wrap this shit up, close the shop up of this third dimensional reality, right? I'm on that end of things with the entropy, right? You guys know what we're about. But you see how this with communication helps that, right? We're tapping into that unseen to help the seen, right? We're tapping into that technical nothing to help this quote unquote something. You get my point? So I just wanted to bridge that gap while we are going to go into some certain questions, certain terms with etymology and language. But just knowing, again, with this whole change, communication, unseen, that there is that technicality of things, at the very least. And that's the potent source that this byproduct of emanation that we find ourselves in this third dimensional reality is coming from. We're coming from that nothing, to put frank. As hard as that may be to grasp, we're not going to be able to fully grasp it in our current state of mind. And that's okay. We're not really supposed to be able to, clearly. Let's see how that chart looked. They're still generating it. What the hell is this? Where's the chart? Yo. Image at yo. All right, well, that's going. I had another point that I wanted to mention. Okay. There's so many ways I can go about this stream because it's just words and change. So there's so many things you could say. But another thing, again, with communication, going to the unseen, I just think it's fascinating. And the only reason why I'm going to use an astrological wheel is because astrology, to get to this point, I guess, it's there whether you like it or not, in the sense of it's supposed to show you with astrology that there are certain things that are like above you, the stars, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, we have our will. It's clearly not free, but yeah, you have a will on top of things, you know what I mean? It doesn't govern per se, the stars don't govern, who you are, but they make up who you are. You get my point? So, I heard from SQS and it made me go more into astrology as I was already getting further intensified into this topic. But he mentioned on his previous video that, we wouldn't be conscious without the stars. I mean, just think about that. You wouldn't be conscious without the stars. I mean, that's a bar. That's a bar. And we know that with the astronomy, just the hierarchy of things for law and how, you know what I mean, we are here, how we came from that, whatever by process of things with the nuclear fusion and all the different chemical fucking reactions from the stars to then again with the hierarchy, you get then permeated, you can say de-evolutionized to the state that we are now, that again, we are made up from those elements. So it's important. And again, when you look at astrology, it just kind of gives you a template to how this universe is working. So we're going to get to that in a moment. But again, with the unseen, damn, man, I thought it was going to pull up a chart. I'm going to just have it up to here so that I know for sure it's loading. But yeah, going with the unseen, I just think it's interesting. We mentioned before, of course, with the example of children, how they technically come from nothing, then they are something in the state when we procreate. The term communication, that's what I mean with etymology, these people and how they create words from other words, just the term come, it's fascinating how, deep that word is, come here. You know what I mean? You guys get the double entendre of things that I'm hinting at right now. And again, with that, that's from the unseen, right? The Holy Spirit, people say, spirit of man, from that semen, right? Like that's from the unseen. It's tapping into that. I mentioned from one of the streams, I don't even remember myself, one of the recent streams, Bobby, shout out to Bobby Hammett. He mentioned that's the heavenly realm, that when for us men or women, when we get to that particular state of mind, hitting that G spot, you guys know what I mean. You're tapping into that heavenly realm of things. And again, that's unseen to you. You get my point? So we clearly see with communication how we are tapping into that unseen realm of things with how many different ways we can communicate. You know what I mean? It's crazy how it works out. Let's see. I got to pull up this wheel because I want to get into certain questions. Because this is all that, you know what I mean? We're all on a certain path right now. And let's see. I want to build with you guys. Like I said, I could have just made a video, sent some out that way, but I'm not really trying to make much videos now like that on the main portion of the page. I would rather be interactive with you guys, have you guys on a call. You guys can ask questions, you know what I mean? Then just put a video out and then whatever like that. Now we can be a bit more dynamic in our interaction between each other. You know what I mean? At the very least, like when people say some shit like, what do you do for a living? Yeah, we have maybe your own actual conventional job or whatever. But when people say that to you, you better include this. You know what I mean? If someone tells you, what do you do for a living? And you're not talking about any essence of this, that's crazy. I'm telling you right now, before we move on to this next, you better be, letting that person or whoever know, yeah, I do this. This is a part of what I do. This is my godly work, the anti-natalist, abolitionist, whatever term you want to say on top of it, sure. But just letting them know that you're trying to help humanity by ending it, to be frank, whatever way you want to say it in your style of way. But I just wanted to mention that there as well. All right, let me see. I'm putting up a new tab for this chat because it's going to be easier for them just to create an image instead of me trying to search on Google Images. And then we'll get further into the stream. But isn't that crazy? These terms, again, it's tapping into the unseen. I'm going to get into some comments right now. Vayzan said, oh, you be in the shallow beta. Yeah, I do. I've always had a kind of big ass forehead growing up. And now that M kind of hairline is coming up, I'm in that age of my life. So I just let it go. I'm like, nah, bro, it's not a big deal. I'm happy that I'm a Black man. So it looks good, especially when you are fit. Let's see. He says, and what does God mean? I like that. Governor of destiny, for sure. That's a great acronym expressed for God, governor of destiny. I like that, Vayzan. The ultimate supreme divine creator of everything, including itself somehow. And that's the thing. That's the thing, Vayzan. I mean, this is what my boy Shane Gao's been going on time and time again recently. Again, it's all the posts already, the basis to it. You don't have to per se look at it because I get it. These streams is hours long. You don't got to fucking listen to all this shit. You can just fucking transcribe it and fucking they'll summarize it for you and shit. I mean, AI is just, but yeah, to your point here with how it's the creator of everything, including itself, that's where the paradox comes. Because if we want to have this concept of a God, you know what I mean? It's just simply, we always say it, who created the God? Who created the gods? You know what I mean? So it just goes back into that. It's not going to make rational sense. It's not going to be something that you can fully communicate with somebody in this current, state that we're in. You know what I mean? It's just not. It's not. And, that's just what it is. I think I put this in my other post too. Wisdom is acceptance. There are certain things that you kind of just have to be like, okay, if that's how it is, that's how it is. You know what I mean? Because it's not going to make sense in our current state. How can God create God? How can God create itself? You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? That's where it comes down to. It always is. And so to call it God, because even though these terms we know, it's a newer term to say God than say primordial or any of these other terms, right? So that's where it comes back to the nothing. Don't even say shit. There's nothing to say. Once you come of a certain state, it's like, oh shit, like there's really not anything to really learn. Like there's really not, like, learning is to help you do or not do. You know what I'm saying? So it really just comes down to, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Any learning, any really communication is bridging people to do or again not do. The whole anti-natalist shit, that communication helped to help people like me or whoever, again, not do something, or it can charge people to then do it. You see certain natalists, they're like, now I'm just gonna have 5 more kids because you tell me not to procreate. You know what I mean? So communication isn't the end all be all, especially in existence. You know what I mean? Is to bridge. Communication is like a bridge, right? It's a binding to further processes of things. But I have the thing pulled up here. Let's see if I can share the screen, getting into these different questions, because I think questions is everything that we're doing right now. You know what I mean? So with astrology, when you get into the different signs or houses, it does a good job with, again, enabling your mind to understand the questions that it doesn't matter who you are. With astrology, I guess maybe people think like, oh, I don't like that. First, people that may not, fuck with it. I don't like something that's like technically trying to describe me. Like, oh, you can't describe me. I'm undescribable. Like, people may not like to feel boxed in with that concept of astrology. But that's what I mean. Like, you already boxed in reality. You already boxed in your damn house. You already boxed. So people, they trip me. Like, there is a reality over us, whether we like it or not. This is what I mean. Like, whether you like it or not, there are certain things. Let's see. I haven't shared my screen that often on this StreamYard shit. Let's see. How do I do that? Let's see at the bottom. Boo, boo, boo. Let's see. Share screen. All right, let's see. Would like to record. Open. All right, about to enable it here. Just got to do some privacy settings. Google Chrome may not be able to record. Oh man, I gotta quit. Nah. Let me see here. Well, I'm just trying to share my damn screen. Boy, I can't even. Hold up. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Let's see. Oh, you know what? Entire screen window. Oh, because it's not even the screen I have. Let's see. That's all right. It's just words. I can say the words. And I'll post a picture later. But basically, I wanted to, again, get into certain words because with whatever concept that you can look to talk about, again, at the very least, if there's a new concept getting introduced to you, you should have questions, right? Words to say, then responding to, what you're getting said to you. So, but yeah, great comment here, Vayzan. How did God create God? Fucking paradoxical shit. But some random, he says here, holy mythological figure to be worshipped. No, that's where I mean with the whole proximity thing. Like, worship yourself if you're gonna do anything. Like, okay. But let me read some of your guys' comments. For those that are here, I appreciate anyone. I know it's a weekday, morning of afternoon, so I know a lot might be working or whatnot. It's different than the typical time I've been doing these streams. But I know some will look to watch this back. Vayzan says here as well, it's been quite fascinating how all of these meanings and terms and primordial myths come to be while we wander around the universe being out of nowhere in a cosmic apparatus of disorder. Yeah, I feel you, Vayzan. Coco here says language does create our reality, and even everything is constructed. Nothing has meaning, essentially. And that's the thing right there. That's so deep to say nothing has meaning. You know when nihilists say that? Nothing matters. Yes, that's us. That is us right now. You know what I mean? When we say nothing, you know what I mean? It's technically, there's different levels of nothing. Because as we see, how nothing can turn into something. That's where the buffer is technically possibility. That's the chaos. Shout out to Shanghai. But I love the way you said that, Coco, how nothing has meaning. Because again, technically we're in nothing right now. Whether we like to, nothing is always here. Change, that's the change. Like change is whether you like it or not, this comes out of nothing. You know what I mean? So nothing is the baseline to existence. So anything going on, it comes from that nothing. So when you say nothing has meaning, it gives the potential for us. We are meaning. Meaning is just ouch, sentience, pain, or anything, but it starts with pain. Because before you even, again, with the whole pleasure, how do you feel good? If you feel good about something, you don't have to necessarily be in a crazy harm state to be like, wow, like I'm glad now I'm in a pleasurable state. But you have to be at least bored. You get my point? Like you have to be in some relative negative thing to then feel a meaning for something that's more pleasurable. So yeah, nothing has meaning because it gives a rise to anything, any meaning. You know what I mean? And it's that there's just so many ways you can go from that last statement you said. Nothing has meaning because again, with people nihilists, everyone says nothing matters, but like that is so deep because that's us right now. Right now in this third dimensional reality, we are that. Nothing matters. You know what I mean? I know some people may not even understand what I'm saying right there because there's just a lot in just those few words that are being said. Shout out to you as well, Sean. But yeah, let me start getting into like the basis of the different points and whatnot. For again, etymology, law, God, it's all the same shit. It's all the same shit. You know what I mean? With the questions, so I just wanted to start first with birth. That's the Aries. That's who I'm an Aries sun. And that's the who, right? The whole question first is like, who am I? And that's with a lot of these questions, you're not gonna be able to fully answer. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what the whole people would talk about, am I going to reincarnate? Well, first off, who are you to reincarnate into? Can you answer that first? Do you even know who you are? We ask certain questions, but already you should know a little bit of something before you ask a question, right? You should already, for you to ask a question means you know language, right? You know certain words, right? So you know certain computation of saying things. You know what I mean? So when it comes to who, the question of who, again, who are you? And we're not going to be really able to answer that. You know what I'm saying? Because again, we talk about change, transformation. Am I the same person that I was 5 years ago? Am I the same person I'm going to be 15 years in the future? Yes, but no. And you guys get my point why I'm saying it like that, right? So for that first question of who, it's deep. There's so many ways you can go into it. And I'm going to later on, I just want to go through certain points, but I'm going to open it up for the public, for anyone that wants to come on. I definitely want somebody. I mean, we're just communicating, literally. The whole topic, any of these topics, just communication. And we're talking a little bit of change, the element of change, the contemplation of change. So, I mean, please feel comfortable, guys, to, once I do have it open, to come on. Anyone that's commenting, especially, you should, I want to look to build more with you guys and whatnot. So just to say that there. But who are you? You know what I mean? We get our names from our fucking parents or whatever. So already you're getting this who fabricated further from somebody else. Already for you to be here, you didn't put we know this as anti, you didn't put yourself to that to, come to this fucking existence. You know what I mean? So with answering this question of who, obviously you're not going to in a clear level, we don't know ourselves. We don't really know what the fuck is going on. So let alone who the fuck we are to be in this shit that we don't know what's going on. You know what I mean? So this question of you, yes or who, we can answer it to a certain level, right? You know your name, you know your history, da-da-da. But like to really probe it all the way, you're going to come to realize that, yeah, you don't really know. You don't really know yourself. You know what I mean? You don't really know you, because who are you? And when you really try to answer that, you're not going to really, if someone really tries to get you nailed down, you're not going to be able to answer that. You know what I mean? And so with etymology, I just think it's crazy. I just think it's crazy how, we live in a world, already living in a world with other people, but then they're dictating how you're saying things. They're dictating your speech. I think that's crazy. I think that's crazy how we accept it. People don't know the magnitude of the words that they're saying. It's all sorcery, spell casting shit. And we say those words and it sounds like, ooh, but it's not that deep really when you know what the fuck those terms mean. But that's what it is. So I just think it's crazy. I think it's crazy how we just allow these different levels of impositions to happen. And that's with this language. And again, it goes down to the point of who you are. We're in a world where you're not going to know that. And ultimately that's because, again, change, you're change at bottom, right? So it's not really a who, it's just like a process going on. But that's kind of, I don't want to say unsettling, but it's not personal. You know what I mean? And that's what I mean with this whole reincarnation, just to say that, because that's the first kind of question you can start out with. Who is getting into the Aries type of energy, the individuality. But there's really essentially not that. Yes, in the third dimensional sense, yes. But ultimately, you're not that. You know what I mean? You're going to die. We're going to die. So is that really you? No. So that's why people say, oh, my soul, I'm this, essence. Oh, I'm this, thing that you can't really see. And they're trying to get to that set a point. But again, there's no you attached to that, right? That's the concept of not self, no self. Even if you want to say that's a self, there's really not a self either. There's always a duality with language, but it's supposed to hint at there's no, it's non-individuated. This who, whatever who is non-individuated. So know that. So with the next thing that you can get in with language for the second sign, Taurus, is like, well, again, we know on a certain level who we are right now. So with that is well, what do I have? Kind of like, what's mine? Like, what can I kind of attract, right? And that's now the next step, right? With like, what can I value? What can I do? With who I am. And that's where things get issued. See, because with who already you're like, you're bewildered, you're like, what the fuck, da da da. But now with the, well, what can I do? That's where things get fucked up, just to keep it frank. So with what's mine, and this is an issue. This is why I get really irritated with people. People get there's this is where people stop. Just to be frank, people stop with what's mine, and whatever that is in that individual sense, that's all it is. People live in this materialistic society. They only value their own personal security. You know what I mean? They're into their own personal attachments. They don't give a fuck about anything outside of that. And that's the world at bottom. That's where you look at it again with astrology. You go to that second element that I'm talking about with what's mine, what can I value? That Taurus element is, of course, it gets down to the earth sign. It's feminine. It's that negative entropy, or excuse me, negative polarity. It really pulls you down. What's mine? Attachments, material. You know what I mean? And that's where people stop. Really, like you can say most of the world, right? That Taurus energy of what's mine, right? That's it. That's it. No more mental from there. Just what can I do with what's mine, and what's my talent, what's my attributes, what can I attract, you know, what can I have fun with, essentially. There, and people are fixing that. It's a fix sign, fix. And that's all it is. That's all it is from there. Anything like we're talking about with etymology, knowing more and more mental activity, where are we leading to with this world, with this society? They don't give a fuck. All they give a fuck about is, you know, what can we do? I forgot that I still had that comment on. Let me disable it. But yeah, great comment, Coco. But yeah, that I don't even need to do any more of the chart. I just wanted to mention that Taurus energy. People just stop there. They just stop on that materialism, matter, mother. Like that's it. You know what I mean? And that's where again I go into, just to say again, shout out to any female antinatalists, ethalists, abolitionists, anti-cosmic voidism is fucking whatever other terms that you can say that is of this type of vibe, because it's much harder for a woman to come to this reality. You know what I mean? Us men, it deals with a lot of mental activity to come to this realization of things. So it's a bit, you know, more accessible for, you know, the male archetype. But for females, it really takes much more will, you know, to be like, no, I know that this is fucked up and I'm not going to promote this world. You know what I mean? Because again, with what's mine, what can I do with what's mine that I value? People stop there and they live their lives for the rest of it like that. You know what I mean? With what can I do with what's mine? Yeah, they may try to help out other people or whatever, but that's it at the end of the day. They just fucking with whatever the fuck they can personally fuck with for themselves. So it's a damn shame. It's a damn shame, because the next sign, the next element is really what I really wanted to get into, the mutability, right? And that's the Gemini, that's the third house with astrology. I didn't already reference or mention, but I'm going to link in the chat. I have an astrology channel that I'm going to be starting up for any one of you guys that are about that type of insight of things, getting to know more about yourself or whatever with that topic with astrology, astronomy. I have a channel, Astro Monad, that I'm going to reference here in the stream once it's over, with all the different timestamps and editing that I do. But yeah, for anyone that's interested in that, if you are subscribed to me on this channel, and I can tell, verify that you've been subscribed since before the, started this video, I can definitely put you on to any of the different astrological insight that I have. I can talk more personal relating to your works and your imprint, your chart, to this makeup of this world for yourself. So just know that I'm gonna have my email on all the different videos and everything, so you can definitely reach out to me. And if you want any of that, I won't even charge you guys in particular. So yeah, just wanted to say that real quick. But yeah, Gemini, that Gemini energy, it gets into the adaptability, it gets into the change, and that's where I wanted to kind of bridge the initial start of this talk, that change is supreme. And so before, we talked about with Aries, the who, Taurus, that second house with what do we value, what is mine, what's with that's security. But we know you're not really in a secure state. Life is not that, you know what I mean? That's why you've known it now for, people, all of us feel secure. You want food, you want water, you want shelter, you want these things materially, because you're in a deprived state of being, you know what I mean? And so the next one, and from there, I'm not even going to really go much further with the different houses and signs and everything, because I just wanted to harp on the three, and even the name of the title, etymology, law, and God. There's like a harmony with three. I don't know what it is, but when people talk in thirds, you know, they say da 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 da. There's something much more deeper than what we can say with that harmony of three. Because again, with astrology, it's letting you know like there's three different type of phases. You have the cardinal, which is like the initiator, and look at me, Aries, right? I'm fucking making it extreme and trying to be fucking interactive with people that are anti-natalist, epilist, because I don't see that. You know what I'm saying? Like, where do you see? I love Amendum, right? I love whoever, but you don't really. And shout out to the Loris Anton, Chris Sedaris, people that do some shit like this. Because what the fuck are we doing? You know, I don't understand. That's why I try to say it as much as I can. You know, throughout the different videos that I still do. Like, what the fuck are people doing? If I'm not talking of this type of talk, anything that I'm doing other than this is some downstream shit. It's like, cool, I love it, I enjoy it to a certain degree, but this degree is where I'm at ultimately. If I have anything that I can, what's your last thing that you want to say to the world? It would be relating to some shit like this. Any other shit is just some shit. You know what I'm saying? And this is some shit too, but you get my point. This is of some higher or core to things. It means more. It puts people on a certain path. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, just like I mentioned with the initiator, that first phrase or phase, Aries, you know what I mean? That's why I kind of just hint a little bit with that whole astrology. And again, it's not like, again, it doesn't govern you, but it makes up who you are. Again, you wouldn't be conscious if it wasn't without the stars. You know what I mean? Like, that's a deep fucking statement. And it's true. We are made up from those elements. You know what I mean? So how wouldn't you want to know more? It's crazy. I know most people are cool with it. For people that like don't fuck with it, it's like you're not fucking with yourself. You're shooting yourself in the foot. It's crazy. But yeah, that's the initiator for the first one. Then the second one, it's the fix. It's the, you know, what's the other term? Is the cadence or succiness? Forgot the other term. The fix is the other mode, right? The initial mode is the initiator, the cardinal. Then you have fix, and now you have for this third one, which this third one is where it's at. You know, I'm an Aries. I love my sign. I love it. I don't fuck it, whatever. But mutability. You know what I mean? Mutability, adaptability is life. That is life. That Gemini, Virgo, Sag, Pisces energy is going to be a lot of this talk. And this is why I wanted to reference astrology, because those different signs, those different houses lets you know of, how can I say, questions. There are certain questions, right? It puts you on a certain path, right? To like kind of understand what those things are representing. So that whole Gemini thing is what the fuck, right? And so and that's why it's so funny and witty and da-da-da. But it's asking that, like, what the fuck is going on? That's now we're getting into more of the communication, more of the mental activity. We're now communicating with somebody, right? We're not just dealing with what's mine, who am I? It's really getting to, yeah, who am I? What the fuck? You know, like now we're talking to somebody, at least yourself, you know, when you get now to this mutable side of things. And that's the basis of this topic, because like my boy Vayzan said here, I'm going to put it back here on the screen for another great element of what God is that you can kind of just represent to show a certain insight and gnosis that God is, was it this one? No, let me see. Which one was it? You said Governor of Destiny. I'm trying to find where was that one at? Governor of Destiny. Here it is. That's deep because, again, governor of destiny, destination, right? Travel, right? So immutable. You're changing. You're going somewhere. Where the fuck are we going, right? You're going to a fucking brick wall. That's death. You know what I'm saying? And some people obviously cannot really settle with that fact. But that's where it is. We know where we are going. We know. But that first mutable question is what? And that's the early stages. If you look at the third house, Gemini, it deals with a lot of communication, early childhood, siblings, you know, your aunts and aunties. But like it gets into like you're starting to, with you learning communication and language, you're now understanding what is around you, right? What's kind of going on. So you're kind of getting led to the path of like, where is this going? You're not yet getting to that question of where. That's more of the Sag travel destination. Where are we going with the destiny? Shout out Vayzan. But that what is that first mutable question that we should all be asking ourselves. And we all have, for us to be at this point, any one of us that are, again, I just say anti-natalist because that covers the ground for any other person that really is probably listening to this or fucks with me. You've asked, what the fuck, bro? What the fuck? How did I get placed here to have to now pay bills and all this other shit? and all this other shit is fucking with prices rising. Even if you want to promote and gloat and defend this existence does not give a fuck about you. It's fucking you in the ass. You know what I'm saying? So it's crazy when I see people defend existence, fucking father government, mother nature. It's literally, when fucking Cloaca says nothing has meaning, nature gives not two fucks about us. They're just fucking us over. And we're still just trying to ration with whatever we can do before we fucking die. It's just fucking pathetic what humans are doing. But yeah, that question of what the fuck, man? Like, say less. That Gemini energy, what the fuck is that? Like, what else? What else is that? What else is there to say? You know what I mean? I mean, the very fact that we even ask questions lets you know we're not in a whole state. We're very, not holistic. The fact that we have all these different questions that we have to ask ourselves or others to come to then these different realizations. It lets you know that we're in a clear, fragmented state of being. But yeah, this is where now we're building, because mutability is God. Like that's what my boy Vayzan is governor of destiny. You're getting led to somewhere, right? Whether you like it or not. That's what I mean with this whole entropy. Whether we like it or not, we know this universe is gonna die. There are certain things that are above us, right? And so I'm just using right now for today with astrology as a reference, as a reminder, because we already know that there are things we have to eat. I always try to say certain simple things. There are things for us to even be here, right? There are things above us, right? And so, like my boy Vayzan here says very well, governor of destiny being an acronym for the meaning of God. Because yeah, that's it. I mentioned before, generator, operator, and destroyer. And to get now, I guess, further into, again, just seeing how with astrology, and that's why I wanted to share my screen, because I think just when you see a visual, it can help. Man, but I still had to end the stream. I'm not ending the stream. I'm not ending the stream. Oh man. So yeah, we just gonna have to work with it. I mean, I got my fucking laptop and all this other shit. I'm gonna pull up something real quick, because I can definitely get something to work out too. Because I want to show you guys the chart that pulled up here on my end. Because for the acronym, when I was on the talk with Mark, I mentioned generator, operator, and destroyer, right? For another kind of saying you can say with God. And it goes into astrology. Again, astrology is just a template. Whether you like it or not, you can use it to then correlate, certain processes with existence. That's all I'm using it for. You know what I mean? On top of whatever else you can do. It's clearly, a utility, at least for that. So I'm going to share, hopefully, see, that's the thing, because the quality of the stream is slow as shit. Oh man, I completely forgot to enable this screen share thing, because now that I'm starting the stream, it's not gonna, that's okay. We'll get it going. Because I wanted to, and I can just say it. With that generator, operator, destroyer, we talked before that second house, Taurus energy, Earth, right? All this, we're in Earth right now, so we can think at least on that grounded level. Whether you want to talk more, whatever, but we know on this level, this element of God being a governor of destiny, that generator, operator, and destroyer. I just wanted to mention those are getting into Earth-based signs. When you get into this God element, because whether we like it or not, we can understand God in that element. Earthly based, grounded. And with that initial generator, it gets into Taurus. Just to say, Taurus is ruled by Venus, deals with fertility, matter, mother, right? Generator, creator. And then with the next one, operator, that's the next Earth sign with Virgo, deals with a lot of the operation, the technical, the details, how can we do these type of things? That's, again, these are all feminine based signs. Creators are really feminine. For the next, with the operator, that's Virgo, 6th house. And then the next one, destroyer. I told you before, I'm of that destroyer mentality. That's with the Capricorn. Look at the season that we're in. Funny, in terms of the tropic, Western astrology, we're in Capricorn season, I still believe, right? Yeah, I think. And yeah, Capricorn, just the term cap, the cap of the bottle cap, then it's fixed. There's a finite, you know what I mean? We know that it's associated with death, with that term of destroyer, right? And that's where, if you look at astrology, everybody at some degree, you've heard of Saturn, you know what I mean? And again, that's that feminine quality. These are all feminine signs of God, right? Funny, interesting. That's why, again, shout out to the females. Any one of you that are female, it's a tougher road for, and so just kudos. But yeah, I just wanted to mention that real quick. But yeah, it's interesting because I mentioned before mutability is very important. Mutability connects to divinity because, like I mentioned before, universal law shows you that change is supreme when you look at that. And it just goes into, again, with any of these concepts, universe, who created the universe, right? God. You know, already, if there's this concept of a God, you should already know there's a concept of change because, right, who created God or how did the process of God come to be, right? So that mutability is what it, because you look at like that third, like I mentioned, Gemini thought, you know, just study thought. If you just study that, that's Gemini coded, you know what I mean? And it's pulling down with the communication, the unseen, it's pulling down unseen elements, unseen fucking, I don't even know, that we can use for the betterment of ourselves or for the lack thereof to destroy this shit. And so that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to use a lot of this change element with speech. Even again, me fucking doing any of this shit for the consciousness of the people that I'm around. Not even, you know, I'm not fucking around you guys, you know, in terms of my everyday life, but in terms of the interwebs, because that connects to everyday life. These type of streams have been changing consciousness. I mentioned before in the other stream with Mark and Shangal, fucking the day that we were doing a stream, myself and Shangal directly, fucking Mount Etna and fucking Italy was fucking erupting and shit. All this other esoteric, more than meets the eye shit. So just by putting shit out there, the power of the tongue is much more. And again, I'm not saying I was a fucking direct correlation. It's just clearly syncretized. So I'm all about the syncretism in life because it's just that, like, what do people say? Sacred geometry, you know, a spiral of things. You try to look at it, but then it just keeps going in. You know, you can't really, but you see like there's something there. So that's what this is. And what this something is going back to nothing, right? Let me be, this is all nothing talk, ultimately. Where are we going with all this? Nowhere. Because what is there to do? What is there to do? There's so much to say. There's so much to say. But yeah, just a ground in terms of what I was recently talking about. I was talking about God. Shout out to Vayzan here, governor of destiny, and how we know we can understand God in an earth-based, you know, level. So that's why, again, with astrology, it just helps with the template, the archetype of things. So I was mentioning another term, acronym of God, generator, operator, destroyer, that goes into the earth-based signs, right? When you just try to understand, because it's life, you're just understanding life. It's just another way to understand life. So when you understand Taurus, that's the generator. You look into the fertility elements of Taurus in the second house. Then the next thing for operator, that's Virgo, with this, the how. And that is a great point that I'm going to get to in a moment. But then to just reference again, recap with the Capricorn, with the destroyer, you know, cap, right? Time, fix, cap. So, you know, there's like a finite, there's a measurement with that Capricorn destroyer energy for what's going to be destroyed. But yeah, so how that gets into the next step we're building before I, you know, get further into the stream and stuff, because you have to know the train of thought with things before we can really, you know, get other places. So we talked about what with Gemini initially. All right, at the very least, we can ask ourselves that, like, what the fuck, man? You're looking at your reality. You're looking at the fact that it's just simple things, man. Like, you're feeling now, you have to take a piss, you have to take a shit, you feel all these emotions, chemical balances or lack thereof. Now you want to be with a chick or a dude, you know, you have all these fucking fluxes of emotions running in you. You now need to go to school. You gotta, so it's like, what the fuck, all this shit, you know what I'm saying? And so another mutable question that you can ask is how is it that this is being maintained? How is it that people are okay with this? How, you know, so etymology, again, I'm going to get to certain words. Yes. But before we even look at these other words or anything with etymology, again, that's why for that first term, etymology, I'm first like words. At the very least, we know we have words. How? Why? Before I even get to the why, but see, that's, it's funny because the axis of how and why is like two sides of the same coin. And that's with the axis of Virgo and Pisces. You see why I'm trying to use astrology as a reference? It just shapes this whole entire mental process. But again, we can say the how is science, right? Science-based, technical, detail, getting into the minute process for how we can verbalize. And that is very important. We have to understand how this is happening. And we know in terms of, the conventional reality with human civilization, we're getting procreated here. You know what I mean? So that's why communication at bottom, we need to start there with this type of, tactics. And so that's why, I cared about making this YouTube channel. I cared about, saying at the very least, are we aware that we don't need to put people to come to, be placed to die? Like, are people aware of that? You know what I mean? And so that gets into the communication of the adaptability, the change, because we should be able to change our minds. You know what I mean? You get where I'm trying to get at? The mutability, changing people's minds, communication, unseen. So again, we got to understand how the hell anything happens. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to harp on that energy, Virgo, how with etymology, you know what I mean? Already with words, you should understand, yeah, what the fuck? Have certain types of questions. What is a general base, easy question? But then understanding how, how did someone come to know of something? How is it that you're stuck on your ways and this type of thing? Very important to just know these different mutable questions. We talked about what, now we talked about how. Now the next one, where is this all going? I mentioned it already. That's the Sag now mutability. And it's important to know where the fuck you're going. And this is again another element for people that they need to understand, like, we're going to die, and that's not cool, right? It's not cool that you're placing people to have to die for no fucking reason. There's nothing going on here, we know. And so the where is, all these are very important. You can say one's more than important, but it's a build, right? But the where is that direction now. Now we know, okay, where are we going? Like, we're going to death. Why? And that's the next one. Why? For Pisces. And this whole, again, shout out to Shydeyo, nothing talk that he did. He's been really honing in for anyone that has any issue with the whole how can nothing come from something. He really laid it out very well. But again, for our level of consciousness, we're not going to be able to know how, really, ultimately. Basically, we can just say possibility, because it was possible, nothing came into then something, right? Out of possibility, that's the chaos, that's the Titan primordial energy. But why? Again, we're not going to be really able to understand that, you know what I mean? And that's concerning, okay? So I talked before all these other questions. We talked about who, we talked about what's mine, we talked about how motherfuckers gets just stuck on that, right? And we talked about how that next one with the, what, asking, mutable, adaptable questions that can transform yourself out of your current state, right? And then getting into the how, where is this leading to? But we mentioned already from that previous talk, it's just an addendum. Now we're building right now to that why, because that's that last sign with Pisces. And that gets to the fact of how, again, wisdom, whether you like it or not, you're not going to know why. And we know this. That's why we try to ask our parents why, and they don't ultimately, know what to say back, because it's above language. It's above the dual realm. It's above this reality when we try to really get above this reality, right? With that type of question like why. That's, from my understanding, the highest octave of a question that you can ask yourself to understand your reality. It's not going to fully answer it, but it's going to be the best thing to get a response into the function and reason of for why the fuck any of this is happening. But again, this is a very high concern. The very fact that our parents are not able to tell us why they ultimately they can say, oh, I just wanted, somebody here, basically, right? Oh, I just whatever bullshit they want to say. Cool, whatever. But it's not getting to this point that we're clearly, asking right now. Why is any of this happening? And again, shout out to Shydeyo. He said possibility, and that's at bottom. From anything else, it gets now mucky. It definitely gets much more mucky. I mentioned from before, Vayzan knows. I told him directly. In the human terms, how did any of this happen? And people have said it before, boredom. Basically God was bored, and so he's like, let me just fuck around and just make people, make some shit and just see how it plays out, even though he knows how it's gonna play out. But yeah, the why, all these different questions, but at the very basis is that why. That's where it starts. For anything that we do, You don't talk to yourself. Why are you doing this? Right? That's the technical initiator. I started with Aries, but that's technically where it devolves into who. But it really why is, for any processes of things, with, again, the universe, it's just basically a processes of things. And it starts with the why technically to just try to unravel to why any of this is happening. And again, it is not something answerable. And that is monumental. I don't understand. If we're not able to answer why any of this is going on, right? This needs to end. And so this is where the topic really is going to start. I'm going to have, whoever is still here. I know there's only 3 of you guys here. But I had to build up to the who, what's mine, how people just get stuck in that shit. And then the what. And that's me. What the fuck? That's me to the entire world. What the fuck? Okay. How is it that we're just essentially just selfish? That's where the whole anti-natalist talk, we harp on how humanity is selfish. Just the other day, I forgot who posted it. Maybe it was Shanghai. Somebody posted some dude. He's like in some Thailand, some crazy ass, very unfortunate, underdeveloped, not properly sustained place in Thailand or some place in Asia. And this place was just so fucked up. Sometimes when you don't really remind yourself of how other people have it so bad in life, and then you get back into seeing certain things, it's like, fuck, man. Just seeing the type of livelihood some of these people are living. You know what I mean? And just having to remind myself, like, that's why I said before recently, like, I don't fucking read the news. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm one of those people. I say like, oh, be political. I was political. There was a season where I was, and there's supposed to be a season for every one of us where you're getting to know the history of the world around you, right? The geopolitical history, the history of your own nation, all this different shit. And that was me during my college years. But yeah, after that, it was just like, okay, it is what it is, right? Acceptance. Wisdom is acceptance. There's like a fucking talk about a bottle cap with politics and all that. There's a lot of great spirits, great hearts in that realm of things. But clearly there's like so much that you can't really dictate, so much that's above you. You already know this with this talk. There's just so much that you can't really, so control what you can. And it led me to this anti-natalist, to be like, okay, I don't need to put nobody in this shit, this crazy ass fucked up. I don't care how nice I may have it, It took work. It just doesn't, we know this, right? There's no thing as a free lunch. We know these concepts. So just getting back to that prior mention I said before, with just seeing this random video of this one Westerner going to Asia and just seeing how just sadly the livelihood of certain people are, you know what I mean? And so again, it's like, how, Virgo, how is it that we're okay with this? How? And we know mentally we're not. Like physically, yeah, like we accept it, but mentally nobody should be okay with the state of other people, let alone, we already know what the fuck you may be going through personally, sure. But this conversation is way more than just fucking you or myself. We're talking about fucking existence as a whole, you know what I'm saying? And so you have to look at those slum, lives. You got to look at the most fucking travesty shit, you know what I'm saying? And again, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? And no one can answer that, right? No one can. It doesn't matter who you are, right? We know you're not going to. And so that's why this, for my mentality, this is me, this is my cope or whatever, it's my saying. That's why this destructive force is coming. This is that whole, when people say divine feminine, no, divine feminine. Funny, the most highest octave of a fucking feminine element on earth is Capricorn. And what is that? Death, nigga. It's bringing that death destroyer mentality to this shit. Because again, why are we doing anything, man? When you really probe anything, I mentioned from my imposition and spirituality video, man, that everything we do is healing a past mistake. Existence was technically that, a mistake. So when people talk about reincarnating, first off, again, like there's no you. There, you can't step in the same thing twice. You know what I'm saying? Like, but existence, you got to think about it on a universal element. Existence was a mistake. I keep forgetting to take off these comments. Okay. Existence was a mistake. Okay. Let's just understand that. That's why you see certain stories. You should understand mentally how this existence was a mistake. That's why when you look at the yin yang iconography, you know, with the two things they're kind of attached, but like it's separated, right? It's supposed to show you there's a union we're needing to bridge ourselves back to. We're in a dual state. We need to get back to that whole, you know, that we're not right now. But yeah, that's God realizing it for himself, itself, whatever self that is coming to realize, okay, maybe I did this because I was bored or some shit, but this is a wrap. This is actually like, what the fuck? What the fuck? For the people that are here that can understand, what the fuck? And so we're trying to end it. And that's just further permeating that entropy, man. It is monumental. I'm sorry, but it is. And this year, I mean, this is why I don't read the news, because whenever I do, it's so intense. Whenever I read any story, it's just like they know it. These fucking occultist people in the higher orders of these different societal things that are being governed throughout the world, they know niggas like me are harping on this whenever I can on these streams or whatnot. And I get it. I may not have, you know, many people, but that's why I mentioned with the term melanin. You know, I know I'm probably one of the darkest niggas right now in this chapter. But there's something too. I mentioned other niggas like Bobby, Brother Panic, you know what I mean? It's not like it has to be like that, but it's showing you that unseen. Okay, you get my point? It's showing you that unseen. You got niggas. Basically, it doesn't matter who you are. If you're talking this talk, you a nigga. You know, neuromelanin, you know, you're mentally on the same path as us. You know what I'm saying? And again, we're just the army men. You know what I mean? That whole, you know, great mother, we're the subordinates of it. You know what I mean? And we're sent down here to let niggas know, yo, this is some fucked up shit. And if you don't know that right now, that we are in some fucked up shit. And if you are promoting this, if you are for this, fuck you. And I don't want to be you. I don't want to be around you, because I don't know what's coming for you. For what's for me, more than this, I know I'm okay. Whatever things, that's why the reason why people get very anxious with reincarnation is because that's why I mentioned, you know, the whole energy can't be destroyed or transferred in a level, right? We understand that. So we know, right, technically there was something before this, there's going to be something after this, which is technically nothing. This is even nothing right now. But people subconsciously, this is the thing, this is a very important point for certain people. People subconsciously know, like, how can I make sure I'm okay? That's all that is. And basically, you do this. I'm sorry. You don't put somebody here. So that's what the whole, if there's any fucking karma, you're putting somebody here. That's the whole reincarnation, okay? But again, even anything more on that, you know, for your essence, your actual current composite soul, whatever you want to say, that's yours. Yes, it is going somewhere else per se, sure. But again, if you're of this type of wavelength, well, you shouldn't even be caring to like be so anxious. You know what I'm saying? Like that you're going back to the technically when you listen to Bobby, he makes like this whole primordial chaos sense sound like a fucking party, right? Like it's the fucking door on the other end that you can't unlock until you fucking die. And they make this shit sound so hype and everything. Basically, don't even fucking worry about it. It's not this. The very fact that whatever is on that other side behind the veil is not this, and you're not going to know. It's not you. Chaos complete is not you. Wouldn't want to be you. So it's not even like you're experiencing whatever, because whatever experience, right? It's not even that. So it's way above this language. That's why I don't even try to talk about that type of element, because that's way above this channel, honestly, for many people. But yeah, that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. You know, when people talk about purpose and everything, I just think it's funny for somebody like me and those of you that are listening to this, especially at this particular time. It's funny because those of us of this type of accord, this type of purpose is not going to give you money. You know what I mean? It's not something that's people are going to really truly appreciate. You know what I mean? And that's okay. That's okay, because we're just telling people what's already coming. And so we're kind of like a bit of a, you know, this reminder is unsettling for some, you know, knowing that, like, you know, destruction is going to happen, you know, and that's on them, whether they want to, you know, be happy about that or not. That's for their own psychological things to come to fucking remedy with. But this is it. This is it. So this whole etymology, God talk, law is supposed to tell us that change is supreme. Before I go any further, let me just recap. I tried to, because I know I'd be talking so many different ways. That's the chaos in me. You get my point? But just to recap a bit, I mentioned the past posts. I just post earlier today because I knew I was going to be late. You know, there's so many things in life that just, again, changes. That Melanin is that. We know, of course, in the biological sense, melanin with our skin pigmentation, solar radiation, we are going to change on that level, right? But there's more levels than just that biological sense in that, chemistry. There's more to just the concept of melanin. And so that video was just supposed to kind of let you know a little bit on different things people can say. But at bottom, change is what's going on, right? And so when it comes to these different concepts, I'm going to get to, because at this point of the video, I have some different things I can say, but I said a good gist. I'm going to look at some different comments. I'm opening it up to the stage and everything. But I just wanted to mention here, people talk about, shout out to my boy Ass Kraken. I know I didn't pronounce your name the entire way, but your name kind of is like the Ass, some type of crack in the name. He had it, and again, all this different input, you know what I mean? Like, you guys are helping me create different things to have other people think in certain different ways, because he was thinking about this whole, existence with no entropy or duality. And, hopefully at this point, especially if you're listening to this, like that doesn't really make sense in existence with no entropy or duality. That's what I mean when I mentioned before with this whole, when somebody introduces something to you that is relatively new. Okay, well, now you should have different questions to say back to the person. Well, what do you mean? Well, how would it work like this? Where will this existence go? Why? Mutable questions at the very least, let alone any other type of questions that you can say. So yeah, we answer that type of question, but just for why people have those type of questions where, like, when we talk about this nothingness, people are like, maybe, because I just, if you're in this, you're a sensible person, you feel, I shout out to my boy Y Solace. He said from one of his past videos, what a bar. He was like, I feel the world of emotions around me. I'm like, man, I'm with him exactly. I definitely feel the world's emotions. If you're of an anti-natalist, ethicist, ethicist people think, oh, you're so rude and destructive. No, the true fucking whatever is technically, it's going to look dark in the physical sense, but it's the true, like, compassion. We're looking to destroy the place because what the fuck is any of this, right? And so when people don't understand that, it just shows the level that they're at, right? Because they don't understand, right, that this shouldn't be happening, right? So conceptually, we should know, like, yeah, we should destroy this shit. We should end this shit. This shouldn't be, right? Okay, just wanted to say. So where was I talking about? I was talking about change. I know I lost my train of thought right now too. Boy, so many things to say with this topic, because we're just talking words right now, words and change. So there's just so many ways you can go with it. But I was saying before, wise, feeling the world's emotions. I mentioned before with change supreme. Damn, what was I gonna say? Because I was gonna open it up, but I wanted to say something very important. Okay, other realities. Yes, other realities. Okay, yeah. So I still have a handful of people that I appreciate, great communities that I am a part of outside of just this anti-cosmic, directly stated, ethicist, directly stated, anti-natalist, directly stated terms type of communities. I do have certain other groups of people that I do see, and they kind of give a vibe of, we're going somewhere else, and you're taking this mind type energy. And just to say, because it's similar to that topic question my boy Ass Kraken had with the whole, well, is there an existence with no entropy or an existence with no duality? When we were answering back, I believe a question before that on that talk with Mark, and again, this is why I have timestamps. You can go back quickly, and if you want to go back to it, boom, click on the timestamps. It's right there. Because I know I talk a lot and so. But yeah, we mentioned during that stream, before that question was posed, there was a question about can you basically eliminate ignorance? And we were talking about the ignorance on the universal scale, and how we were trying to hone into how, like, we're talking about with this type of talk right now, like the evil, right? Willful ignorance, that willful ignorance is evil, right? Because, people talk about, like, how can God see all this shit that's going on and just allow it to happen, right? Does God really know? You know what I mean? Like, there's, people have always said, oh, how come God can't change it? Why can't God come down now? Fucking blah, 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 whatever thing that it could do it now. Because clearly motherfuckers need help. You know what I'm saying? But nothing's going on. The same shit, different day. Death and desire is all that's going on. You know what I mean? It's just the same twisted shit. And so, when it comes to that, it's like, well, why? you know? And so clearly, whatever God that this is, it's willfully ignorant, right? It's promoting evil because it's indirectly, at least, right? If that is the conventional thing that people want to say, oh, it can just drop out of the fucking sky or fucking, it's willfully ignorant, a fucking deadbeat, absentee, fucking landlord. You know what I mean? Just sitting wherever the fuck it's sitting, just saying, oh, you know, it's okay. Y'all niggas gonna die anyway, and letting us get through this bullshit that way, and not really doing anything else while we're fucking suffering. But I also see it like, because, you know, Mark mentioned, you know, this willful ignorance, it's a problem because it's promoting pain. You know what I mean? And so obviously in our proximal line of things, you know, we're trying to talk to people, you know, that are here. You know, we don't want to talk about something that's not here, a fucking God that you can't fucking validate. Like, we know we're here, we're the proximate gods. So we're talking to you, God, ma'am, that why are you putting people here? No, don't say that it's somebody outside of you, something, whatever. No, it's us. You know what I mean? And so that's where this antinatalist shit comes into. But motherfuckers, again, with the who, what's mine, they only care about what's theirs and what they value and how they like it. And they don't give a fuck even with the people that they're attracting and all the harm that they're going to impose to their, you know, son or daughter that they're going to procreate. But they just care about their own mental state, and that's as far as it goes. And it's a damn shame. It's a damn shame. But when it comes to the reverse of that, when it comes to, say, some reality that you're not imposing birth and death onto others, that just wasn't a thing. You know, from Attack on Titan, Zeke, he had from before that, with people that had Eldian blood, that he would just like castrate them or some shit. Like there just wasn't a possibility of imposing existence, imposing suffering, imposing unpreferred states of being. So to bridge what I was saying before with other communities that I have, that I see that, you know, they're wanting to have a good time. They're wanting to exit this life and go to something that's greater. This gets to my whole thing with melanin, change, adaptability. So I'm not saying that's not the case. You know, there's people of high spiritual stature that say those type of things. So I say, cool. I hope you guys have a good time. But you see what Mark said before, where if it's not imposing harm, if it's not, you know what I mean, imposing existence onto someone that can't consent type energy, it's just them fucking around, whatever. And somehow they'll come here and help us. This is why I mean, like, you come through a body, you know what I mean? And that's why, in part, I guess, why people like me are here. I don't fucking know. But I wanted to mention that you know, from that Ass Cracking comment with how can existence, you know, can there be an existence with no entropy or duality? No, but there can be, you know, better existences. Sure, you know, I can grant people that, you know, because that's what I was trying to hint at with the one other side of communities that I'm with. Yeah, people want that. People will dream up, you know, fantasize. We all have our own beliefs. You know what I mean? Cool. Things that you can't really validate, but you just feel like it's right, you know, cool. But that's gonna come and go too, is what, again, I'm looking to make sure to finish this point. Like I mentioned to my boy Ass Cracking, like that's gonna come and go too, because all of this, just think about you for a second. You're not doing the same shit all the time. Half the time, you know, I'll be doing a lot of the same shit, but already we're in existence and we're gonna die. You know, we're not infinite beings. We're not infinitely doing the same thing, because if that's the case, you're not really doing anything. You know what I'm saying? So with these other existences or anything that anyone would want to do, you're not going to want to do that forever. That's what people just say, clearly heaven. You don't want to be in heaven forever. You know what I'm saying? A state where you're just perfect or whatever. Already the concept doesn't really make sense mentally, but if you try to make sense of it and play with that theory, it's like, well, what exactly am I doing? You know what I mean? So what I want to say to those whole reincarnating other existences, cool, have fun. If you don't want to reincarnate, know that it's not already, you need to have a certain level of understanding because it's not you. But again, for people that want to go to other places, multidimensional travel, again, I'm not saying that they don't already know this. It's just not explicitly stated. That's why I wanted to mention it, at least on my own channel, because I can say what I can't hear. That's going to come and go. And that's understandable. It should be. Again, wisdom is acceptance. Why would you even want to be doing the same shit? So I just wanted to mention a little bit of that before starting anything up here on the stream, that again, whatever is more of this life outside of this quote unquote birth and death life, that's going to come and go too, again, with the law of entropy, because it's technically just going back to another universal body of things, whether we like it or not. If now there's another existence going on, it's a similar structure, template of things. So I just wanted to, again, mention that with astrology and how that can just kind of help us mentally grasp certain concepts. But yeah, I think that's a good part for right now. Let me see where the comments are at. We got my boy Vayzan saying, precisely, this universe cares not about you, and that is it. That is it. I mean, but that sentence alone is like, what? Like, that is a concern. The universe doesn't care about you? Say less. Stop there. What the fuck are we doing any of this where we are we're housed in a universe that doesn't care about us? Oh, I mean, maybe I'm just alone. Maybe this is just me. But I'm like, yo, that's a problem. Clearly, as we see how things are getting fucking done. You know what I mean? Clearly, this is a problem when the universe doesn't care about you. You know what I mean? He says here further, for you be nothing more than a mutated accident to it, enduring torment in vain, while it lies indifferent to your, I'm just going to say your existence, that word, boy, your affliction. Yeah, it's a damn shame. It's a damn shame. Great comment there, Vayzan. He says here as well, another one, there lies this classic question. Some of us already spoke about this before. Do you believe in God? Which one? Which God are you talking about? Yeah, it's just, again, with any of these concepts, what, who, where, when, why? Why is the obvious highest octane of a question? But the what and how are other mutable questions that helps. You know, those mutable type of questions, the what, the how, where is this God leading us to? Like, if they're not able to really answer those questions, then whatever the fuck they're saying, they don't even fucking know. You know what I mean? So yeah, great points there. See here. He says, even then we shall believe in the darkness, chaos, the internal apocalypse, black flames of destruction. Yeah, I had to put my glasses on. I don't have my content. Temples of the wicked light of oblivion, and among others. Yes, we are. Shout out Vayzan. I'm gonna put you on here in a moment. I'm gonna send the link to the chat because I want to be talking to you guys. I definitely have a lot more that I can look to say because I haven't gotten to certain terms. Shit, I haven't gotten to certain terms. Let's see. I may do some certain terms real quick. We'll see about that before I actually open up the link. But Vayzan says here, for they shall be your monumental salvation of apocalyptic voidism, and not the hollowness of this materialistic realm that be malevolently constructed by the demiurge. Yeah. So I mentioned before, because I do want to get to certain etymological terms, I guess. I mentioned already a lot of melanism, melanin. It's all in us, and I'm really talking about neuromelanin, something of an unseen divinity or lack thereof. I say that term divinity because it's just a higher essence. This mentality that we're about is of a higher essence. Okay, that's all that means, higher essence. Before you get on to what is this divine, again, if you're going to say if there's any good thing, any high thing going on, it's this type of shit. And what is it doing? Destroying this shit. Funny. But again, melancholy. I mentioned this was the first string, melancholy. Funny that the only type of word that I can at least think of, I try to search a little bit, the only type of word that I came up that comes similar with the prefix of melancholy is melanin, right? What other term, if it's not already within that similar branch of melanin, comes after melancholy? So it's funny when you look at melancholy, right? What does that mean? Sadness. Okay, funny that means sadness. We talked about how life, existence, is a sad story. So with melanin, why is it that people want to change trauma? You go through some bullshit, now you're healing, you want to healing is already the transformation, the change. So I say that to say, again, melanin, we already know on a level physically with our skin that we're changing with the sun, right? But it's more than that with this concept of melanin, right? And that bottom is just change, right? We know change is going on a universal level, right? So I wanted to mention that term of melanin and melancholy a bit further because that term melanin goes many ways. I mean, there's just so many different things people say about it, and it's just very fascinating. But yeah, it's just funny because I haven't heard this from other people at that time that I said it from before. Melancholy, that those two terms clearly are similar, and when you look at the terms and you try to connect them, it's getting to this type of shit. Because again, melanin, you look at black people, because again, I'm just saying this because You think of melanin, black people, tomato, tomato. And when you look at them, they fucking create. It is of a creative type of element. You know what I mean? They do jazz one day, now they're doing rock, now they're doing R&B. There's gonna be a new fucking consciousness of things later down the year, because this rap shit is fucking getting old, and it's been used and commercialized more because, you know, certain people are trying to hold on to certain things. But again, with melanin, things are gonna just keep changing and shit. You know what I mean? Whether you like it or not. And that's what this whole talk is. Whether we like it or not, this is gonna fucking go. So whatever fucking fun that we're having here, like it's first off, it's fucked up because it's costly. There are people that are fucking having to suffer for us directly. It's crazy. It's one thing for you to suffer for your own sake directly. You know what I mean? Like if I built this house, if I fucking created all these different technologies, it's one thing for you to do it for your own self. But the fact that there's other people doing this shit for us and they're in worse states than us, that's crazy. Again, I'm not no better. I have whatever device you have. You know what I'm saying? I'm using their suffering too, right? I try to be humble. I'm authentic. You know what I mean? But this is the reality, whether we like it or not. And so where can you unplug? And so we know how far we're unplugging as far back as we can go. But yeah, so those are a couple terms for melanin, melancholy. I just think it's fascinating, right? That those two terms, because when you look at melancholy, there's that website, etymologyonline.com. Let's see, it says irritability. You know what I mean? I mentioned before that there's an irritability with existence. You know, like there's a tension, there's a friction, aggregation. So it's funny when you look up melancholy, irritation is the term that will come up. And it says a propensity to causeless, violent anger is melancholy. Just studying that term is just deep because it connects to the Capricorn, Saturn cube of things. It's just, in that video, I gave a nice reference already for that for any one of you. And yeah, shout out Untold Misery, Sean, all you guys in the chat. Just want to go through some words here real quick. And I'm going to talk very briefly about law, and all this is God talk. I want to have you guys, somebody, please talk to me. I mean, I'm not just trying to read comments. Please, guys. I could make videos or whatever, but I'm doing the streams to try to be a bit more dynamic with this, you know, media of things, not just fucking yap. For any one of you that would want to come up, feel comfortable. Again, this topic is just change in fucking communication, words. Like, it's very simple. You know, you can say anything and already it's going to relate to this topic. You know what I mean? So please feel comfortable enough to talk to me. You go like, goddamn. Because all of my friends, I got my friends. Don't get it twisted. I have friends in this life. I can make more friends if I want to. But whenever I try to bring this shit, they're just not about it. And I'm not going to force it to them. They already know where I'm about ultimately. So whenever they are with me, they know that energy is back in their minds, whether they like it or not, subconsciously. But I'm trying to gravitate as well with my lines here because, you know, with the Internet of Things, you just get so in a specific niche. You know, like now you try to bring that out to your everyday reality. It's not going to be compatible. But yeah, let's see. So yeah, I mean, we know what the concept of melanin. I sent that one post already that had a nice video on that. I mean, everyone's learned some concept already of melanin. So I'm not going to, because I had a term for that, but I don't want to really get into that. Let's see, what other ones did I have? Oh man, this one. So Brother Panic, SQS. I've linked this before, so someone may have that's listening to me right now may have already watched this video because I mentioned SQS so many different times. I hope, you know, I'm gonna email him again one time because if I can get him to do an interview, that would be amazing. Because like I mentioned, when I came into this shit, like definitively, I've always been this like nigga, what the fuck is any of this shit going on? But once I came to that SQS channel, that talk about like just a catalyst, you know, that motherfucker really helped me out in this life, putting me on for, I guess, because after that, after getting to his channel, no other fucking channel, honestly. I know I might be that type of person for some, or Mark. I always hear, you know, many people in the anti-nihilist community referencing Mark. Like, oh, once I got connected to him, I was like, what the fuck? Fucking whirlwind of realizations to this entropy shit. So yeah, I hope to be able to connect to him if he can get back on. Not that he has to upload anything, just get on my channel. That would be awesome. So look at that hopefully in the future. But yeah, let's see. There was a playlist he had on his second channel. He has just different videos from, say, the Brother Panics, Bobby Hammett's. He has a video in particular from Y Solace. But he has a playlist from Brother Panic. Forgot what the playlist is titled, but I'll reference it. And there's one particular video on it that he got Brother Panic, and he talking about just like the human body, you know what I mean? And he has a certain term that he has in his book. It's like a cloaca. I'm gonna type that term in the chat. Cloaca. Look at what the fuck that means. Cloaca. Sewer is the basis. Sewer, and again, that's your body. Your body is being described as a sewer. You know what I mean? Like, let me tell you, man. Like when I came across this type of shit, man. And again, it's nothing new. You know, we take a shower every day. You know, other shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's not new. But like when certain things get placed to you in certain ways, it's just like it just makes you think again. It's like, damn, my body is a sewer. You know, I do shit. You know what I mean? I do gotta clean my shit. You know, repeatedly, multiple times a day. Motherfuckers wash their face 3 times a day. You know what I mean? Groom every day. I'm like, God damn. You know, so yeah, Cloaca, god damn, that is us right now. You know what I mean? And so I just thought that was a hell of a term, because that's the body. And he just keeps going on. This entire, I've mentioned it before, I'm just repeating myself many different times. You're just talking a bunch of shit. That's all we're doing. We're just talking a bunch of shit to this existence, and that's the entropy. You know what I mean? That one TikTok that I posted on my shorts, from that one black lady talking about, you know, females, like, you know, let the rage out, don't hold on to it. But that simple little short, that simple little, you know, video that she said, I had on my, there's a lot of people that watched it. I'm like, wow, you guys watch that shit. Okay, cool. I know how to get you. But that simple video is, though, it means so many different things. It can be applied to so many different ways with, like, again, don't just contain it in yourself. When you're dealing with some bullshit, make sure you're releasing the bullshit out. Don't contain the bullshit in you. No. That's the existence. Be sure you're letting that shit out. Don't hold in that. That's hurting you. You know, as she mentioned with the autoimmune diseases that you can be more prone to getting. It's crazy. It's crazy how it's showing you that, like, you need to let the rage out. You know what I mean? So for those of us that are on this type of shit, I mean, listen, I tell you guys all that I'm an introvert, I love being by myself with my own mind, But no, we gotta let this shit out. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy how you can be mentally in this type of state that we're in, and then we're living with other people. We're living with whoever. You're hanging out with whoever. No, they better know the true essence of what the fuck you're about. That's why I try to just kind of nudge everyone here. Like, make sure those around you know. I'm not saying you got to always fucking bring it up or some shit, but there's just so many ways where you can put that as an outlet for them to be sure that they are aware of the highest type of octane of truth that you are about. You know what I mean? Like, with any of my friends or anything, like, yeah, again, we can do anything or whatever, bro. But like, I want to be put on. Like, what is some hot shit, some, like, not necessarily conspiratorial, because even that term with, like, conspiratorial, people get so caught up in, like, the conspiracy theory, right? And people get so fixed on that. But like, okay, hold up. We know there are facts. Can we talk about conspiracy facts? You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of that. And there's, so people, already the term conspiracy was made up by the people that are doing the conspiracies. People are so fucking dumb. It's crazy. But I say that to say, you know, for the people that you're around, make sure they know who you are. I get it. I don't bring this topic up all the time. Trust me, I don't. I know I have a YouTube channel. That's why I say I'm no better than you guys. That's why I have this outlet, so I can at least, you know, more commonly talk to you guys outside of just myself, or say the Shangal, the Marks, and, you know, T-Sizzles, Vayzans that we have a bit more connected. Like, you gotta unleash it. And the more that I've been unleashing it, I've been seeing hotter shit come out in the world. So I'm just like, yo, it's clear as day. Like, you know, any one of us, you know, like, just do some shit. You know, that's why I try to put my face now a bit more out, because it helps. You know what I mean? That one TikTok that I posted, you know, of the whatever other chick, has more views in my channel. You know what I mean? So like, you know, whenever I can get you guys on as well, you know what I mean? Whether even at least talking, you know, shout out to my boy YoPhantom from before, Untap, Use Your Own Mind, of course, Mark Shangal, Against Life, T Sizzle, all you guys, Vayzan. I'm expecting somebody on this stream today. I know there's not as many as typically because I don't typically do the streams during this time of day or day of the week. But I better get whoever is commenting right now. I better get somebody. I'm not trying. I know I've been yapping that. I mean, I've been yapping. Damn, an hour and a half, and goddamn. But I say this to say we again with the change with this whole topic, etymology, law, talk, communication from the unseen. We are needing to just transform, be a bit more adaptable. Like, you know, it's funny with this whole talk, you know, when I talk about this whole entropy destruction, and there was just a couple people that they're like, oh, you know, if you don't get your hands bloody, then you're just talking a bunch of shit. That's why I wanted to make sure. I know I'm getting a little hot. I'm gonna take this jacket off because I've been talking some hot shit. But that's why I wanted to make sure I on the last stream that I did with Mark and Shydeyo, that I was like, you know, this happened on this same day that I did a stream with Shydeyo, you know, beginning of the year. Funny that there was a volcano that erupted. Like, what the fuck? And again, I'm not saying that I was, oh, I did this and then that. All I'm saying is this happened, you know, and this was a clear synchronicity with it. And so I'm tapping into that energy because there's something there that meets more than what meets the eye. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I just wanted to mention real quick, again, the adaptability. We got to be adaptable. And that comes to this fact too, with this whole whatever shit you want to promote. You know what I mean? That's why just doing different things, you know, not just relying on going to another Amendum fucking video or a video even of mine, you know what I mean? But at least, again, with the dynamic with talking with one another, you know, I'm creating a space where you can at least talk to me a bit, you know, okay, I can at least talk to Uno on his streams or some shit. I'll be here, you know, I'll try to make streams at least ever so often. I'll look to make one, hopefully at least for next month, for the next one. Where again, we're just putting more shit out there, because I say this to say there should be a point in the future where I do not want to hear anybody in any political whatever shit. Like, if you have anything to say, it starts with this and it ends with this, whatever in between, sure, we need to fix gas prices or something, sure. But it first starts with, there is no need to create need, right? So with that, we shouldn't be procreating. If anything, we need to do steps to end this shit. Okay, and now I have this to say. I have to say, oh, you know, with the one regime with Venezuela or some shit. Then you can say that other more mundane shit. But even after you say that, it ends back to this talk that we are ending this fucking life. And anyone that, again, is not about it, let their face be known. Because when you probe them, they're evil. When you probe them, they're not for even humanity. That's what I mean. Humanity is gonna die. Like this. Let's settle with this shit. You know, I'm not talking. I know you guys are already with it. But like, humanity is going to die. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is over. This is over. So there's no need to try to upkeep this shit. We need to just fucking find better ways to end this shit gracefully, right? And so this whole politics shit is just, it is such a psyop. It is just a psyop because they could help, you know, bridge that to the, you know, oblivion, to the abyss, to the non-existence, right? They could, that sorts of things could be there, but it's being used to maintain this shit. And that's why it's obviously there. I get it. But just like I'm talking about with the adaptability in the future, that could be an outlet for future people to be like, okay, you know, they're of our mentality and they're now using that type of platform to further permeate this entropy to end this shit. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to voice that because I haven't heard that in that specific way. Again, with the communication and everything that we're talking about today and change, that'll be a great change for the betterment of fucking sentience, lack thereof. You know what I mean? Because like, what else? You know, again, that's I say politics because it's a clear level. Anything that you do in this existence, unless you're in some indigenous tribe, you are in some political jurisdiction, whether we like it or not. We use money, anything that you own. You get my point? So that political sense, it's there. We see it on the day-to-day. Just read the fucking news. That's political. You know what I'm saying? So I just say that to say that obviously if somehow this type of this type of consciousness could be permeated there, like, bro, I'm sorry. There are so many minds because I know. That's why I try to say a little bit of myself. Like when I came to this type of mentality, I was already there, but it wasn't completely housed. You know what I'm saying? So I know there's people in that realm of things that have hearts. That's all it is. That's the gateway. If you have a heart, then when this type of shit comes to you to some degree, And clearly, clear that's why certain terms, antinatalism, ethylism, abolitionism, like when certain terms come to you and you really understand what they're saying, you don't fucking stay the same. Again, adapt, change, mutable. You don't stay the same with communication. Communication, it's so transformative, you know what I mean? And that's why I wanted to start initially with, so if you go back to the initial start of the video, then it gets like, you should see how like all this is just getting, stacked up on top of each other. Because that mutability, it's like what was it? People talk about the Tower of Babel trying to like arise and get up to God's level. Obviously, we're not going to get up to that point, but like that adaptability is innate in us, and that's God. The very fact that God fucking created a fucking universe, you know what I mean, is showing that that got it too. That's why in part we got it, you know what I mean? So when we use that adaptability, change, right? The very fact, just building blocks, you're changing how many blocks have been built. You know what I'm saying? So change is the only constant, you know what I'm saying? But where is this change leading us? It should lead us back to nothing, right? It's not maintaining this something. No, because this something is already going to change back into nothing, right? Right? Okay. So this whole maintaining of civilization gotta go. I'm sorry. It has to go. I am tired. Well, that's what I mean. Whenever I have, and it's so easy. That's what I mean with like the people that are around you. It is so easy to make sure they know this type of shit to some degree. Because nowadays, that's why people, they honestly, it's honestly crazy. When you talk any type of politics, news, people barely say some shit. It's just like, oh man, like it's just a bunch of negative emotions, negative connotations. So I was like, you don't even have to say much, but something relating to this to open their minds a little bit. You know what I mean? Because yeah, we're not the fucking president. We're not the fucking U.S. ambassador. We're not of those higher levels to really get certain things out, because that's all it is. And that's why the elites are scared as fuck, because of niggas like me. The very fact that I'm even putting myself in a video like this, the dynamic, the subconscious that is hitting certain people, you know what I'm saying? It is more than what meets the eye. And they know this with the occultism. That's why I'm wearing black. You guys don't understand. But they know that once you go black, you can't go back. Once certain things come to you, if you stay, again, where you were before, something is wrong with you. If this type of information comes to you, this is what I can't. I get it. Some people but that's what I mean. NPCs, no souls, something is wrong with you. And I'm not talking about you guys, I've been preaching to the choir, you guys know, but like, that's why I just find it so fascinating. The one Stop Having Kids channel, motherfuckers that are, and I get it in that light. In that context, these are motherfuckers that are just going to get some fucking lunch. You know what I'm saying? Now you got this motherfucker saying don't have kids. So I get it. In that type of context, you're going to get a lot of fucking crazy people. And they do get people that are very compassionate, understanding, But that's why with videos, you can just say a lot. You can structure timestamps, really help people out and be like, yo, 1, 2, 3. And again, still, you get people that want to be opposing. You get the natalists. You have a whole natalist community. It's crazy. And this is what I mean with black people. I'm sorry, but I mentioned it. It's not like I'm trying, but when I reference, it's just I came across SQS. He's black. I come at Bobby. He's Brother Penny. Why? I'm just saying, like, again, with the one video I mentioned before in the post, melanin, with the post, go to the post on this channel, indigenous. That's all it is. So it's not like it's a certain color type per se, no, but like technically there's a certain similarity even with that too. All I'm saying is getting real, and you're going into that dark side. When you are getting real, the real doesn't divide, and we're in division right now. This whole individuality is that. We're in a differentiated state. We're not in that quote unquote primordial, non-different. No, we're in this differentiation right now. Subjectivity is that. And so it's not real. We know that. Real is permanent, and we're not that right now. And so when you try to get real, you try to get to that nothingness or nothing black, you don't technically go back. Because why would you go back to this? Why would you still try to promote this shit? So people have not done enough introspection, reflection, you know what I mean? Because I just always wonder, what the fuck. Let's see. I had certain terms. I mean, yeah, I have some other terms I can say. Nothing new. Belief. I think it's funny. Of course, it has lie in it for this new term I'm going over. Belief has lie in it, right? But then even belief, when people say trees and truths, it's funny that belief has the term kind of leaf in it, right? So I think that term is very interesting. Belief, trees, truths. People say, this earth realm is an always thing. It's always going to be, we're just made up of the different elements of this universe, da, da, da. And so it's just that term belief and conviction, you know what I mean? Very interesting terms. Because again, I've heard the term trees and truths. So it's funny, trees and truths, belief. So it's kind of connecting, like you're trying to connect your belief to that, grounded truth of this universe or reality of things. So I just thought that was an interesting term when I was going through some different things. That's one that I had notated. But like I said, belief, it has the word lie in it. And just like with this whole entire talk of communication, yeah, I'm trying to say the truth however way best I can say it. But language in this context with human civilization, being this imposed language, this language is a lie. You know what I mean? Because like I was saying before initially, when you go to etymology and you're just simply asking, why is it that we're talking in this way? Who, with the Aries, who initiated, who had the ordain to be like, okay, we're going to say these words and I'm creating it, like, what? Why? And so, yeah, when it comes to the term of belief, because for whatever thing that now you believe, first, you're placing a life, right, that you don't agree to, that you can't initiate for yourself because you weren't any self, right? So you're already in a state that you didn't ask for. And so whatever now belief that you had, where did that belief come from? From somebody else. So I wanted to say that because, again, these terms, it goes back to language, earth, mothers, the values that are being instilled, right, from people that, like, we don't control, like, that are here for, like, they're here before us. You get my point? So yeah, that belief term, again, it goes back to those different earth-based elements, because that lie, this whole realm is that. The maintaining of this realm is basically a whole fiasco, Ponzi scheme. You know this, you know what I mean? So that belief is that. It's just getting further into that element, that it's getting into this earth, and how this earth for our human world, language, for this to be a constant still thing. It is that lie. Only humans lie. You know what I mean? Other animals or whatever, they're just living their life, doing whatever the fuck they do. They can't really lie, because lying is more so, you don't lie with your actions, you lie with your mouth. You know what I mean? And so that goes with the communication of things. So I just wanted to say that with the term belief, that you shouldn't really believe anything, right? We know this, obviously, people are, because again, it's hinting at something very troublesome, is a way to put it. Let's see. Other terms, not that I even have much to say, but I had some other terms. Freedom. It's just, these different terms. Free will, freedom. It's dumb. That's why it has the word dome. Like there's a cage. You know what I mean? So now you're talking about freedom. Will. That's why some motherfucker that created the term freedom was like, okay, motherfuckers just can't be this dumb. So I'm gonna put the word dumb in freedom to make people be like, okay, what real freedom do you think you really have? These motherfuckers here in America talk about land of the great. They wanted to protect our freedoms. Shut the fuck up. I mean, these people are just so fucking. I hope people are not that dumb anymore, because Jesus Christ, that was another term, culture, just a word that has cult. When people get into, oh, look at this particular cult. Humanity is a cult. You know what I mean? So people, these different terms, and they want to put it within a certain box. No, put it in the whole fucking box with this, again, in this case, term of culture. No, this entire existence is a cult. You know what I mean? It's funny. I had one of my, shout out to them if they're listening to this. They said that I'm building a cult. I'm like, first off, this is some ancient shit that's been here permeating the consciousness of man, because these are just questions. You know what I'm saying? All this shit that we're talking about is just at bottom, asking yourself questions and coming to certain realizations at bottom. And so it's just when I got that cult term, like, even anti-Melanin-ism, this shit has been before me. It's like, I'm building a cult. It's funny. Let's see. And so universe. I think the term universe is fascinating, because my name is, it starts with UN. So I just think it's, and so, Brother Panic, he's always mentioned, there is a clear way this is getting orchestrated with the vibes and everything. There's a harmony or lack thereof. And we talked about, shout out to Shydeyo, you have entropy or you have negative entropy. One way or the other, which side are you on? So again, there's a vibe with this. So universe, the very fact that it has the term verse in the song lets you know there's a harmony going on. And again, which side are you on? Because with the flow, wavelength of things, frequency, it's going one way or the other. Technically, there's a spiral spirit, right? So I say that to say, we're supposed to use the universal laws against it. You know what I mean? And that's this whole shit. Yeah, I'm using order right now, but I'm using order to bring the chaos. It starts with the chaos, then it goes to the order. But I'm just, again, going the other way, reversing this nature, because it's already going to happen. So I'm just, so I just want to bring up that term universe, because again, it just goes into like how there is a flow of things. There is one flow, but with it either goes one way or the other. And we're just trying to bring it back to the source, essentially, because it's going back to the source either way, that you want to play it out. So yeah, that term universe is it's fascinating. Even, it's funny. I think it's funny. I just look into the synchronicity of things, you know what I mean? So just to say this quick point, LeBron James, I think it's fascinating when I look up personally, this is personal, LeBron James, because he had a podcast that he started up, and funny enough, if you look up his information on his astrology, there's plenty of different coding where you should be able to understand the synchronicities in life. Because I was just gonna say it's fascinating. He has his own channel that he's done for astrology. Of course, he has millions of people that follow him, and he has one hat on his shirt, or one hat on it. He says on it says UN. I just think it's fascinating. I think it's fascinating that he has initially on his channel. Let me even look it up here while I'm he has a one hat called UN. I'm like, how come this nigga got a hat UN? You know what I'm saying? On different interviews he's done, you go to his channel, you got a hat called UN. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just think that's funny, because my nickname is but my name starts with UN. Okay, just to bring a bit of personality, personhood into this before I get into the next point. But I just think it's interesting, because in his current year, just to talk a little bit about him, I follow basketball a bit. I grew up playing basketball. He's going to be retiring soon. The man's 41. How old is LeBron James? Let me see. This motherfucker is, yeah, he is 41. And that 41 number is very interesting. Kobe Bryant died at 41. That's one thing. I'm just saying synchronicities. Take this for what you want. Okay. He's playing for LA, that Kobe Bryant connection, and everything. But again, like just to put you guys on, he's a Gemini ascendant. Okay, so I already mentioned before with Gemini and that whole divinity of things. Okay, and I'm just saying it's interesting. I'm looking at his aesthetics. I'm looking at mine. I'm a bald nigga with a beard. He's another bald nigga with a beard. He got his own, podcast that he started up around the similar time that I kind of been doing this shit. And again, his hat, UN. I just let alone there's way more other things within our own lives that's kind of similar. I'm just like, what the fuck? But that hat for it to be UN, I think that's just. If you've seen, there's been pictures with LeBron with like fucking Jews and occultists and all this other he's in deep, you know what I'm saying? And it's crazy because I've seen connections with niggas like that in my own life. I'm like, what? So I'm just saying there's things way more than meets the eye. I'm like, wow, this is and I just want to say a little bit. I don't want to get too crazy in my own shit, but even there was more that I can even say, but I'm just going to leave it at that. But again, just two bald niggas talking about whatever the fuck they're talking about in their own lane. You know what I mean? Because in basketball, that motherfucker, he says terms that I don't even know. Like, what the fuck does that mean? And I know I'm saying sometimes things that are just new or different ways of concepts, in this light. So I just wanted to point that out real quick with the similarity of that. Let's see. Was there anything else that I really wanted to mention before I bring it out for you guys to comment? I'm going to read your guys' comments here in a moment. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I just really was getting further into the Gemini was going to be the thing after that, because again, LeBron, again, he's a cap. He's a cap too, funny enough with that, but he is he's a Gemini ascendant. So if you go to astrology, again, I already referenced before my channel, you can talk to me on that and for that end of things. But Gemini, like I said before, that mutability, because that's all that is really honing into. That's the first mutable sign, okay? and you go into Egyptian mythology, you look into the fucking deity Thoth. Thoth, they can't even pronounce these terms. You look at the emerald tablets of Thoth. You know what I mean? It connects to this universal principle of things way more than what meets the eye. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to say certain connections to put you on just some more insight. You know what I mean? We're already anti-natalist. I've already given you guys enough gems. We're already, what now, 2 hours into the talk. So I'm just adding a bit more color commentary, funny, before we move on to your guys' comments and everything. But I just wanted to mention Gemini, because again, adaptability, this whole talk, communication, you know what I mean? Transformation, being able to change, you know, and like I mentioned before, any one of us, yeah, we've been the same person technically like we've always been. But when this type of information came, you know your own timeline. You know when you came across whether anti-natalism on a subreddit, fucking, you know, fucking what, ephilism somewhere, fucking you came across a channel or some shit, you know what I mean? You know when some new information, something that was communicated to you that was new, right? And then you adapted, you changed, right? Okay, so I just wanted to say that, like, you know, we're talking about how we can transform realities, right? With the power of just the tongue. That's what I mean with like this whole fucking destroying the world. Yeah, you know, fucking killing and that. Before we even get to any of that, can we fucking at least talk about it? You know, goddamn, can we fucking get on a fucking FaceTime or fucking at least audio? You know, fucking motherfuckers want to talk straight up into like fucking nuclear shit. Like, can we at least fucking talk about how we can make a graceful exit? We can't even fucking do that. We just need to get to straight up to just straight brute destruction. We can't even fucking have words. It's just people are funny. But yeah, Gemini, because that's what it is. Communication of like that. If you just study that element, again, just study that Egyptian god Thoth. Like even SQS, he had a video where he gets down into the breakdown of those emerald tablets, and it gets into the primordial breath, embryonic breathing. I mean, breathing alone, you know what I mean? Because this whole talk, the very fact that we're talking, I mean, let me actually, this is because the title of the topic, law. I haven't talked much about technical, that term explicitly stated law, but this is all universal law. But to break it down within the human level, we know the concept of laws. If there's a law, there's technically a problem. I always try to tell people this. If you find a law, you know, in some law book or anything, even universal law, it should let you know like something kind of happened that fucked up. Like the fact that there's a express law means like it's like a safety blanket. You're not trying to, and it can be on another dual aspect though, that you're trying to restrict freedom. But, you know, sometimes when a new law is placed, if it's for the betterment of humanity, it's to try to be a safety blanket because something may have been fucked up in the past. And now we have this law, right, now put in to try to prevent that from happening, right? So that's why even in universal law, technically this entropy is in it, you know what I mean? And that's the law, that's the final law. That's the final fucking stamp, you know what I'm saying, that this shit is going to close up. We're just trying to get that stamp to get further close down to the fucking table. But yeah, I just wanted to fucking somehow I fucking remember to talk about law when I was mentioning Gemini. I don't even know, but yeah, just to mention a bit more about that divinity of things or lack thereof. Again, it's just a stacking. You know, information is that, communication is that, stacking. We're all this is just we're trying to stack our insight with one another. And with communication, of course, you're not just talking within your own mind. Often, of course, you're talking with other people. So that stacking element is that it goes into that one Tower of Babel, and how we're trying to bridge ourselves back to God. We're trying to understand God, but it's not gonna ultimately happen. You know, ultimately we're gonna fall short at a certain, you know, point. But yeah, I think that's enough. Let me see some of your guys' comments. I'll go from the top for the most recent, then I'll go from the bottom. I'm going to share as well the link for this for anyone that wants to come in. I've sent enough by now to be like, shit, somebody better come. If not, like, that's a bit unfortunate. Got my boy Clairvoyant. Shout out. You doing good, my guy. He said these folks aren't my people, and they're not. They're not ultimately. And let me say this too. You know, brother Bobby Hammett, he's mentioned this, and whether I like it or not, this is the case, is that we're a representative, you know, for our proximity. You know, like we're like the Avengers or some shit. in our, family or our fucking, people that we fuck with in our everyday lives. They may not be on this entire vibe that we're on, but we try to put them on to some degree, but we're ultimately that represented body for our area that we're at. And I definitely feel that because I'm sorry, everybody that I'm with, all the love, but it's usually me that's trying to build something and put somebody on. They're like, hey, did you see some or I'm ultimately not having kids. And that's a monumental thing to say to somebody, and just, it's crazy how I said that to certain friends and they just never really thought more, like why, or that they didn't really press me. I'm like, damn, like y'all niggas don't care. This is crazy. But yeah, so ultimately in that sense, yeah, they're not your people because what does it mean to have, people, you know what I mean? Like you have to have a relation. What are you relating to? Because I don't relate to my body, right? I'm not trying to relate to that degree. I'm trying to do something higher. So yeah, shout out my boy Clairvoyant. He says here as well, my people used to hate when I was in my early teens, questioning them about the Nephilim, ancient Kemetic, and other sacred taboo knowledge. Like, oh, don't fool around with that stuff. I realized too early. Yeah, that's some great points there, Clairvoyant. Because that's what it is. You get into these different type of things and you just notice that it's you getting into it, right? Knowing that you can really, see that's about it in your everyday life. That's the thing with the internet, because it just started when I got a fucking laptop. You know what I mean? It was about 2014 when I was getting into college, personally speaking here. I got a laptop, you know what I mean? My own personal device that I can always just, and then from there, I was just documentaries, fucking articles like a motherfucker, like just fucking trying to understand as much as this reality as possible, you know what I mean? And so, yeah, at that time as well, for me personally, I did get to the whole, Anunnaki, Nephilim, Kemetic science type shit, taboo, sacred, esoteric knowledge. Yeah, that was definitely my time around that start of college for me back in 2014. And yeah, there's people that just are not about it. And from there, that's what it is. You can't force nothing on nobody, right? But you got to make sure, are you about it, right? At the very least, we can be the precursor, because all we're talking about for this specific talk is something that's coming, right? I made it clear on that talk with Mark. We are talking about something that's coming. Yes, we can talk antinatalism, sure, yes. But ultimately, this talk is we are going to die. So why? Why are we putting people to die? We know this on a daily. We technically die every day. We go to bed. What the fuck do we do before we go to bed? We just fucking ate. We fucking walked around because what else are we going to do? We can't just sit on the wall. People don't want to fucking do nothing. You know what I mean? But we're ultimately doing nothing. So it's just people can't face death. That's all it is. And we're trying to just help people with that. Like we are like therapists, honestly, when we try to talk to people in our everyday lives, because it's just making people realize you don't need to put somebody in the state that you don't honestly like yourself. I'm sorry. I'm not talking personally. I'm not talking, people get so in their own ego. I'm talking about the environment, the world that you're in. You know what I'm saying? Like, you shouldn't like the world that you're in. Do you not know the harm that the world is causing other people? Why would you subscribe? I get it. We're living. I'm not saying you have, we're technically inevitably, innately subscribing since we're living life. But I'm saying with your mental activity, you can at least control that, let alone verbally, and say, yeah, I don't fuck with this shit. But like, take it all the way. You don't fuck with any of it. Not just, what our government's doing over there or other people over there, but what my life is and that, I'm good. This is all. No, the whole thing is fucked up. You know what I mean? And so that's where it is, because people, they hone into their own individuality and they hone into what's mine. I want me. Who? Me. What's mine? And get stuck in that Aries Taurus energy. And that's it. That is it. And I'm like, no, fuck that. Fuck that. Because if you know you are, you should know, like, it's not just you. You can't exist without other people. You know what I mean? You can't exist without the fucking air, the pig, the fucking, all these other shits. So you should have compassion. You should mentally know that, you should care for other people than just yourself. And if you really are about that, you wouldn't put any of this shit here. Conceptually, you don't fucking create fucking sentient beings that can feel pain. What the fuck? So people just don't like to think. Ultimately, it's not much that you really had to do. You know what I mean? We're just harping on the same shit all the time that we do this because we know the magnitude of this. You know what I mean? For those other people, they can continue doing their other, because I get it. That's not your passion or whatever. You know what I mean? I guess you just really don't ultimately care that much. you know, for people like me that fucking cares, that fucking make videos and spends part of their fucking life talking about it to this extent, to this amount of time, all the time. I get it. We have different levels of the passion, but what the fuck? I cannot imagine. I'm sorry. I always get back to like, how can you be presented this information and still put somebody to die here? That's crazy. That's crazy. But yeah, shout out my boy Clairvoyant Virgo, my boy Sean. That's cool to know. Cool to know. And again, with this whole astrology thing, you know, it's just good to know more about yourself, you know? Like, what the fuck? Because even with, you know, saying you're a Virgo, I say I'm an Aries, but like, that's just dealing with my sun sign. Or even like in terms of the Vedic astrology, I'm like an Aries moon too. But you know, what's your ascendant? That really is where it starts. Your ascendant is really a lot of who you are. It deals with your personality and stuff. So I just want to say that to say shout out to you, Sean, for making me look to mention this. Yeah, get to know yourself in that lens, because it can help you. Because I'm gonna post in the one comment section later on that you know, I posted it before. Someone I'm sure has listened to it, but I had a reading that I had posted on a YouTube channel. His name's The Peace Dealer. And if you type in The Peace Dealer Uno, you'll see it come up. But I mean, it's clear as day. It is clear as day. If you, I know I showed it recently to Mark and Shanghai. I'm like, just watch, listen to the first 5 minutes. I'll clip it again. Just listen to the first 5 minutes of the reading, right? It's not even like you have to understand astrology. Just listen to the first 5 minutes that he says about me. You know what I'm saying? And you should see clear as day, how this is getting portrayed. You know, whether I like it or not, this is, you know, I guess the makeup for me. You know what I mean? And it's just alluding to everything that I'm talking about. So yeah, for you, I see as well, Blank Anarchist, great name. A great channel as well. I've seen your channel. Shout out to you. Libra, that's that. Yeah, Venetia. I can't even pronounce the word Venus. Is all I was trying to say. Energy. I'm all about that. But yeah, just getting to know more about yourself. Like, it's crazy. There's just so much. It's never ending. No matter how much I am trying to do, there's not going to be enough time. So it's just doing as much as you can during the time you have here. Because it's fascinating. Fucking people learn about different characters and other people and some shit that's not you, you know, like, do you even know yourself? And again, I mentioned it before, like, who are you? Ultimately, you're nothing, you know, so don't get so caught up, you know, in this third dimensional self, but that's where we are right now. So know enough, I guess, but there's just so much out there. So do know that. And again, I have a channel. I'll link that in the video when it comes up later on for that astrology channel that I have. And again, for you guys, if you guys want to pick my brain on that, by all means, I can get into your chart and all, because I just find it fascinating. Okay, that's all. I know certain people, they're not about it. I get it. But I'm just talking for people that are, because again, there's a synchronicity with that. Again, the stars, we wouldn't be conscious if it wasn't without the stars. Like, what the fuck? Say less. What? We are made out of that. I'm not saying it again. It doesn't govern you, but like, you are made from those elements. Why wouldn't you want to know more about it? It's crazy. It's crazy when people but yeah, let me see. I was trying to go from the top up. So next one, Untold Misery. It's only because most people have not checked in real life. But see, this is my point. That's why I love when I get to read your guys' comments. And it's crazy. So I posted the link just before I get to your comment Untold. It goes to UN. That UN, I tell you, that's a crazy prefix. But I posted the link and are you serious? No one's joining. I got 9 people on the call. I get it. Some of you might be working. I get it. I work federal, so I'm off. Shout out MLK. You did one thing. You gave us this holiday. You did many other things though too. Rest in peace, power. But yeah, I posted the link and no one showed up. I know from before. I get it. It's been 2 hours. You know, talk about change. I remember Coco. She was like, what's she saying at the beginning? Let me scroll up. Good timing. Okay, well, good timing at least to listen. But please, I better have one person. What the fuck? This is what I mean. We gotta. I'm not saying do much, but at least talk to a nigga. I mean, goddamn. I mean, what else are you? I mean, I get it. If y'all niggas are working or some shit, I get it. If I'm just in your ear right now, but if you're looking at me right now physically, you're looking up. You better not just the fuck. You better come up. Nah. I can't. Like the community that I'm with, I need to be bridging. Because like I'm just reading your guys' comments and now I'm like saying all this other shit. If you guys are actually here, thank you, my boy Phantom, back on the stage. Yeah, he's like, yo, let me build up from last time. So that's all it is, you know, when you talk to people and whatnot, you get to be a bit more comfortable. There goes that communication comes from here, that boy. How you doing, Phantom?
Just another day in the Matrix, bro.
Yo, can you guys hear him? Because I cannot
shit.
personally. Can someone please listen? Phantom, try to say something else. Because I do not hear you. I know you're speaking. I can see you're trying, but I did not hear you. Did anyone else hear him? I need confirmation, please.
Shit.
And yeah, no, you good, Coco. You are good. You are good. I get it. Like I said, I know a lot of us are introverts and everything. Shit, I understand. For you to come to this mentality, I get it. Shit.
Yo, can you hear me?
Hear him? How come I can't? Whoa, so hold up. Hold up. Damn, how can I not hear you? What?
Yeah, I can hear myself in the stream.
On, though? Oh, hell no.
Yeah,
I'm talking all this shit about people joining on and all this, and I can't even. Yeah, I'm gonna kick you out. Then I'm gonna put you back in. No, I don't want to. Let me not kick you like that. Let's see. Remove from stage. I'm gonna add you back. Can you try talking again? Is there anything different?
Yo, Tess.
Wow.
You hear me?
What the fuck?
Damn it.
Might have been when I was trying to share my screen. I may have done some shit. Wow. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, wow. Well, that's good that you guys can hear him, but damn, I don't know why I can't. Edit mic settings. That's crazy. Well, I appreciate you though, Phantom, for joining. You know what I mean? Like, shout out to you and everybody here. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to talk a little bit more to you guys. That's all. You guys know it's all love. But damn, if I can't hear you though, then this is fucking.
Yeah, check your settings.
It's fucked. I don't know. I don't know what to. Man, see there comes the chat GTP. Here I come. I'd be like, how come I can't hear my boy Phantom? He said he might have to hang up and dial. Yeah, that's gonna have to likely be the case.
All right, let me leave.
Can you hear my boy Phantom? Because last time I remember Mark, he came in and no one could hear him. But yeah, that's always the first IT step. Did you turn it off and turn it back on? Let me send the link as well back in the chat for you, Phantom. And anyone, he's already back. Okay, let's see.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I definitely had to do something. Hold up.
Damn it.
Hey, I don't know why. Shit. All right. Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. Let me get though to my boy while I'm doing that in the background. Untold Misery. Shout out to you. It's only because most people, have not been checked in real life. It's only because most people have not been checked. Oh, confronted. That's how I'm taking your comment. And so Untold Misery, you can let me know if I'm not taking it right. But I take that have not been checked. Because I know that term, have you been checked? Right? As is, has somebody confronted you on your bullshit, right? So people have not been checked. I hear that. And that's where I'm about. That's the Virgo. Shout out to Sean. You know, like crossing the T's, dotting your I's. Are we sure we really know, what the fuck is going on, and how it's going on, how we all play a part of it? That's a Virgo. How you're being of service to the demiurge or all these other terms and shit. Yeah, man. They have not been checked. And if they have, that's what I mean. Like once you go black, you don't go back. I'm sorry. Whatever way that it was checked before, either they don't have the consciousness to really be competent to know what the fuck is getting told to them. Because it's very simple. At bottom, again, with this antinatalist shit, you don't put somebody here. That's what I mean with like, you probably have some friends that you may not be hanging out with anymore, whoever. But like, for those of us that might be around my age, if you like basically of the age of from like 15 to like 35, these are like the procreating ages, or say 20 years in the future, niggas like us, people like us, I keep saying niggas, but again, if you come on this call, you get the neuromelanin. But we're not gonna have kids, right? So that is a clear thing, right? that we're going to have to now have conversations about if you're even of that age. I know some of us, we're not even gonna fucking be 50 in this bitch or whatnot. Who even knows what the fuck's gonna happen 5 years from now and shit. But the older you get, more conversations will be, oh, well, when's it gonna happen? When's that sun coming? When's that? And you're like, no, you can say it politely as whatever way you can. So it's not as abrasive, but it's gonna be abrasive when you just even fucking say no. But yeah, it's gonna come. It's gonna come. And from there, you can check them, the people that are coming with that type of mentality of, traditionally wanting to, promote this shit. But yeah, let me read this here. And they can hear you. So if they can hear you, then I should be able to hear you, Phantom.
But can you still hear? Can you hear me though, or
it's the audio from my end? Go ahead and say whatever you want, bro.
Yeah, I'm just I'm trying to have a conversation with you, but I guess your end is kind of because I can hear myself on the stream, but I guess you can't hear me. That's damn it, bro. Shit annoying.
Oh man, yeah, I forgot I have my earbuds and I forgot to put them back in the case. So I guess I have them somewhere. And so it was playing through that. Okay, I hear you now. Cool. Okay. How you doing, bro?
I'm doing good. Another day in the Matrix, so you know how it is.
Shit, I hear that, man. I hear that. But what you got to say about this topic today? Etymology, law talk, God talk, and all it is change. All these different terms is getting into that basis of change being supreme. The very fact that we have this term of etymology, words changing over time. Like, what the fuck? How? What? Why? What? Where is this leading to? Law. The very fact that we have law. We know political law, but universal law. How? When? Why? Where is this? What the fuck? And then God,
where all this come from? Where all these concepts come from? Yeah, it's I got no fucking clue, bro. Like, I'm just as clueless as everybody else. Like, man, how we got like 8 million people here and we just all clueless, Like we got.
Yo, that threw me for a loop. No, I hear you, bro. Yeah, no, we definitely clueless. And see, that's my point. You know what I mean? Because there's certain people that are like kind of ruling over us. So they're using our cluelessness. They're using our dependency. Because we're clueless, because we're confused, because we're bewildered. Now we're like, we're kind of reaching for something to help us. So that's the God thing in a sense, right? So there's always that kind of wanting another hand to help you, energy, because you're in this state right now. And so people use that to fuck us over. You know what I mean? And that's where now with I'm gonna post one of the different posts on this. I already mentioned the name Jordan Maxwell with the law talk. When we come into being birth, there's a whole legalese to how it's like syncretized with admiralty law and how it's just, I don't even know how to say it. It's just the wordplay that they do to us. It's crazy how it gets orchestrated, but it's fucked up, just to put it frank. Yeah, but no, when you listen to that, I mean, I know some of you guys have already listened to that Jordan Maxwell guy go into the admiralty law. But for those of you that may have not, like,
I don't think I've checked it.
You have to just listen to him. I don't even want to. So I'm going to put a good video where he gets into a lot of the different concepts to that. Because I know some of you guys haven't. So I know for those that, it's like when you watch a movie, you don't have to say much about the movie. You already know the vibes. But like if you haven't watched the movie yet, then you have to watch it for you to understand why I said whatever I said, and even the little things that I just said, but the emotion that came through with what I just said. It's crazy. It's just a lot in those few things that he says. So if you haven't already, I'll be sure I will give you a link to check out him, because it gets into that law shit, in terms of the political law and how they use universal law on top of that. But yeah, for you, because I'm on the call with you, Phantom. If you don't mind, if not, it's all cool. But if you can, tell me a little bit about because again, to some degree, whether if it's just a close friend or your parents, at the very least, your parents, should definitely know what you're about to some degree. When it comes to you in your real life of things, how has that been in regards to kind of trying to permeate this consciousness you have that we're about. We're trying to connect with people in your everyday life. How has that been for you?
It depends on the person, Damn, I guess it's just like 50-50. It depends. Like it's fucking random. I usually express my thoughts and feelings like through like my music or through like art and stuff. That's how I usually do it. Or like try to put like some type of like subliminal shit to it and things like that.
I like how you said that because that reminds me of my boy Mark and how he draws, and yes, how that artwork, because language is art, but it can be very hard for what you say. Artwork is a bit more abstract, and it can lead then to more communication, let alone subconscious channeling that they don't even know whether or not it's happening, because it is happening. But it can lead to conscious thought that they can ask you, oh, well, why Phantom did you create this way? What led you to this? Or, why? All these questions, right? So yeah, that's a great outlet for how you can introduce people to certain concepts that they may not fully know, that you may know a bit more. You can lead them on in different stuff for what you're passionate about. Because yes, and this is why I use the astrological shit and whatnot. I don't know who the fuck you are, but all that shit is getting into at least two different elements. Venus, you mentioned, like creativity is a lot of Venus elements, and just harmony. What do you value? What do you even enjoy? Your pleasure, Leo energy too, with the creativity, but also Gemini, because communication is grounded with anything that we really do. So looking to communicate what you value to others through your art, with that Venus type shit. Again, that's whether or not you like it or not. You like the classic black guy, but yeah, that's awesome, because again, that energy of Gemini of it's a lot of artists are that, what I mean. Like if you look up, what is it, like fucking Eminem is a Gemini. Like there's a whole list of them. You look it up, it's like damn.
Yeah, Kanye, Kendrick, hella Geminis. I'm Aquarius. My birthday is actually tomorrow, January 20th. It's kind of
oh shit, my boy Phantom. And so that's a crazy conversation too, the whole birthday thing, right? I've always been somebody, I tried it back in the high school days. I used to like be quiet when it was my birthday. Like I didn't want nobody to remind me that it was my birthday. And I remember one time my freshman year when it was my birthday, and like I was like in the bus about to go home, and motherfucker, but somehow it came to somebody. They knew it was my birthday. Somehow someone told them in the bus, and they're like, Uno, you didn't tell me your birthday. And I was like, nigga, shut up, man. I don't care, bro. What are you gonna do? Happy birthday? Like, thank you, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's okay. I'm okay. But yeah, shout out to you though, fans. I know I was talking a lot of shit about birthdays, but I get it. You get my point.
Yeah.
I hope you have a good day, bro. How old are you gonna be if you don't mind me asking?
22.
22. So, okay, yeah, I remember you mentioned your age a little bit last time. Okay. Are you in school or anything right now? What do you do primarily?
Right now, I'm just trying to get out of the US. That's my main focus right now.
That's a smart move, bro.
Trying to get out of here before shit hits the fan. I ain't gonna lie. It's been difficult, man. It's been tough. It's been really tough trying to get out of here. It's just mainly just money right now. You know how it is. There's numbers on the screen dictates. It's all stupid, bro.
Oh man, that's all it is. Yep, the money is all fiat. It's just number. Yep, on the screen, and it's meaning now your whole life. Shout out to I know you guys some may know him. Nonconformist Radio. Great channel, great guy. He's gone through a lot of shit. You can tell, haven't we all? But yeah, he gets into from one of his recent videos. Just when you don't have money, to your point, I would definitely, given what you are currently going through, he hits a lot of what you're talking about right now. That with existence, there's just you just said it, capitalism, there's gonna be that. There's gonna be all this fucking money shit that motherfuckers are fucking using against you. You know what I mean? Because it's crazy. It's crazy when you think about how people have multiple jobs, like the government or whoever. They can be like, okay, no, if you have one job, you will be able to, do basic shit. And when it comes to say like relocating, like there's things where we can help you out type shit. And I know there's different things like that per se, and people get a whole fucking conversation now into the whole we shouldn't help others, with the whole Republican shit and whatnot. Okay, that's it's getting more muddy. But say that to say, it's crazy how people have multiple jobs and shit. You know what I mean? Like it should be like, okay, the very fact that people are even working. No. You're only doing one thing. You're only doing one. The fact that people are doing multiple things and people, they know this, government bodies know this and they're accepting. No, it's okay. Yes, we need that. We need you to be a slave for us for multiple things. Like this shit.
Yeah, and they print this shit 24/7. That's kind of crazy. You think about it. Yeah, still. Oh my god, it's just I call it matrix fatigue. Sometimes like I don't know, like how like people have been using the term like, oh, this fatigue, rap fatigue, black fatigue, this is matrix fatigue. I'm just tired. This life fatigue. It's existence fatigue. It's not like no specific race fatigue or like thing that you like fatigue. I don't fucking know. It's dumb. It's just life fatigue, matrix fatigue. That we're all going through right now.
Wow. Yeah, I wanted to check because when you said it was your birthday, I was like, when does cap season end? And that's crazy that it ends today. That's funny. So yeah, you start at the start of Aquarius.
Yeah, I'm at the start.
That's actually crazy. You know how that's a little crazy? Because again, you've heard the whole new age of Aquarius. So it's just funny. Given you're just even looking at your icon, your profile picture, all that we're talking about. And again, we're talking some hot shit, guys. You know what I'm saying? If you're on this right now, let alone years, like you are like, again, I'm with you guys. So like, I know like I'm fucking with this vibe, but like, I'm saying to say like, this is setting forth what things are going to come in terms of, again, we're talking entropy. So whether people like it or not, what we are talking about is coming. So it's just funny, given again, my boy Phantom here, Aquarius, going to be tomorrow. It's not yet technically. And again, this whole new age of Aquarius and the Pluto. If you look at the sign Pluto, it just started in that sign of Aquarius. Pluto is all about transformation. We've been talking a lot about transformation, communication. And yeah, that's what we are all about right now. That's what we're trying to bring about to the structure of this reality. People just consciously knowing. That's all. It's not like we're fucking really doing anything. You know what I'm saying? Like we're just talking. And that's why I always try to say a little bit like, what the fuck are people talking about? Like it's crazy. It's crazy. At least on a political scale. I know entertainment and all that shit for people that have heart, let alone for what they may be going through personally. But looking at other people and what they're going through as well, and being like, why the fuck are we allowing this? You know what I mean? So again, with the Aquarian energy, it's a lot of humanitarianism too, mind you, and technology. So it's funny just the way that you got your
air and like how wireless shit, Wi-Fi and that shit. Like I'm talking to you. Like, were you in the West Coast or?
Yeah, I'm in Arizona.
Okay, I'm in the East Coast. We're at DC. I'm in the middle of the Fed, and I'm where the Fed's at. I'm where Trump is.
I work for the Feds. No, I'm crazy. I just work in the VA. I work in the VA. Sorry, don't get crazy, guys. No, but interesting.
Yeah, this is a fact. I'm able to talk to you like all across like fucking Arizona. That's crazy. It's
right. I mean, you got people like in South Africa with the prison called Life and fucking Benedict vegan person. And yeah, there's people that are not even online per se that are about this vibe. But I'm all about me, and if I'm a Westerner, you know what I mean? Like we're in the Internet of Things. I have this shit on my face all the time, so I might as well connect to people that have the same fucking like mind. What else am I fucking doing? You know what I mean? That's why shout out to Shanghai. If I'm fucking watching some random shit, it's the mythos that I'm seeing. It's whether you like it or not. For me, when I've been across mythology, I see that hero's journey and all these different stories. Any type of fucking story has that hero's journey element. We're living that right now. That whole astrology shit is showing how you're your own mythological figure right now, living, playing out. So yeah, I just find interest in it because we're all like when I see your icon, I just think video game type shit. And people get stuck in that simulation thing. That's cool. It shows like how this is fake. This world is fake as hell.
Yeah.
That's how that simulation should let you know this is fake, and we shouldn't want to be around fake shit.
Yeah, I made this icon I think when I was 18. But yeah, this is the Matrix. I don't know.
Oh man, we got my boy. I even noticed Shy on here as well. But keep going, Fade on, and then Shy, you can come after.
No, I'm just trying to let the conversation come natural to me, because like usually like when I'm not on here and like I'm just watching the stream, like I have like so many things in my mind like I can talk about, but like when I'm on here, it's like damn it, what the fuck, you know? It's weird. Like I don't like that. I hate when that happens. You know, I hate when that happens.
Yeah, I hear you, Shy. Bro, how are you doing, my dude? How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. I just been, listening to like the past like half hour or so of the stream, and honestly, I've been liking what I've, been hearing and stuff. So yeah, and
Yeah, I
also
know
yeah,
this
what's up,
time
Kenta?
around, especially too, because this has been a stream now that I'm just kind of just talking my own, there's nobody here initially, so I was just, and so I know a lot of times I can talk and I'm going so many different directions. So, but
Yeah, I'm very much the same.
I'm going to
Very much.
timestamp and make sure things are clear and everything. But again, basically change is supreme is the thing, right? And we know when this type of mentality, when it came to us, like I mentioned, we've always been of this similar accord. Nothing's really new. But like, again, I mentioned certain names, SQS, when I got presented to certain people, communication, right? When I come across certain, like it transforms you, bro. That's why people, talk in the business world of things, when you network, when you build yourself and scale with around people, like there's things now that you're going to be able to do, even just for your own direct self, that you didn't necessarily have the opportunity before. So that's why I'm trying to build with you guys, because it helps me, let alone it should help you, I hope. So yeah, man, I appreciate it, because yeah, this one, because we're just talking words communication, very just general basic things, it can go so many ways. So I was really trying to like harp that, like, please, like I want a couple people at least, whoever can be on the call, because I do see like there's people watching, listening. So yeah, I appreciate you guys for joining, and I'm definitely going to ask a bit more personal questions per se, just getting into who it is that like I'm talking to. You can answer to whatever degree.
Yeah, no problem.
Obviously,
Yeah,
it's not even much per se. It's just as we're talking, going through the full, like Phantom was talking about. I just made, because I talked a little bit about myself and how I try to say certain things in real life. I'm not just talking to a black screen, and I try to get more insight from other people too, because it helps me. Because I know, the octave of things. I know I need to do this more say than the next person I know. So I need you guys to help me out a little bit. You know what I mean? Because there's a reason. There's a reason why I'm having a channel, and I'm trying to do. I have the care. You know what I mean? To then connect to. So you guys are helping me out with anything that you can do. Any comment, let alone coming on. My boy Untapped, when I was on that FaceTime with him before, it helps. It helps this. It's not just me. You know what I'm saying? As you guys know, it's way bigger. I'm trying to. So you guys get it. But yeah, I'm glad though, Shy, that it's been good with you. I'm glad to see you on this call too, for the fact that you've been listening and all. So
Yeah, for a while. Yeah, like I remember that antinatalist panel you guys did back in the day with like Antinatalist Witch, Mark Antinatalist, the Antinatalist Informant, like all the homies basically. It was a good time actually. I really liked that stream a lot.
that stream is it. Like it was such a great stream. To this day, I can still go back to it, and it was just a great vibe. Everyone just free flowing, and yeah, and that's in part. Again, it says black, but again, it's if you know alchemy, you understand the importance of the negrito. It starts there. It starts from the unseen. You get my, so it's just. But yeah, man, I mean, black people in and of itself are just funny and all this shit. I mean, it's great people, great time. And it's just, it's like, what the fuck? Black people going through the most shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we are.
Talk about any shit, it starts with us. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, how do we know this for us here? At least for us that are able to, like, there's some of us that are just, I mentioned a bit earlier in the stream, this one YouTuber, he went to some, underdeveloped area. And sometimes I get caught up in my own life. You know what I mean? I'm not watching news or anything. I'm not really seeing how bad people really have it in this life. So when I came across this video, like a couple days ago, it just reminded me. I'm like, damn, man, like people really got it. When you don't always see it, it's just like, fuck, bro. But yeah, that's what this talk is. And so just reaching out to black people, because when this type of information is like, are you feds or some shit? Like, why are you telling me not to do something that everybody else is doing type? But it's like, no, I'm just as you, like, there's some bullshit too. So that's good that you like that one too for that stream. But yeah, this is a great comment though. Untold Misery. I'm gonna keep going up as well. Then I'm gonna go to what we're from before. If there's anything you guys want to say before I move on to the next comment, but yeah, checking people. I'm all about that. Again, comfortably. I'm about comfort. I'm not trying to really ease. Like you should feel compelled to do certain things. And so I'm just saying from where I'm at. You know what I mean? Whenever I have the opportunity with whoever I'm at, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying some type of hot shit like this. I'm not saying I always got to say it to those type of people. You know what I mean? If they're about it, they're going to let me know, text me or be like, hey, can you put me on the But whenever I'm around people, if I fuck with you, I will have put you on to this type of shit. And I expect that, as friends or family, or you should want to, and technically it's funny because this is like an inverse principle. We're trying to end this shit. You know what I'm saying? But like you should see the compassion, you know what I mean, and the heart in this. And we're already ending already. It's just gracefully looking to mentally, get this shit going and everything. It's really not much different than what's already going on. But yeah, I wanted to say that to say in terms of this comment before I get to you guys for anything you want to say to this comment. That yeah, we need to check people, man. I'm not saying you got to always do it or whatever, but if there's someone you value in your life, that's what I'm like. It's like, how like people get into like stocks or some shit, or like they put people on that they're your friends with them. It's like, hey, bro, like look at this shit. Like this is gonna be some hot shit, and you're trying to help people out. You know what I'm saying? That's all it is. When it comes to this whole checking people can take it the wrong way, and for those people, that's okay. We can't change their mindset. But I'm coming from the angle of if I'm hanging out with you, yeah, this has come around. Like I hold that as a standard for me. Like if I am hanging out with you, at some point, I have prominently stated this to you. Okay, if not, then we're not friends. We're going forward because what else are we doing? We can do other things, but this must be known. You know what I mean? Because I have friends like again, we're doing something physical or some shit, but mentally, we don't really do much. Because this is where I'm at. If it's not this, then I can only stay for so long. But yeah, you guys can go ahead. I'll start with Phantom. You can say whatever if you had. I mean, I kind of, but you can say anything that you still have more for this point, and then Shy after.
I mean, yeah, with the level of consciousness with other people, that shit can be. It can feel lonely sometimes. I don't know. It's so weird how like the most the people that we align with the most are like far away or like live in a different state or a different country. I always notice that all the time because I know a lot of great people that are conscious or know about this stuff, but like either live in Canada, across the state or some shit like that, or or a different type of country. But like the closest around you is different sometimes,
Yeah, do I hear that? And that's great that you're relocating too. Not to say that for whoever you might see, come that future time that I hope comes for you. But yeah, that's just the case. Whenever I see anybody to some level about this, I try to cherish them so much, and it's like it becomes a detriment, honestly. Because yeah, there's not much. So yeah, it's just great that we have this outlet at the very least. Because there's so many of us, and so building a community of like minds, there's just so much you can do on the internet with that. So definitely trying to do that more after talking with Shangal and everything, because I definitely have connected to the shit to different people like you guys, and so I can't just leave this YouTube channel vacant, given that it's the magnitude of what we're talking about. It's what I'm about. You know what I'm saying? It's not like I enjoy these type of shit, so it's like a multi-dimensional aspect. It's not just one thing that's being benefited. But yeah, Shy, what you got to say with this comment here from Untold?
Hold on, it's only because those people have not been checked out. Yeah, no, honestly, I do think he does have a point. I would say the only downside, at least in my own experience, most certainly that I've noticed just with many people, and it's the aspect of many humans that I just can't relate to, because personally for me, if there's something that I'm incorrect on, or I have a false belief in something, like if you're like my friend, family member and stuff, and if you know that a certain belief or perspective I have is incorrect or something like that, like I'm always open to grow and learn. If you can explain to me and also even potentially even display to me how I'm wrong or why this perspective is wrong and stuff like that, I'm more than willing to grow. It's not like this ego thing of like, oh, because you checked me on that and I didn't know that. Now I'm going to be upset with you and now I don't want to talk with you much and stuff because you did that. It's like, to me, I think a lot of that stuff is just like like cowardly pussy stuff, honestly. And unfortunately, a lot of people are like that because they tend to get stuck in their ways, which is a very human thing. But ultimately, I feel like especially subject matter is about, talking about existential stuff and just, actually being aware of your surroundings and all that. It is ultimately important, but of course, as we know, many people, they don't want to actually have to objectively and strictly look at their environment and surroundings and how people are, the condition of people and their psychology, so on and so forth. Because it is ugly. It is. There's a lot of pain. There's a lot of harm and all that stuff. So whenever you check people on their peaches and creamville delusion about what life and reality really is, yeah, they tend to not like that and stuff because they would rather want to, stay in their illusion, obviously, as we know. But
wow,
yeah, it does suck though that you can't, like speak like this with more people and stuff, because I do think at the end of the day, especially the whole reason why I feel like, beings like Illicit Mind even host streams like this and stuff is to ultimately communicate the message that ultimately, like, beings like us that are conscious of all these truths and all that stuff, like, we're stronger together and stuff. Sure, it's good to have that whole sovereign side of like, I can do this on my own if I have to. That's absolutely necessary and good and stuff like that. Fight on your own until, like backup shows up, you know what I mean? But absolutely, though, I do think it is a bit delusional, though, for some people, especially even within the true scene, to act like, oh, yeah, no, you got to do everything on your own because, like, as above, so below, like, even here and stuff within Earth and stuff, like, I just think it's displayed thoroughly here that it's like some of the greatest accomplishments ever, usually in humanity and stuff, is always usually a joint effort. It's never a thing of like, oh, no, yeah, that one guy just figured it out and he did it. It's like, no, it's like everyone got together. They had an idea, a plan, a vision, and they saw it through. And now we see what the fuck we see now, But I don't know. I might be rambling, but yeah, if someone else has something to say.
This is the thing why I love the streams, because it gives you that space for rambling. Because I rambled way enough during today. I'm sorry, guys. I try to keep it on a minimum. I try to talk specifically. I'm sorry. Please, though. No, I want you guys to ramble. I want the rants. I want the, that's what the stream is more so compared to the video side of things. The video is more like cut, dry, try to just, they're very compact. Here, beef, yeah. So, because there is great points that many things there, but the big one that I wanted to, that you harped on was that the whole, what was it, dependent origination. You mentioned, the greatest works, the greatest accomplishments, the greatest feats technically are of a group effort. Even when you go to a CEO, an entrepreneur, the fact for them to do whatever they do, it still takes a collective effort, let alone of their employees and everything. But on the flip end, they're consumers. If you don't have that, who the fuck are you? There's no accomplishment without people buying or whatever your shit is. You know what I mean? So yeah, that group element of things is foundational. People, yes, get caught up in the ego, and rightfully so. We're in it, you know what I mean? But like to know that you're more than that, clearly, it's so important of a realization. So I mean, many great points that you said as well from Phantom before. But yeah, whenever it's anything more than just talking with, I love talking about, because I try not to get too personal, because I can talk about myself for days. But whenever, people are talking in a group, that's why I try to talk general. I know I sometimes get so caught in my own ego or whatever, but because, when you're talking, you can relate to other people. You can have people relate rather to you. It's more, it just hits more. It just hits more. So, great, man. It's just so many. I feel you, man. And yes, in this sense, when I'm with other people like Mark, with you, Phantom, Untap, whoever, all the people here that's listening, commenting, yes, it does matter. Like, I can tell you right now, like you mentioned, just more than yourself, just on a concept alone. I've mentioned SQS so many times already. The dude knows I admire him. So I hope to get him on a call, hopefully at one time in this channel.
Yeah, that would be cool.
But with like, if he had a fucking video with like Brother Panic or something, just two people, But like, I know me, I will tune into that, you know, let alone all these other thousands of niggas that love Brother Panic, and the SQS has a great base for himself as well that still would love for him to make any other shit if he still would want to. So yeah, for anyone that's fucking with me or you know what I mean, it changes again the dynamic of things. That's the scaling, the communication, the networking. That I was trying to kind of emphasize from before. And it's a harmony again with like the entropy, the frequency. It just further magnetizes. It's of a higher, you know, it gets a bit more quicker, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, it literally matters when you do anything. You know, that's why when my shout out to Coco, and nothing matters, but like technically we're nothing. Yes, we're in this something state, but nothing is always there. You know what I'm saying? Like this something is technically nothing because we know we're gonna go. So when we say nothing matters, that is so deep that can go. But yeah, I just shout out Shy because that was that fuck. Let's see, Sean. He said here it's evil and stupid people have to have too big of an ego. Yeah, they do. And so Shy, you said here, LeBron. Yeah, let me tell you, I only say these different people, so it's like a reference point. But it's fascinating because he's definitely a puppet to those masters, and those masters, man, they're trying to do certain things. It's crazy. I just, you know, whenever I see the synchronicity of things, it's interesting. But you can go ahead and say any if anyone's on the world stage, obviously they're already scammed or whatever. They're being in certain contracts, yada yada. But yeah, it's just interesting that he had a podcast. You know what I mean? If you ever listen to him, he is very, you know, smart or whatever the term is with basketball talk. You know, he knows that talk. But yeah, you can go ahead, Chuck.
I mean, top on
go ahead.
Not on that. You know how Kobe Bryant, that his death was another strange. I'm not into the basketball like NBA, but I do know like about like the gematria of Kobe Bryant. Kind of weird how he got buried in Corona Del Mar 2020, same year, you know, the certain virus happened. And that was before LeBron, he passed Kobe in a certain game.
Yeah, and that was before.
All those, that was very, very strange.
It was that, and also the Simpsons prophesized Kobe's demise, the exact way it happened, the helicopter crashing. Like they literally showed it on the Simpsons back in the early 2000s or 90s.
Right. So it's letting us know like this life, let alone, especially if you're on that stage, it's just even worse. But it's letting you know like there's like what was it? Vayzan said there is a destiny. It's just on that stage, they're creating the destiny for those celebrities. But we have our own destiny that we have more of our own control in. You know what I mean? But even still, that's still fixed within the law of the universe and things, you know what I mean, that are above us in a sense that we're just kind of playing out. But yeah, that whole shit between those two and everything, yeah, they all the, it's crazy. It's crazy how much you can know because there's so much different points of that you can know. And it's just like, yo, fuck all of this. Already, you know, the suffering, and you got niggas that are just fucking around with other niggas. Yo, fuck this. It's crazy. But yeah, no, they're fuck them, you know, all those other niggas, LeBron, Kobe, and all that. I mean, they're doing whatever they do for their family and their own success, their own purpose or whatever. But whenever I don't hear anybody talking of this shit to some degree, fuck them. Let's see. Untold says here again. Okay, they were just kind of talking back and forth there. Let's see. Black Anarchist says the wise man realizes at once what the fool realizes finally.
It's a great quote.
Yeah, at once compared to finally. Yeah, because we're talking about death. You know what I mean? So the wise man is coming to realize this realization before they technically die. That's what the people talk about, ego death, before you actually die. And then there's the fool that I guess doesn't want to come to that realization until they actually die.
Yeah, I would argue that sometimes the fool never comes to that conclusion. They just die the same animal they were born as. And sadly, you know, they never, you know, contemplate and, you know, work on themselves and try to, you know, sit in silence and try to actually find themselves. You know what I mean? Instead, they just get caught up in the world, the jobs, the families, the relationships, all of that. Just trying to avoid themselves ultimately. And some people do it so long, even all the way up until their deathbed, because Yeah, I don't know. The amount of confusion sometimes you can hear from older people when they are faced with their own mortality and stuff. It is a bit sad when I empathize with it, but at the same time, it's like, you had quite a bit of time that only if you would have thought on it more, I don't think this next part would be all that scary to you. But because you never did and stuff, it's like, yeah, it's gonna feel scary because it's like you've never thought about it up until this last point in your life, And I feel like thinking about the hard things a bit earlier and stuff can make them easier to deal with. And of course, a lot of people don't want to have to think about the hard things.
Shy, man, I love the way that you're breaking it down because, yeah, I love the way that you're explaining this all. Because, yeah, they don't want to think about the hard things, even though when you do, it will be better in the long run. Yeah, just so many different, points there. Fuck. Yeah, you're definitely going to need to come more on this shit. What the fuck?
Thank you. I appreciate
Just
that.
be out here. Yeah, just know that, you got my, because I'm trying to connect more with you guys. So thank you, Phantom, for being that initiator, saying your words of insight as well, because you got my boy Shy now here as well. He knows now, if he didn't know that, come on board, already whoever else is here listening. So I appreciate you both. Let's see, is there any other comments? Let's see, Vayzan said, in fact, what does a home be? Your home or apartment does not be your home, just a place that you generally live to store shit. But even then, we are all homeless. This world is not your home. So this gets into another great point. I think I mentioned it before. This was mentioned before from SQS. Here I go referencing him again. But not even like your body. We don't even own our body. Let alone our fucking home or some shit. Yes, this is all ownerless. This wasn't our life. When people say, you got your life taken away from you, they took his life or her life. It was never ours to gain technically, because it's what are we gaining? It's gonna go, and who are we? So yeah, this is all less. This is all a lacking state that we're currently in. So yeah, I definitely, this all, it's all dust that this is going on.
And it's like crazy how like what people go to work to pay for their house, but they don't even stay at their house most of the times. They just live in their work compared to their house. It's mind-boggling. My goodness.
It's a cycle, right? Because they pay for a house that they're barely at, and they pay for a car that they pay to work for, to go to work, and it's just
it's all a subscription service, basically. Like rent for your home, you have to pay the water service and the heating service if it's winter, and the lights and the car, the gas, and all that. Even your job to a degree is a subscription service and stuff. It just depends on the higher ups on if they want to keep you on the subscription service or not.
Pay to work. It's kind of fucking crazy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it actually blew my mind to learn that, like, if you wanted to become like a teacher or even a doctor in some cases, you literally have to pay for the license to become a teacher or a doctor. And when I learned that blew my mind. I was like, really? Because I thought like a lot of and to be fair, this kind of does explain why a lot of teachers can be dickheads and all that stuff sometimes. But yeah, it is straight up just a job to them and stuff. Because when I was younger, I didn't even understand that. I thought, oh yeah, if you want to become a teacher, you just show that you're qualified, and then you get to become a teacher because you are, what's the word I'm looking for here? Like you're valid for the job, right? But come to find out, you could be valid for the job and still not get the job. Why? Because you don't have the money for it. It's like, holy shit, what? Like, that's criminal. Like, there's probably so many great teachers out there. No children or anyone got to ever know or see because, they didn't have the money for it, unfortunately.
Fuck, that's such a great point, man. Fuck, that is such a great point. Like, yes, things could be better, right? But because of this now commodity that we are all commodities. We're all, with the birth certificate, stock trade, whatever the fuck you want to say. But yeah, and so because of that, all this is cost, and no one wants to help each other out. It's the sad part. So yeah, for people that don't have anything and they have the passion though, like you mentioned, Shy, they could be great teachers. They're already technically maybe that already right now. They may just, if they are put in a program, be able to further cultivate, enhance certain things that they already have innate. But yeah, they don't have that opportunity because money. It's just I would shout out again, Nonconformist Radio 2. I'll link the video he had getting into just how, again, the limitation further with life when you don't have money. It's crazy. It's crazy because now in this point that you're mentioning, Shy Phantom, that in the case of schooling or anything, this could help other people. Let alone, of course, this could help existence and everything it maintains. But even anything, and that now is just cease. It's just not even. It's a damn shame. It's a damn. That's what I mean. Like I can't imagine defending this. I just like whenever I hear people, and I'm not typically talking to people like really like that, so I haven't really, but it's just whenever I used to, like, I'm only now a bit more wise than before. It's only, the more we talk, the more you do anything, the more you even think about this and again, you go back and you hear the shit that people are saying, it becomes even worse, honestly, to hear some shit that's not of the points that you guys are saying.
Actually, what Clairvoyance Scythe said, I'm pretty sure. I'm getting that correct. But yeah, what he said, no, that's pretty spot on.
What time is the comment that you're looking at?
Oh, no, he just recently posted it. It's like literally the last comment.
We are subhuman compared to our earliest ancestors.
That's a fact. In comparison.
Can you go more into your insight in that comment from Clairvoyant Shy?
Oh, yeah. So just like simply put, just a lot of like the distractions and stuff just within society, especially just mainly how society is run. And just ultimately the disconnection, to nature and all these things. And like I think the ancestors, especially if we're talking about Black people as well, example like the Moors and things like that, like they were genuinely brilliant, and so brilliant in fact that like it's indisputable. Like even people who understand architecture and all these things and stuff, down to creation and details and stuff, a lot of the stuff they created and stuff, like a lot of even white folks or whatever else, Asians, so on and so forth, like they can't deny it. They're like, no, this is brilliantly designed and made. So that's like it's just the concept that it's like at one point maybe people that look like us were like this level of brilliance. And if we're just keeping it real, unfortunately, when you look at the state of Black folks now, especially just everywhere, but especially within first world nations, America, so on and so forth, it is a bit sad because especially someone who is Black, like I do believe that Black people could be great. It's just unfortunate that, simply put, I just don't think as a collective, I don't think Black people want to be that great and stuff. And to be fair, there is a lot of trauma within Black folks, like if you really like dig into the history of it and stuff. So I understand that most certainly plays a factor too. But I just wish we could pass that, surpass that and be better, because I do believe that we can be brilliant, especially when you just see and just the outside things and stuff that we do and stuff when it comes down to creativity and stuff like that. Like I think it goes without saying, like Black people are easily top 3 most creative groups of people on this planet, musically, so on and so forth. You know what I mean? Well, sorry, go ahead. You can say what you're gonna say.
Like I'm half Black myself. I'm half Black Asian.
Yeah, so am I. Yeah, I'm biracial too.
So every music genre is mostly Black people. Hip hop, blues, jazz, list goes on, pop. It's also from Black people. So
you see how like the music is just an adaptation of the time that they're in and the change element. You know what I'm saying? How like jazz was of a certain season, fucking rock was of a certain season when Black people created that, and now they had rap at a certain time with hip hop initially, but like it got so bad in terms of all existence is, especially in a human sense, it's like trying to hold in a shit. Everything going on is like trying to hold in a shit when the shit's gonna come out, type shit. And so with rap and hip hop, you had these different music companies that try to, sustain that for longer than what it is. And we know the rap game is fucking terrible. Hip hop, like so many artists is more than not for the different industry plans and everything is terrible. I'm gonna post, because this is what I mean with the harmony. There is a harmony going on. And yes, we all love music to some degree. For some of you that might be the illicit mind day ones, I prior had a few different playlists from before. But I'm just going to post here in the post section of the channel some different tracks that I'm about, that really any of you should be about. Because the one thing too that I want to mention, I guess here, we talked about communication. And you mentioned someone, I think it was Shy, the trauma of Black people, because yeah, boy.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny when it comes to songs, because you're gonna hear the trauma. I mentioned the different timelines for when the trauma is technically getting created in the form of music. And from there, the lyrics is the big one I was holding in on. You see it, or rather hear it very vividly in the lyrics that they're saying. And this is a relatability, because depending on who's listening to it, obviously often is people of a similar livelihood. That's where the connection, the attraction with the music, you know what I mean? But I come from an energy, because a lot of times, with rap, hip hop, we talk about, drugs, ganging up on niggas and shit. I ain't that shit. So oftentimes I'll be just listening to the instruments. That's talk about, me, and you guys know me, the bass line, bottom nigga. And so, I just wanted to mention, I'm going to say, I'll send out some different tracks that you can just meditate on. You know what I mean? It doesn't really have any, lyrics really going on. It's just, you just feeling, because that's all music. That's all of this is. You're just trying to feel good. The talk is really just getting into feel like, what is the talk leading to, right? Where is this going? You want to feel good. That's all existence, or we're even going back to, you just trying to feel content, fulfilled, you know what I mean? And the whole issue with this shit is that, like, you're fucking in a fucking hamster wheel. You're gonna feel good and then not feel good. This whole feeling shit is the issue. People are getting caught up in the materialistic sense.
Yeah,
of
life is bipolar,
and that goes with the Gemini, the dual. It's all dual, and up and down, this or that, here or there. Yes, life is
nothing.
That.
I feel like nothing ever stable. Yeah, nothing's stable. Like, sadly, I wish I was the case, but it's not. So.
Right, and this is what I mean with like other worlds. Yes, there can be other things, sure, where like, you can make it a bit more stable. Like you can say, just dream up some shit and it will actually happen. Sure. But my thing is with that too, you're going to eventually be like, okay, this was a better ride than this life, sure. But you're going to want to end that shit too. That's why you're wanting to change that. Because this is what I mean with the whole stable thing. Because if you're only stable, then you're not anything, right? You're technically nothing. What are you doing if you're just stable? People want stable longer. They want to come longer. If you can come for like, you're just coming for a minute, you know what I'm saying? Like, you get my point? Like, people just want a little bit more. So because you only get a taste, like the free sample, when you get a free sample from a like, oh, yeah. They want more of whatever pleasure shit that they're currently doing right now. The issue is, we know flux, temporary, it's not stable. And so those other realms that you can go is a bit more stable, right? It's not as dense and rigid as this. So yeah, you can have a better time, sure, in those multi-dimensional realities of shits. Cool. But that time is going to come and go too, because you're not going to just want to be stable. That's what I mean with this Gemini shit. It is so coded like a motherfucker, because you're going to see, if you get more into the energy of things, they're fun, they're witty, right? They want to have fun. We all want to have fun. But you're going to notice, again, with the stable, because you do want to have fun, just be stable. But then there's this question, why is it that like you're not already having fun? You're not already in that state. That you just keep asking questions, you're going to know that you're going to still want to adapt to nothing. Ultimately, it always will come back to nothing. It's going to come back to something that is bigger than where you currently are at. There will always be that, if you're able to have any conscious experience, something above you, that unseen. That's why I mentioned before with coming, and when we come, we're coming that down, that spirit, with the seaman and the spirit of man. It's crazy how all this connects and everything. But
and also even down to the fact that when we're not hypothetically, but when motherfuckers come and stuff like that, like, I mean, it's also just the idea that like the human egg of like the woman and stuff like that, it is very akin to the moon and stuff. So yeah, there's no, especially while you're on Earth in this reality, there's no escaping the fact that like almost everything you do here and stuff somehow correlates with the stars outside of you and all that stuff. Like, there's no escaping it, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's all it is. Like I wouldn't want to have to talk about certain things. It's just whether I like it or not. I'm just like, whether I like it or not, nigga. Like whether we like it or not. Yeah, like you mentioned with the moon cycles. That's why even the months technically are 2 different moon cycles for the full moon. Fucking new moon. 14 days getting typically to the 28 day. Yeah, it is all that. It is governing, or at least dictating the implementation of things in this society. It's crazy. And so to your point with the early ancestors, clairvoyant. I mean, clairvoyant, you too. I mean, where you at, my guy? I mean, I can have you too on the call, because I know you have some insight too. Anyone here has insight, because insight if you listen to me. So Appreciate you.
I think
But yeah,
Sean
with
wanted to
the
get
early
on.
ancestors, it's because this is a thing too. The more, we talk about progression, evolution, technology, we're advancing. But really, when you talk about future generations, they're more dependent. So when you're more dependent on technologies, on such advancements, on such progressions, you do kind of leave now doormat those such said indigenous, innate, powers that we had. That, yes, to Clairvoyant's point here, that now we're not wanting to, tap into. It's left untouched. But in this case, it's now to a, pretty bad detriment because, the human mind is just so fucking dumb nowadays. It's terrible. Yeah, compared to those early ancestors, they definitely had a much more going on for themselves. Now we're just so dependent on all this shit. And so for any one of us that may have anything where it's just, it's so different. You know what I mean? Like you can't connect. It's so off balance. You have so many people different now. At least before it was more, they're all kind of, but now with the internet, you can really know so much. So if you're really not about it, then you're kind of left behind the fucking tracks, didn't catch the bus type energy. And yeah, that's what we see ourselves right now. Cause some of us are not about it. They're just about fucking automatons, feel good life, eat good. And that's okay. That's it. I'm good from there, and that's a damn shame because it's I don't know, man.
Yeah, we could be more. Yeah.
What'd you say?
Well, no, I was just saying, like, I agree with your like overall point that, like, yeah, I think like overall, I think humanity, they could be more if it wasn't for all these distractions. But yeah, I think the simple thing I was gonna add is just that I think the truly ugly part about this place overall is also just the fact of knowing that all the distractions and all the tech and stuff, all these things were given to us, no different to even religion down to Abrahamic religions and all that stuff. All these things were given to us, and they all corrupted and demented us into the state that we are in now in 2026, which is, I think that is the truly vile and ugly part about all this and stuff. I think the earth is already kind of ugly on its own, but I think just knowing that there were people, of course, around us and stuff behind the scenes, like intentionally leading us the wrong way, all of us and stuff, no matter how you look, what your color is and all that. Yeah. That, to me, that's the part that really irks me about this place, is because I think maybe if there weren't all these disruptions and all the bullshit going on here, especially all the shit disturbers here among us that have power, if they weren't around and stuff, maybe humanity could have been something more beautiful, something more intelligent, you know what I mean? But because they're around us, that they don't ever want us to reach those heights for whatever reason. So we are in the state that we are in now.
It's a great point. And this is where natalists stick at. They stick at this hope, that things can be better. And relatively speaking, yes, things can always be just one new law or one law taken away, or yes, things can always be better. Change is always, so yes, relatively speaking. But what magnitude are we really talking here, to your point? Because yes, it's a great thing to think about, because we're all, to some degree, some of us, we don't give a fuck. Like, we're trying to see some shit burn down, but more than anything. But I still have that heart. Like, yeah, things could be better. Like, that's why I was so heavily involved in that political shit, and just knowing so much more about the monetary system and all that usury shit, fucking petrodollar shit, all those different, world reserve currency shit. I was all into that shit, and just like how fucked up this shit is that is getting maintained. Because there are different people, factions in place that are trying to maintain this evil current construction of things, and it's just so obvious for people in that realm. Like, they all know it's bullshit, but ultimately they don't have the power. And this just goes back to my point of, like, any one of us here, we've come to realize, like, what can you do with the power you have? Okay, at bottom, you don't put nobody here, but to your point, Shy, because yes, this is where I go with from before, with like the etymology, the language, who created language, you know what I mean? Because the first beings on Earth or whatever shit, before it came to this now point, that we have this fucking society, and now they're implementing this technology that's being used against us. At that point, now it's just now it's not like some old other shit, but it was a lost cause from the start. But You know, this shit that's currently is just it's just worse. You know, like
Yeah, they
it could be
escalated it.
that not because yes, things can be better. Da da da. People they get caught up in it. They stay there, and I get it. I get it. Like we're here, we want to have as much fun as we can, but like it just goes back to that, like, what is it? I can always feel like I'm mispronouncing so many different words. The story of the Omalas, like the cost, man, the cost of this is way, and with change energy, there's always going to be some level of cost. You know, any transformation, any conversion,
Oh
any
yeah, for sure.
energy,
Yeah.
yes, energy will cost, you know what I mean? But like we get the now superstructure of cost with this inflation and just other shit. Now to the point that we're getting, you know, other people in other countries having to live such sorry, unfortunate lives for other people's fucking benefits. It's way too costly, you know, because again, cost is going to be a thing. Any existence will have that. So yeah, but at bottom, like this is like what the fuck? Again, people that are getting the fucking payment, or rather getting the fucking product, they're not the one paying. You know, you would think they're going to be the one paying, but they're not. They're having other people fucking, they're not getting any barely payment. Them. So yeah, this shit is way too costly. That's why one of my videos, but at what cost? That's what I mean with people. Like when some shit like this comes to you and you're still doing the same shit, putting people here and you're promoting it, even if these other motherfuckers are on another fucking continent, you're indirectly promoting that. You know what I mean? You may not verbally say it, but you're okay with it by concept alone, by fucking putting another person to come here and die. So it's crazy. It is crazy. That's why I always just try to every now and then mention that political advocacy element of things, because for anyone that is there, you should have a heart, and anyone should already have a heart, fucking be political, fucking you know, we're all in it, you know what I mean? So it's technically talking to everybody, but you get my point. There's certain people that have a bit more heart than others, but that's what I mean. Like them too should be coming to this side. If them niggas on that side are about this, not to say, you know, if the entropy issue, but just saying don't have kids, you know what I mean? Like that is monumental. I just, again, people don't want to face that reality, and it's you know, we'll do what we can though, you know, for my existence, because I'm gonna keep promoting this shit, so that hopefully one day I see some old fucking political person say some, I would not mind, because you know when it comes to, you know, motherfuckers, they've said it before, like, oh, having some mandate of, you know, the whole child ban or whatever, and the whole conversation with that, and that's a greater conversation in a sense, but shit, if that happens, I'm like already I'm doing it. Shit, this should be done as a concept. I'm already with it. You get my point? So if that were to happen, obviously, you know, I'm about it. You know what I mean? I know other motherfuckers are going to be like, oh, now they want to not let us have kids now either. Yes, good. And again, at that point, it should be understood. It should be democratic. Like, everyone's okay. We understand that this is suffering and everything. So it's interesting, you know, getting back to this point from clairvoyant with the early ancestors, because yes, they were very smart and all this shit, but like, they put us here. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, why? You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, you know, sacred science, sacred geometry, you know, all this different shit, astrology, astronomy, da. But like, what the fuck really are we doing? So I still like, I'm like, man, fuck them, you know, because we're here.
Yeah. For sure. I think the early humans and stuff, they were based.
Understand
oh, sorry.
Why the fuck I said that? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Wait, sorry, wait, Phantom, wait, did you want to say something?
No, yeah, you go ahead.
Oh, okay. But yeah, I think, yeah, early humans, it does kind of strike me as like this weird, like 50-50 thing where, because they didn't have all the tools we have now to know more, that more carnal, primal side of them was still alive in a way. And I think that was one of the keys that helped unlock their spirituality at the time, because that's really all they had. They just had nature, the environment, the animals, all that stuff, and their tribe, you know? But I think that's why we ended up getting to this point, is because ultimately and stuff, despite, you know, sometimes hearing some of the stories from back then and stuff, at least all the scribes and all that stuff that they were able to I don't know, translate up until today and stuff, they do talk about how, oh, yeah, there might be a malevolent thing out there, and there's dark spirits and this, that, and the fourth, even though they continue to bring children here and stuff. And that's what I mean. I think it was just like, it was this weird 50-50 thing where it's like they had a good understanding, and it's on some weird time traveling thing where they only were so aware of these things and stuff because of how spiritual they were at that time, but they couldn't get past the carnal side. But with everything that they were able to gain from that point in time about the spiritual side, since I guess things were more spiritually open, I guess, early on in humanity on Earth, it seems like some of that stuff that carried over from that point in time up until now was meant to help beings like us currently to understand where we're at now wholly and completely to a degree, you know? But unfortunately for them and stuff, yeah, they were kind of just victims to this whole system of like, yeah, just keep pumping them out, keep your whole lineage going, and try to make the best of it and stuff, you know? Because to do otherwise is overly negative and it's bad and whatever else, you know?
Yeah, you raise a great point, because you raised this similar point in the sense that I'm going to say before, with like basically doing the dirty work now so that in the future things are easier. So they, you know, clearly in part did a lot of those teachings. That's why we call it ancient teachings, you know, different ancient understandings, because they knew, given, like you mentioned, this carnal fucking compulsion. Shout out to my boy Shangal here in the flesh as well. It's going to create more flesh bodies with this current biology of things. It's so hard of a thing to like not do for certain folks, you know what I mean? In the concept of, you know, not procreating. And so yeah, they knew just by innate biology this would still happen. Like, you know, humans are going to continue doing human shit. It's going to take something outside of humans to end humans and all this shit. And this mentality that we're talking about is way above our human shit. It's tapping into something that was from before all of this shit, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, so yeah, I like the point that you raised there, because yeah, they likely, because a lot of them often don't even be doing this shit with procreating and shit. But for those that did, you know, whatever, and we thank them ultimately in the sense of yes, for giving us these understandings that are, you know, timeless, that we can of course utilize right now.
I think I should also preface that I don't think our ancestors understood that their findings were going to be used for future. I think they were very just in the now. They weren't thinking about the future or anything like that, just to preface that. I'm just saying that their findings, though, in a weird time travel way, ended up helping their future predecessors, is basically just what I'm trying to get at. But I don't think they ultimately cared too much about the future, honestly.
Yeah, no, I can get that, because like I'm right now and I don't give a fuck about the future. I'm all about like ending this shit right. Yeah, because I hear you. I hear you. Yeah. Because we're all about the now. All one of us. That's what we're for. Yeah. I feel you. Let's see here. I'm going to start from the top or from the bottom, most recent. Anything that was from after this particular comment. Let's see, man. Because I know there were some other comments. I don't think I missed anything too crazy, but I'm just going to go back from the very bottom for the very recent and back up.
I think Shane wanted a link. I think he wanted to jump on.
Oh, he did? I appreciate you letting me know. Yeah, I forgot on, or rather didn't maybe read it. Thank you for letting me know that. And yes, Sean, if anyone else wants to join, Shangal, I see you here as well right now.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Know, you can always, anyone of you guys know. So please, of course. But yeah, I'm going to go from the bottom for the most recent, then up. If there's any comments, Phantom, Shy, you guys see, you can let me know. But starting from the top, my boy Untold says 300,000 years of biological programming, not easy to brush off. Yeah, it's not. It's going to take a minute to do that brainwashing, or rather to clean up the brainwashing and all the programming, right? Yeah,
especially in like movies, TV shows.
It helps fuel it. It helps fuel the biological programming. Yep.
And that's why for those of us here, that's why like we can shout out to Shanghai, because there's entertainment. Like we all have a similar attraction to things, you know what I mean? And I will, like I said, in terms of like the songs and everything, if you guys would want, I'm just gonna post it on the post. These aren't type of shits that I want to have on like that video section of the channel. That's just hard, you know, points on anti-nihilism, ephilism, this anti-cosmic shit. But yeah, this entertainment is very important, because yes, they pull on our heartstrings with the entertainment, and it promotes further natalism, all this, you know, negative entropy shit. But using the mythology that's being played out in movies, right? All this is a hero's journey. Any fucking media, it's the same fucking start, fucking climax, resolution. That's the sign. It's always a similar wavelength, is whether you like it or not. They're playing it out there with the movies. And so peeping that mythos and being like, yeah, you know, in your way, how you can spin it comfortably with those that you're around, you know, trying to basically implement what we're saying here, integrating with what you're watching. If you're with, like, I'm all about that. And that's what I mean. Like, eventually, if they're not fucking with you already, they're not, and they're not your friend. Here's my point. We shouldn't be around people that are not of this vibe. This vibe thing. I get it. Like, there's certain people, family, I get it. Certain people in your life, I get it. But like, what I always try to say, like, what are people doing? What are people talking about? I am not trying to be around people that are not talking about this. If I am, again, we're doing something, say, physical or or you're just so close to my life that at this point, but you already know type shit. You get my point? So this is my point. Like, for anyone that is in this fucking life right now, man, if they're not of this vibe, I'm sorry. I'm coming from the angle of I don't want to hear some shit. I don't want to hear you speak all this. Like, no, like, there's no more time. There's no more time. Okay, like, I'm tired personally. If I'm not hearing this type of octave of truth, like, I don't know about you guys. I'm over it. I'm over it. This is all that I do on my downtime personally. Like, and when I say downtime, I mean, like, I've done all this other mundane, carnal, flesh shit, and I actually have time. Like, this is where I'm at. Okay, because this is a mission right now. Okay, I'm here. You know, people say purpose. I've just convicted myself. I've always said this in a sense, but I know I can't fucking, what's the term? You know, credify, I guess. I'm just credifying it because I'm the one living it. That I'm here to end this fucking world. Okay, that's people like me. We're here for that. That is the only fucking reason. I look at all this stuff. I've done enough study in my life. I'm here to let people know this world needs to fucking go. Okay, and I've shouted out plenty of people that say the same shit. This fucking needs to go. Whoever the fuck is not about that, know it's coming, whether you like it or not. Right? We try to say it very clearly, but like all these different stories. Is kind of hinting at this. There's certain ones that it's just so clear as day. You know, when you look at the Marvel with the Infinity War and all that shit, Attack on Titan, you know, it gets into that going to nothingness. And that's what I mean with the different questions of bridging. Where are these stories going? Back to nothing. The resolution technically is nothing, you know. So I'm just all about, peeping that mythology and utilizing that to then bridge this form of conversation with people that you might be around, because they should. I'm not personally. I mean, I'm not you guys, but that's the standard that I can at least say that I'm holding to myself, that I would want to hold on to others, because I'm sorry. Like we said before, this is all war. I get it. We're in our own lives, whatever. We're having a great conversation right now. That, of course, you know, I love this conversation, but like at bottom, you know, there are certain forces that are trying to like fight against us. You know what I mean? That's the archonic, or you want to say demiurgic, whatever the fuck shit. But yeah, we're trying to brush off this programming because we've done it for our own selves. And in part with that, when you tap into, say, things that now were latent before, that were doormat before, not being worked on before, and with you now brushing off the programming, you are a walking flame around people that you're around. And so I'm just trying to increase my shit, boy. And since I've started doing this back up again from posting some couple of videos, I felt it. Just talking more at the very fucking least. It does many things that, again, is more than what meets the eye. So yeah, I just appreciate you, Shy, Phantom, because you guys have the way you said certain things today, Shy, is it's helped me. That's why I would say, just explain that a bit, you know, and whatnot. Because I know when we say some more shit, it can lead to other shit and be like, oh yeah, because
it can flourish. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it helps. It helps all of us. You know what I mean? Because that's why I wanted you to. And so I appreciate how you've been breaking down certain things. Let me see. Until misery, the idealistic view of what could be is based on the mental construct of fairness and equity. These are human concepts, not follow natural order. Yeah, fairness, equity. Yeah, this is all our mental thought process for how we can.
That's a good point,
compatible with one another. We know we need to be, you know, work with one another. And this is just our human subjectivity working within existence. Nothing per se objective. Shout out. Let's see. Hello, life is a curse. Yeah, I saw you sent that from about 15 minutes ago, but we doing good. I hope you're doing good as well. All things considered. Sean says here, if this place was amazing, there would be no ego, money system, slaves, boredom, suffering. I mean, just if this place were amazing, it'll be a lot of shit, right? A lot of shit different. Yes. I hear you, man. Vayzan, this from the bottom. If there's any other comments, you can guys let me know, but I didn't see too much per se. Humanity built so much things for a few thousand years through so much pain and wars and exploitation just for you to live a comfortable life. Stop being ungrateful. Yo, that they always be saying that. Yeah. Oh, your ancestors, they battled through blood, sweat, and tears. And you talking this shit? Oh yeah, they see stuff.
Yeah, it could be argued that those that say that are the ungrateful ones, or they take what their ancestors did for granted. At least if you're going to put so much stock into it, so much purpose or whatever energy into that, because ultimately, like if you're actually paying attention to how the world's going, and also to certain tribes that are trying to do things to fuck with what your ancestors have built. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, if you give a fuck about the shit that your ancestors built and went through, you would fight for it. Once you realize it's being threatened and tampered with and altered and demented, you know what I mean? You'd be like, no, you're not going to do that because my ancestors worked on it. But everyone just lets it happen everywhere. All groups of people, not just a certain group of people, but all people. they let other groups of people just shit on all the stuff that their ancestors built. It's weird, but yeah, silly to say stuff like that, or at least when normies say that, I should say.
Yeah, I listen, whatever economic system, people say we're in capitalism, people want to call it crony capitalism or technocrat feudalism, all these different techno-fascism, whatever. I wish the best for everybody in a sense, but this is just so fucked up. I just get so irritated. You guys saw in the past streams, whenever it gets to this point of us exploiting other people, that is so evil. That is so, and we know this obviously with like the, diet realm of things with our, people that are carnists that eat meat. I always say I'm in it, I'm no better. But like, there are so many ways, but we can understand how shitty of a person that we are. You know what I mean? You don't got to look at no political fucking actor. You know what I mean? Somebody outside of yourself. Just look at yourself and what we're doing. That's what I mean. Like people, it's just it's sad. You know what I mean? And so for those of us that are like able to be truthful with yourself, it's not even like we're talking about other people. You're just talking about what you are having to deal with at a certain level, at least, let alone other people that you can look at. Like you should see a side of yourself. Like you should have two versions of you. You know what I mean? Whether you're mental, spiritual version of you, and then you have that physical, the carnal flesh. You know what I mean? And you should, in a sense, be, like to that carnal sense of things. Like, man, this is some bullshit that like I'm having to, be in this fucking ego and all this shit. You know what I mean? It's like you don't want to say per se hate yourself or anything. It's just understanding the unfortunate things that you have to now deal with. You know what I mean? And that's the spirit realizing this shit within it. Yeah, man, because I can't, man. Whenever I keep reading these different things, man, or seeing it, this element of exploitation, shit grinds my gears, man. I work remote. I don't even be seeing people half the time. So I get reminded of certain things. I'm just like, fuck, bro, man. Fuck these motherfuckers.
Yeah, it's the ism, at the end of the word ism. Like a lot of even antinatalism, ephilism, just communism,
capitalism, socialism.
It's a own spell. Yeah, that word ism.
Yeah, for sure.
It's especially like how like what pimps say, speak your ism, speak the game, the shit like that. I guess it's the same thing with what's going on right now. We're under some type of ism that they spoken to us and got us in a way to be controlled or something like that,
Right. And my boy Shingal here says, yeah, because that ism is it, it's like how he says a system, it's a philosophy. That's why I say we all have our own philosophy of life because you plan it whether you like it or not. And even like, we say a term ism, right? Because, but like it's describing something that's going, all these words are technically describing something that's going on, you know what I mean? And so, yeah, this ism goes back to the fact, because, yeah, we have all these different isms. Like, what the fuck? It goes back to the fact that, like, we're clearly not whole, right? That's why we need now a system. We need this philosophy. We need a structure to like ground ourselves, because if not, we're gonna fly off the fucking rails and die. You know, a fucking baby, right? Just have a baby live by themselves. They're gonna get fucking eaten by some other fucking, or you know, fucking die some fucking. So yeah, we need an ism, we need a system, we need a philosophy for structure. But that should, again, just ask why any of this. Like, it goes back to some bullshit, some unfortunate reality now that we're having to deal with. And yeah, it's fuck them. Like, yeah, all these isms, I got tired of it at a certain point. Yeah, there was a certain point I went to your point, fans, and I'm like, all these fucking isms, bro. Like, what the fuck, man? Can't we just like, this one, like, talk?
Racism, classism. That's another.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's just all these issues. That's how I see it. Issues. And so it's like, why the fuck are we dealing with issues? At a certain point, wisdom is silence. That's why when you see certain monks or whatever just meditating, I get it. Because at a certain point, there's like, yeah, I'm talking now with this shit right now, but this goes back to the nothing. You know what I'm saying? We're talking to go back there. So we're talking essentially nothing. You get my point? But so this isms and shit, and just how we get so much more with the wordplay. You know, it's, again, like, what words are we using? We're using words for people that didn't give a fuck about us. You know what I mean? And so we don't even know how many ways this words game goes. It's so. And so I get very fucking upset, bro. So yeah, when you were saying the isms, man, I've been on that for a minute. Like, why the fuck do we have all these isms, man?
It's just built into the language, it seems, unfortunately.
Right. And and I already know you guys know, but I'm just saying, like, when you keep answering these whys, right? It's like, then why the fuck do we have language when it's so twisted? It's like, it gets to a point where it's like, it just is. And it's like, well, I'm not sticking with it. I'm not putting up with it type energy, right? Because it's like, it's just the way it is. It's just how we needed to do it. No. Because it's gotten to this point, right? That's what I mean with the ancestors and shit. Like, the fact that it's gotten to this, no, fuck any creation, because it can get to this level, let alone whatever other level that's worse. Let alone, technically, people say it was worse back then, right? So it's like, man, fuck it. Man, that is hilarious. Here, my boy Untold says this plane is a battleground. It was designed to be messy. We know, cruel. Suffering, a testing ground for the brightness of one's soul. Fair? No, but it is a vetting process for the larger scope. Whatever the larger scope is.
Well, kind of seems that way a little bit. I'll be honest. I could see his point for sure.
Yeah. I mean, we got to think about it like that. You got to, put your good twist on it. Why the fuck not? I mean, that's what I like when it comes to belief, if your belief isn't imposing harm, I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? If your ignorance isn't evil, as then it's like imposing, harm. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what niggas do. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, because I definitely vibed, that. Again, I mentioned, like, I'm here to fucking end this shit. You know what I mean? So what is it? My soul, or Again, whatever belief anyone has that's not imposing harm, good. I like, do you. But with all these different religions and shit, it's imposing people to have to come here for some transcendent principle, which is it is such a fucking con. So yeah, any belief any one of us has, cool, because I know whatever beliefs that we have, you know what I mean? You're not putting somebody to have to fucking deal with any of this bullshit. So I can personally care less. So yeah, shout out, because I definitely hold a similar sentiment. For my boy Untold. Is there anything else you guys want to say with this one before I move on?
I don't know. Just that, yeah. Like, I just see his point. I also do hold a somewhat similar perspective that, yeah, this is just like the beginning. Like, this ain't nothing and stuff. It's the next part that matters more than this shit, honestly. Which is ultimately, I think that's why a lot of normie, carnal humans and stuff that don't, actually think with a heart and a soul, a spirit, whatever else you want to call it. Yeah, I think that's why a lot of them are scared to death. Is because I think there's certain intuitive feelings they have where it's like they kind of have an idea on what it's going to be like, and probably what's waiting there for them and stuff. And frankly, as I usually sometimes say in my comments and stuff that I'll leave on people like your post and Shangal and all that stuff, I think it is important to kind of leave here with as calm as you can, which is going to be a bit tricky, but ultimately though, with the mind and heart of a warrior basically and stuff, that nothing's gonna fuck with you type of thing and stuff. And you're gonna stand up for yourself no matter what happens, no matter what you're faced with, so on and so forth, right? And I think a lot of people, they just they don't really have that in them, because they realize, especially towards the end of their life, they didn't even stand up to the government, or even, as Shango mentions, like that that one cadet cop or whatever, you know what I mean? Like they never even attempted to do any of that stuff. So the concept of having to stand up and defend yourself and stand up for what's actually right, what you believe to be actually right. Yeah, I just think a lot of people just they can and won't do that and stuff. But to be fair, yeah, this path is not for everyone, as the saying is said. I'm pretty sure it's in the Divine Comedy. I might be wrong on that. It might be in the Bible too. But yeah, the gate is narrow. So I think that that quote has always resonated with me, because I do see it, because not everyone is able to think like this. Let alone, like, do they even want to think like this? Most people don't. But yeah, that's all I was gonna say.
Yeah, it's so many things said there, and yeah, they don't want to know. It's just different paths, and that's what I've had to come to settle with. But at the very least, understanding, for the people that I might be around, like, okay, I'm confirmed now that is your path. Okay, good day to you, sir, ma'am. I'll move my way. You know what I mean? Because I'm just all about, if you didn't already know, I'm gonna put you privy type energy. Because at the very least, what else am I doing down here? You know what I mean? Because it's a ripple effect. It's a wavelength of things that you can't necessarily conceptually grasp the fullest extent of just a simple thing that you're just saying to somebody in your life. You know what I mean? Let alone the internet. There's definitely an exponential gravity for whatever we're doing. Whether we, again, like you mentioned before, with the indigenous tribes from the past, whether they knew it or not, it's come to this point that they're helping us out. So whatever it is we have the passion for, so we in part know what we're passionate about with being on this call, listening to some nigga like me talk for almost 4 hours. We know what we're passionate about. So from there, just have that heart, have that fearlessness, to Shy's point, to stand up for what you are about, you know what I mean? And to try to exercise that to the highest extent you can. Shout out to Shengao for making people just try to think bigger than where you currently are. Just think one step higher and just keep going, at least mentally, and anything you can do physically from there, because it all means something, because nothing means something. All these terms. Shout out my boy Phantom Shy here. Yeah, I really like how, Shy, you've been explaining a lot of things, man. I'm definitely holding you to it, man. Whenever you, of course, have the time or anything, whenever I'm doing these lives, I appreciate you. Phantom, you already know, because you came on initially.
Yeah.
So, please know, guys, because it's helping.
I have a lot more to say, but like,
interrupt me, please. Please go ahead, please, guys. Be sure.
My mind is kind of empty right now, because like whenever, like I said, whenever I'm not on the stream, I got like this. I can't say. I got so many ideas to say, or just to talk about with you, and then like we can just click, and then when I'm on streams, like, damn it, like I don't know, probably the fucking Matrix, or just
no, you're not alone too. Like, if I were to show you the different things I have pulled up, and I only went through like a fifth of it, not even. Yeah, there's something about streams. It's just authentic, though. You know what I mean? Especially when you do something live. Just like, it's funny because like this is like, it's not a presentation, but you get my point.
Yeah.
Like, people will do like fucking auto tune and stuff. But my thing is, again, with the stream, you're connecting and you're just seeing it straight up. You know what I mean? Just straight up, you're seeing that spirit radiate. Because I get you. There are so many things in my mind getting to this. Like, there's just so many ways you can have this conversation. So many ways I was thinking about it, and I wrote down as much as I could, but I knew when I was going to start, I'm just going to do whatever I'm only going to look at so much, and I covered enough for that initial basis, for the timestamps and stuff to do, and to make logic sense for the train of thought for us to get to this point, because it's definitely a building of things. So that's why I was trying to emphasize, that mutability, the adaptability with communication, with language, with life. Like, we all are adapting, you know what I mean? And that's the melanin component. We see it clear as day on our skin element level of things, when we're at the sun, and that information, our skin adapts to that. But there's way more than just that. for that component of things. But yeah, and you just build, you will build, you will be a better, I mean, talk about, for any, child-free people, they always talk about how, this is, helping their lives when you don't have a child or whatever. Well, in this case, it will help, in terms of if you have a job or some shit, it should help with your, speaking skills, professionalism, all that shit. Like, shit, because I kind of used to train people on all that shit. So I'm taking that element here in a sense. And oh man, it's crazy. It's crazy how life works. But yeah, man, I'm just about connecting with us because like Shy mentioned, like this shit, it means a lot. It means a lot. And I just keep saying we're not going to understand it fully. But yeah, is there anything else that you were wanting to say there, Phantom or Shy?
Well, yeah, no, just oh, well, actually, yeah, Phantom. Yeah, if you were gonna say something,
I'm just trying to think. I'm just trying to make it come naturally right now. But
yeah, but do know, guys, you guys, my boy Mark and Shingo, they know when I'm on the stream with anyone or you guys or whoever, please, because I can just keep going and talking. Just when you just talk, I'll be like, okay, I'll
okay, fair enough. Yeah, I try not to interrupt because like I want to hear people out, and it can be a bit rude. But yeah, no, if you're open to it and stuff, then yeah, every now and then I might interject. But yeah. I forget the exact thing I was gonna say, but yeah.
Yeah, I hear you, and I appreciate that consideration because that's all it is. You trying to, not be rude or anything, but I try to like jot down like a keyword, like okay, I was gonna talk about this before I try to, because I hear you. Because there's people in my life they know when I get interrupted, I'm like just subconsciously, innately, unconsciously, I'm like, man. But I know, like obviously, the other person, they have some shit to say. So more so nowadays, I'm like, okay, they got some shit to say. Say it, please. What you got, my guy or girl, Oh, but yeah, you guys let me know if there's anything. I'm just going to see any other comments. Say we're slaves, but why? You funny, Sean. You say we slaves, why? Imagine saying that to your slave master. Why? Yeah, Sean, that made me laugh real funny, man. You funny, Sean. Oh man, why must we do this? But why? Yeah, it just can't, man. It can't. Let's say Shingal says stage side. Even I get it, which is why I'll pick a specific topic and talk for hours all by myself just to make sure I get it all out. Yeah, because obviously, let alone this. It's a great thing what Shingal does because again, I say it, I talk to myself all the time. I'm not recording, but when you do, it helps you. It helps, of course, who you're listening to, and especially when they really listen to you all the way to be like, okay, I'm trying to understand how you get, and so they really get to really understand your mental processes of things. It's a great thing. It's a great thing. And like I said, already from before, I'm going to post in the chat once I get this updated for the different timestamps and everything. I just think it's interesting. If anyone that's interested to see my chart, there's somebody that did a reading online on YouTube. You can just listen to the first 5 minutes. I'll put it again so that you can click on it. You'll see, just listen to the first 5-6 minutes. You'll see clear as day. Clear as day. It's like, wow. Like you can literally see why I'm doing what I'm doing. Like it's literally, when I showed it to Shangal and Mark, they're like, yeah, it's clear as day. Even if you don't know astrology, it's just clear as day. So I just say, just know more about yourself because there's likely a reason why you're vibing with this. That's why I'm going to put some music to my channel again, just some different tracks, meditation that you can, we may not do.
Yeah, that would be cool.
What was that?
No, I was just saying, no, that would be cool. I'm always open for like music shares and all that stuff. Oh, especially if it comes from the heart, like it's stuff that like really resonates with you. I think that's cool.
Oh yeah, let me tell you, I got some things, drilled into. Yeah, I'm gonna post it here later today. I have time today. Like I said, I'm off, so I'm gonna get to the timestamps and everything, get this all, and I'll put a post once that's up. But yeah, I have a few different videos that you guys can, and it's like if you guys are into like the whole hertz, 520 hertz, and it's all primed. It's all primed up, so you can just listen. And it's similar like anime type vibes. So if anyone is likes Attack on Titan or Huey Freeman, you might like some of the artwork. But it's the vibes. You know what I mean? That's where I was going before. But just the Gemini energy, I can just, because that's all this is. It's just communication. You know what I'm saying? That's all this shit is. Like just knowing what that image, glyph, representation, all that It's not just astrology. Astrology is representing more of life than it's just describing life and the processes that's currently going on right now. That's all this is. You know what I mean? It's a harmony going on clearly, and we are harmonizing. You know what you guys know what way we're harmonizing too. You know what I mean? And so the music subconsciously, it's going to further drill these things in. So when you go to my post or you bookmark it, because again, you're going to have to bookmark it for these different tracks that I'll send. Because I'm not trying to like post it too crazy around the channel. So they're going to be like private or whatever, unlisted videos, but they're great. They're great to get back to and just meditate, just close your eyes or just drive or great. I mean, everyone likes their own music, but I think the tracks are very like broad. It's not like it's too one way or the other. I hope we'll see. But yeah, man, I'm glad you said that, Shy, because yeah, music is everything. This is music right now. You know, when I hear you guys speak, it is music to my ears. You know, like I'm enjoying these, you know, different points you got to say. You know.
Yeah, right back at you for real.
I'm reading a comment right now from Untold Misery. I think it's for me. He said, like, remember that once you leave the U.S., you have to pay tax in your societal debt, as well as a part of the process. Look into it and say the cost. Yeah, I know about that. Yeah, you can't escape from fucking Uncle Sam. It's like really, you gotta scroll all the way up, but yeah, you can't escape from Uncle Sam. You know, and that's another thing too. It's just trying to leave too. It's fucking. They make everything difficult here. I swear to God, like it's fucking and you know the concept of countries. You know, social change as countries. This is all man-made, another man-made construct that nobody wants to talk about that with nationalism or borders and shit like that. Because like we should all be free to go wherever we want, you know. But sadly, that's not the case.
Now they're going to use what you're saying to extend the borders, right? I'm sure you guys have heard with the whole New World Order and what's coming. They want to have just a America, right? They want to combine like North America and South America, or at least Canada with the US, or like they're wanting to integrate, you know, the one world religions, one world curse. So yeah, because yes, this is all fabricated. They can do whatever the fuck they want. It can be okay, let's just now fucking do this, you know, because yeah, and we know this, everyone should know this. Yeah, it's all just fiction. That's going on for those different lines of things. Yeah, man, I feel you on that. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a good point, Untold. But yeah, we know we can't get away of this game ultimately while we're here. You know what I mean? It's just relatively speaking, some places might be better than others. We know.
Yeah, especially since I'm like I'm Gen Z. Bro, the cost of living here as like somebody like born early 2000, this shit is just too much. I don't know what born you're what year you were born in? Alyssa, what year you were born in? 96? Okay, damn, okay. So like you I guess late millennial?
Yeah, I'm on the cusp, man. You talking about the cusp? What? Yeah, you can call me a Gen Z, you can call me a millennial. I'm both them things. I say with this Gemini duo, whether this or that, I'm right there.
Yeah, I mean it's just kind of getting bad right now. I don't know. It's just driving me crazy.
Yeah, that's the intention behind it.
What you say?
Oh, sorry.
What did you say, Shy?
Well, no, I was saying no. That's definitely part of it. It feeling so like crazy and difficult to do what he's trying to do. Phantom's trying to do, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, sorry. I think he meant what you said. I was just interjecting quickly. My bad.
I don't remember what I said. I just said some shit like.
My bad.
No, I didn't say some shit. That's why I was wanting you to go. Because I mean, what the fuck? We're talking about fucking cost relocation and shit, like. Because I've been told, nigga, you need to move, you know, from where I'm at. And I might one day or whatever. But like kind of Untold is saying, essentially, you know, there's going to be a debt somewhere already. What do you say? So that when you leave the U.S., you have to pay tax in your societal as well as part of the process. Yeah, I'm sure they're gonna tax. They will always tax you until you fucking die. You know what is it? Like two truths, death and taxes. Like, yeah, I mean,
even just to renounce your citizenship if you're as a U.S. citizen. I mean, I wouldn't do that shit because this is the only thing that I fucking have, at least, you know, with first world privilege, at least. But I think that costs like $2,000 just to try to get out. Compared to Canada, is only like $100 if you want to renounce your Canadian citizenship. All these things that they done. And yeah, but I gotta rely on Uncle Sam still, sadly. So, I mean, shit, we all gotta do. So if you're in the US, I know Europe is different, but they probably got their own fucking problems there when it comes to
Yeah,
that.
absolutely. Yeah, Europe is pretty fucking bad right now. It's akin to Canada, unfortunately, where I reside. Honestly, if I'm just keeping it a bug with you, man, just full honesty and stuff, because I'll be honest, I've been studying a lot in terms of the NWO stuff and also just observing how our enemies are actually moving to actually accomplish that. And I'll be honest, yeah, I think the point in humanity that we're at now, officially, is just like, especially if you're conscious like us, like just try to make the most of where you're at and just try to kind of have fun with it, honestly, man, because especially when it comes down to especially these main things, the first thing being money, like where the economy's at now. One thing I can assure you, because history proves me correct here, and hell, worst comes to worst, just don't believe me, watch it happen. War, when war happens in history, every single time that usually happens, there's usually some type of recession or something like this. The economy crashes a bit.
Yeah, we're going through that right now.
With that being said, you can see how they're talking about that now, right? Oh, prepare for war here, prepare for war there. This nation's saying that, all these things, right? The whole reason why they're saying that shit is because, yeah, it's coming. And if they do actually end up going to war where it's significant enough, where many different countries are firing off missiles and bombs and stuff, it's not just a matter of fact they're trying to scare you to go to another country. It's just the idea that even if you were to, everyone is going to become so tyrannical and try to lock down their citizens and all that. And not only that, your money all of a sudden doesn't mean anything anymore, because that's ultimately also where this is going, because they want to impose a CBDC or whatever. It's basically central bank digital currency. They want to impose that on people eventually, which is, coming up not that far away. So in terms of the money that we all have now and stuff, trust me, literally in the next 3 years, potentially, it won't mean much. So that's what I mean when it comes down to debt and all this other stuff. I do think one thing, though, at least especially when it comes down to debt, as much, or as evil as our enemies are, and as much of a dickhead as they are, I do think in a weird way, I don't think they will carry over your credit debt or any debt like that into this new economy. I do think they would let that go, only because this new economy is going to be genuinely so different. Like, humanity has never seen this next part. Like, they've never seen this. So I think any debt that you have in this old commerce, fiat currency and all that stuff, it won't matter. Genuinely, in a few years, not very long, not a decade, unfortunately. We don't even have a decade anymore. It's a few years. So if they go through with the whole theatrical war and all that stuff, the economy will pop, because that's the only thing this economy is currently waiting for, is that big thing. So, and also, I guess, to add more evidence on why I know it's going to pop, is because also when wars happen, the number one thing governments do, they print money, especially the US. They always print money. And if they print money, especially with the economy being what it is now, what do you think is going to happen to the economy? It's going to pop. It's going to crash. So just keep that in mind, unfortunately. I'm just to keep it real with you. But yeah, just try to enjoy all the things you can now, literally day by day. The moment is all we got, effectively, at this point, because once they actually go through with that war stuff, that's when they're going to try to start locking people down. You can't say this, you can't do that. We're moving and transitioning into, you know what I mean? It turns into all that bullshit. So as of right now, today, this moment, going forward for the rest of the week, yeah, just take every day, just one day at a time, one moment at a time, and just try to have fun and be you, really. Because that's the one thing that they're going to try to lock down, is everyone's ability to be you and speak your shit and be honest and all that. So, and it will come with the wars is my main point. Like, the war is going to be the precursor that leads to all that bullshit, all the censoring, all that.
Yeah, this type of conversation and shit, who knows, come down the line, already it's obviously not that often, you see these, us and, this type of framework and da. But yeah, it's only going to get worse. Like you mentioned, with the censorship and just the limitations with rights, lack thereof, that they're going to impose. And if you look into, here I go again with the astrology, but yeah, if you look into that, they have.
No, it's valid.
Yeah, I mean, just look up the astrology podcast. There's this one fucking white dude, Chris Brennan or somebody, just his past couple videos. War, 2026 ahead, war. There's one guy, his name Samuel, whoever, from past stream. He was like, what are your predictions or outlook in the year? And we were like, entropy. Because honestly, this is the same shit. They're just trying to use this shit. Because I'm telling you, there's a reason. The very fact that I'm even putting videos just intuitively right now, you know what I mean? Shane Gao, you know, Marks, and not just us. I'm just saying niggas that I know. You know what I mean? You guys here on the fucking, there's a flow, and we're not fucking with this shit. Ultimately, this is what I mean with like the, you know, you mentioned with the money. Obviously, we know with the debt, we're not paying it back. It just comes to a certain point when niggas get so fed up. And they know the certain nigga threshold. And right now is like, that's why they have the bunkers and some shit. My boy Shane Gao is like, yeah, you mentioned Shane Gao, that you know, they only have these different things so that because they don't know how man is gonna react. You know, man can be like, yo, we're gonna get up. They are planning, they always plan for the worst case. This is all strategy, it's all war with war. There's tactics, psychologic, right? And they know technically there could be a reality where we are like literally burning their fucking shits down. So that's why they have the whole bunkers and other shits and whatnot. Because with war, you know, contracts, government contracts, those military fucking subsidies for the different fucking, you know, machines and shit that they gotta buy, all these different fucking, you know, machine companies, fucking Lockheed Martin's one of them I know for sure off the cuff of my head, or other niggas, you know, fucking invest in fucking that shit if you want to invest, because them niggas gonna get banked up. Because like you said, yeah, we need money for what? For war shit. And so in part. So yeah, and with that quantitative easing and shit, it's terrible. It's gonna, that hyperinflation, as they say, it's gonna happen. We know. It's just what time, when, not rather if, but when. It is what it is, nigga. I'm here for it. I'm here to let like, you're gonna see with some of these videos I'm gonna pull out. You know, I'm with it, man. I'm with the war, man. I'm an Aries. Like, let's go. Like, I listen, man. What we may have to face. That's why I mentioned to my boy Phantom leaving this place, the U.S. I get it, because we know we've seen it before. Oh, you know, we see war over there. You know, oh, I feel so bad for them, but it's over there, so I'm good here. But imagine if it was here, you know. And I don't think these people over here in the States and everything, they're. But honestly, man, you got to prepare. You know, a lot of this talk is, you know, the death talk. It's a lot of preparation. You know what I mean? And in the proximity of things, we gotta be conscientious, like Shingal mentioned, with the food that we buy, anything that we buy. You know, just being more conscious of what you are consuming on all levels. You know what I mean? That's why I'm saying, like, what are we talking about? You know, with other niggas and other people that are having a podcast or YouTube or, you know, TikTok, Twitter. And what are people like? It blows me. And so when I see people caught up in their own ego, especially given the climate of today, that's why I'm like, yo, y'all motherfuckers are evil, bro. I'm sorry. Sorry. It's bigger than you, but I'm saying you're promoting that too. You are evil. So shout out to you, Shy, Phantom, everybody here for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of people who are still on their ego and about, you know, like they're mainly about, oh yeah, how to optimize how much money you make, or even Bitcoin, even down to that. I think that's also the the dark kind of funny part to me about all this, is that all those guys and just people in general, honestly, that have always throughout all the years had such an ego about being a hard worker and making a lot of money. Oh man, I got this and you don't got that. And like, oh, you know, people who talk like that, like all those guys, they're in for a really rude awakening. And a part of me, I'll be honest, especially since ever since I was younger, I've never been that type of person. I never really liked money, just because I saw the impacts it would have on just people around me, mainly my parents, the way they would yell and argue about money and paying this and paying that. I was like, yeah, I don't think money is anything objectively good if it's causing my own two parents to act this way, right? Where I almost got to hear this almost like every month or something, you know? But yeah, no, point is just that, yeah, I do look forward to hearing or potentially seeing some of the reactions of some of these people when they find out, oh, my Bitcoin wallet is empty. How did that happen? Or, oh, my bank account, all my savings and everything is just gone. What happened? You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, what happened? Yeah, you were such a hard worker and stuff. You wanted to keep your head to the ground and not pay attention to your surroundings. What was happening to people who you considered lesser than you and stuff like that, who were going through hard times? Oh, but I didn't care because I got to be above them. I got to be the boss over them, the manager, whoever, you know? And now that we've come to a head now in humanity, now what? Like, you were so big when things were kind of going your way and stuff like that, and now all that gets taken away from you. What type of man or woman are you now? Who are you really? Do you know? Or did you only think that you were this because, oh, I have this and that, so I'm this type of man or woman? But without those things, who are you?
Man,
that's
you right
another
on the
thing.
frequency, Dale. You right on the frequency. Who are you, man? And because someone like me, if my life savings got taken away, yada yada, you already know the vibe I'm with. Fuck all this shit already, right?
Yeah.
So for these other ones that want to be like, oh no, my money, no. Fuck this shit. What is this? And like you mentioned, I love the way you just said that. Like you all, I mean, and I'm with them, I'm no better, we're letting all this shit happen, you know what I mean? So yeah, in a sense, fuck you, you know what I mean? Because like we're like complacent with this shit, you know what I mean? So fuck your finances, fuck any upkeeping, maintenance, you know what I mean? We don't deserve anything. It's just whatever willpower you have to do anything, you know what I mean? And there's clearly a will above us already with this society. We have a fucking papa government out here, Mother Nature too. So yeah, what really do we have? Who the fuck even are we? Those are some of the questions. That's why I mentioned you on the frequency that I was asking initially. And yeah, no, this is some. I don't even know what to say right now.
I was about to say.
I gotta go ahead, Phantom.
I was about to say that's another thing about with Bitcoin and crypto is that it's like this is another imaginary. This is lines of code. This is another lines of code. I mean, the only crypto I would say like probably you guys should buy is probably just Monero, but I don't think what they're called like what either like a Bitcoin maximalist or something like that. Like they think that a certain crypto will save us all and that will be the solution. I mean, even though I do support Monero because it's like it's more private than Bitcoin, but I don't think that's gonna really be the solution to saving all this shit.
Yeah, I mean, there's no solution. We know this. You know what I mean? We're in a impermanent realm. So to try it, because with solution, you're thinking permanent, right? You mentioned before stable, right? But like you're in an unstable realm, though. So how does that make sense? So it's just people that are pulling on the heartstrings of people, and we know with in part the heartstrings, the emotion, the security. We want to feel secure. And so finances and that Ponzi scheme play is so bad how it gets played. To your point with the different things they want to say as a saving grace for humanity or whoever, it's terrible, man. So thank you though, Bill, for sharing your insight. Because anything you guys, in that case, crypto or whatever that you want to say, yeah, man, I appreciate you sharing that, Phantom. Was there something you wanted to say following that, Shy?
Yeah, no, not really. Yeah, it's just I think I always thought it was funny when people thought like things like Bitcoin would be the saving grace of, oh yeah, this is the future of the economy. Just they're correct, but just not in the ways that they think they are and stuff. Because they're even going to reset that because the current Bitcoin is operating within the current fiat commerce system, right? So they have to do the full reset and then re-release the Bitcoin, and then that Bitcoin applies to the new economy. But of course, a lot of them don't understand that. They just think, oh yeah, no, this is going to carry on to the future, and oh yeah, this money will go to my family's family. To be honest, all that like legacy bank account or savings type thing, that's of the past. That's done. Straight up, it's done. Many people don't even know that, but it's done. All that saving stuff for your future family's family and all that. No, they're going to take all that away. They're going to
I never get that like with if you were rich then still have you're allowed to have kids, but like it's like at the same time, even if I was rich, like this is another imaginary thing I'm passing down to a child. I mean, just keep them non-existent. Like I'll just use the money on myself or just somebody that already exists.
Absolutely.
Just don't have them in the first place. Like
especially right now. All the people I see walking around with strollers, holding little infants and stuff, it does kind of disgust. Well, not kind of. It does disgust me because I do have a proper understanding of where the fuck this is going, and it's like, dude, they should not be here. Like that level of innocence should not be here right now because it's about to get really, like, actually ugly. Down to the point where like parents are going to be screaming and wailing in the streets as they talk about in the Bible, as they prophesize, right? Like, yeah. People are going to be like that. And that's the whole point of this whole, rollout of the new economy and stuff, and why they're going to take so much away from people and stuff leading into it is because they need you on your knees begging for the solution. And once you beg and stuff like that, then they'll be, okay, we'll give you the solution. It's this. But it comes with a few conditions. The conditions are we literally monitor everything you eat. We monitor how much water you use. How much you go outside, frankly, because as they talk about and stuff, humans emit carbon, right, which can be harmful to the environment. So if you're outside too much and stuff, you know, maybe that might be harmful to the environment. So like literally everything is going to be policed and controlled. This legitimately is about to turn into prison world or prison planet or realm or whatever. Like literally, they're really about to do that.
And honestly, for someone like me, I'm all right with it because I'm like, fuck any of this shit anyway. We shouldn't be promoting any of this shit. Da 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 da. We should find a way out already. You know what I mean? So it's just making it worse for those natalists that want to maintain and promote this shit for whatever fucking Stockholm syndrome ass reason that they want to say. Because and it's just the heart. You know, we see how this is going. We see a baby. It's like, goddamn, here we go. You know, we got to get through this bullshit that now we're. It's sad. It's sad.
It really is.
Yeah. So you know, it's just trying to prevent it, and the ultimate thing with that is, of course, not putting people here. We know that with the anti-natalist shit. But for us here, for anyone that wants to promote it, that's okay for the time being. But obviously, there is something else coming on top of, you know, this societal pressure. That's without question, as we're talking right now, yes. But the entropy, thank God, thank whoever, whatever, that this at least, I know I always just mentally go to bed, at least this is gonna, you know, and even like our own self, you know, before you were born, like, what the fuck did you know? You know what I mean? Like, you weren't, you know what I'm saying? Like, when you contemplated before death or before your birth, you know, just contemplate that for a night, 30 minutes, just contemplate before you were conceived. Nothing, right? Nothing comes up to your mind, right? Right. So it's like, that's why for people, for the pro-mortalists, you know, type energy, and they're just like, yeah, I'm just trying to bounce. Listen, man, I get it. Like you said, Shy, I'm having, as fucked up as this may sound, like I said, I enjoy this type of conversation more than anything because I know the magnitude of it. And it's like, I don't know. I just see it permeate on any other thing of life. This type of element that we're talking about is there. So yeah, I'm having fun with this shit, and I'm fortunate for all that I have, all things considered and everything. So I'm enjoying this ride for what it is. But yeah, it's like, what the fuck? Like, how? I don't know, man. It blows me. It blows me when I see this fucking, what is it? The fucking stroller that motherfuckers have when they for the kids and shit. Like, them motherfuckers are not thinking. They're not thinking. And a lot of them do a certain thing or whatever for their avenue, you know, for their profession or whatever. I don't know. But they're not in this sense of like the direction, you know, like you've been saying, like where this is going. And some of them don't do, they're religious. They in times that's where, you know, these religious folks, they trip me. How do you know certain things and you're still they're still caught up in the animality, you know? And it's a damn, because like you said, all this, like at the end of the day, this whole, I started with the anti-natalism for my channel, like, there is somebody that's going to get fucked over. So that story, the story of the Omalas or Amelas, I apologize for now, but that story is this existence. Like, we are all playing a part. Like, I cannot fuck with people that, again, they want to push the issues to the government, to a president, to somebody out there, not to themselves. The very fact that we're here having to deal with any of this bullshit and we can't ultimately do anything to just quickly remedy some shit, you know, because obviously existence is, you get my point. But the fact that obviously like this is above us and like we can't answer the why, like, no, we are in crime. And you are supposed to clean your hands. You know, that's why motherfuckers are so passionate about veganism, because intuitively we know this is fucked up on many things that we're doing. But I give myself a pass with vegan. Like, there's certain things like are like, talk about the programming. You know, we've been eating that shit all our lives for many of us. So that's that bottom. Putting somebody here, like, I don't give a fuck. I'm a male, you know what I'm saying? Like,
and that's
I have
another
energy.
thing.
I feel I said asexual, but don't get it twisted. You know what I'm saying? I see some ass jiggling shit. I'm like, God, like, I know.
Yeah, you still human.
That's another thing.
I know that is, you know, that no, I need to be, you know, mature. This is a mature conversation that we are right now. You know what I mean? So I will be sure that I do not, you know, put myself in any position to place any possibility. You know, we have plenty of contraceptive ways, thank God. But yeah, that's all this is. Like, we are looking out, and this is the hottest shit. This is what I'm talking about. Like, if you can get more Black people hip on this anti-natalist shit, on this ethylist shit, this entropic, you know, it's like, oh my God, I see a reality personally. I see a reality where you see more niggas, because you got to think, Brother Panic, Like he had a crowd, thousands going to him. You know what I'm saying? Bobby Hemmett, SQS. I wish he had more, but he, you know what I'm saying? Even me, like anybody. I'm just saying I know niggas. You know what I'm saying? I'm just that's any one of us, neuromelanin. If you're in this, you have it in you. You know what I'm saying? It's just fuck this shit. Why are you dealing with this shit? And niggas, we've been on this shit. Our whole lives are always going through some fuck shit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I see it as a thing. Like you said, it's getting more intense. It's getting more hot. I'm out here in Arizona. You know what I mean? There's a reason why niggas like me are the ones. You know what I'm saying? There's way more than what meets the eye. If I show you a certain channel, I've showed it already to Mark and Shanghai. I've already posted them. I'm not going to say it directly because that channel, I swear to God, they look at me and everything this channel posts is so synchronized in my life. It's crazy. So I know that it's way more than just me, all this shit. But they know, again, the higher ups, like I said, we all know this shit. Amazon, they're all listening to us right now, man. I'm using all these fucking same devices to talk right now, man. Google. We're talking the hottest shit right now. They're listening to this shit right now. I don't give a fuck whoever else. I know it says 13 or whoever's on this. I don't give a fuck. They're listening to this. It may not show up or whatever. I can't fucking tell you in the way that I've experienced certain things personally, but I know certain people, they monitor more than other people. You get my point? Because yes, to your point, Shy, this thing it's so fucking obvious. Like if you fucking care enough, you've looked up something where it's like, whoa, like years down the line, whoa. And so depending on the person, you may know more about the whoa, but it's more than what any of us can really truly, again, but you know, again, where this is going. None of it's good. None of it. We're talking death talk. You know what I'm saying? So in the human level, it's not gonna look good. You know what I'm saying? So I'm here for it though. We're all here for it, bro.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because whether we like it or not, you know, because again, whether we want to talk about the societal level, yes, that's even more sorry. But at bottom, you know, all this is unwindling back to the nothing. You know what I'm saying? And that we should be about it. You should accept that. You know what I mean? Wisdom is acceptance. Don't necessarily accept their bullshit, whatever. But regardless, we were gonna die anyway, clearly, right? And our parents put here to fucking, you know what I'm saying? So clearly, we gotta accept all this bullshit, but do what you can within it. You know what I'm saying? Still impose your will, though. Fuck, I better see that. You know, and so that's what this is that we're doing right now.
I was about to say, I know I'm not vegan myself, but I do agree that I feel like we should live in like some type of vegan society. But even with that, we can't even agree on that. You know, just being vegan. You know, everybody being vegan, or people are going. There's going to be a lot of backlash. You know, with that, if people are going to disagree, they're going to fight back with that. Like we can't even agree on that. So like, how can we even go to a point where people understand antinatalism if we can't understand like the harm of animals? And I'm not vegan myself, you know. I participate in that shit, sadly, but yeah.
No, it's not your fault. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, dude, you're like, I mean, the human form, period. Fact of the matter is, you know, I'll be real, many vegans fight against it, but this is just the fact of the matter. The human form is an omnivore. It functions well off of both things. You eat both food, you know, both food options. Like your body's going to optimize and you're going to be really healthy and stuff. I know this from experience because that's all I've ever been my whole life. When I was younger and I figured out, oh yeah, no, I like fruit. I like mango. I like this. I like that. And I also like my veggies too. And I also like to eat meat as well. I've always been really healthy. I don't ever really get sick for too long and stuff. You usually hear some of the illnesses some of these vegans or even people who are carnivores deal with and stuff like that. Like, yeah, like they deal with some pretty crazy illnesses that last for a week, two, almost a month and stuff. And it's like, yeah, it's because it's like you're not filling yourself with all the nutrition you otherwise could, where your body would be able to function at, or your immune system anyway, would be able to function optimally. So you can fight off these things more, you know what I mean? But yeah, don't ever feel guilty for being an omnivore and stuff. To be honest, all this veganism stuff and all even the other side of it, carnivore, it's all, this is psychological trickery given to us by our enemies. Again, it's the same thing, no different to black and white or black versus white, male versus female, so on and so forth. It's that again, unfortunately. So yeah, don't feel overly bad about it. You are what you are. If we were naturally vegans and stuff, I think it would be more clear, and especially to a being like me, as I mentioned early on, and I'm not just saying it to sound like, oh wow, this guy's really wise and kind and whatever the fuck. But seriously, if you can show to me and display to me that this is actually the case and the way I've been viewing things is actually objectively wrong, I'm willing to change. If you can display that to me and stuff, if there's no way I can think myself out of that, and I'm just like, yeah, no, it is really just that way, I will accept it. I'll be like, okay, fine, yeah, you are right. Of course, many other people aren't like that, but you know, that's exactly how I am. But yeah, definitely don't feel guilty.
Any
about
one of
that
us
stuff.
here is that. I'm saying it. Let me say this for my community. Like the fuck, like Shanghai. I love the way this boy. He'll be like, I'm giving you all the gems. I'm giving you all the cheat codes. I'm giving you all I know. I'm giving you my train of logos, my train of logic. Tell me where I'm wrong. You know what I'm saying? And half the time they don't want to look at that shit. They're just saying, look at my shit. So tell me how I'm wrong or whatever. I don't know, some other, no, like put me pervy, put me, you know, tell me what, you know, oh, we're all about that mentality, Shy. And yeah, you know, I feel you are fan too, because yeah, like we saying, you know, I know everything Shy said, you know, all this shit we're talking, we're all literally the same mind right now. You know what I mean? Because I know you don't give a fuck. I'm right there with you. It's just a concept, just as a concept. The very fact that I have to eat another flesh, you know what I'm saying? The very fact I'm literally driven to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like what the, I'm not saying in terms of the action, the reality. I'm saying the reality of, but you know my point, just the very fact, you know, say less to begin with, that at first, the very, you know, like the fact that that's happening, we're eating other shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
And again, it doesn't matter in terms of the fruit, veggie, eat anything. You know what I'm saying? Just take it back with the concepts, like anything, any sustenance needing to be done. You know what I'm saying? Any comfort needing to be comforted. Like, whoa, there's a problem going on. And that's the issue with the duality. All that shit is that there is a clear problem. All this shit.
Yeah, that's indisputable.
My boy Vayzan said here, if you shall be vegan, then so be it. Yet if you shall not be vegan, then so be it also. Go eat whatever animals you eat. Fuck them.
Damn,
Oh yeah, I mean,
or those animals eat you.
Like I get it, because I think from like the human,
right? But them motherfuckers, if they were in our position, they don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Just like most humans, you know what I'm saying? Like they would eat us too, put yourself in the wild. You know what I'm saying? Good luck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they would eat us too, no doubt. Great point, Vayzan.
It's like the same thing when people talk about how like, oh, like it's fucked up to like those people who are super pro-life to the point where they won't even like smash like a spider or fly that came in or whatever, or a mosquito. And it's like that's ridiculous, because the fact of the matter is, and stuff on some like mythological video game fantasy book type shit, like the fact of the matter is, if you could get shrunken down to the size where a spider could eat you or something, it would eat you. Like if you came into its domain, no different to you, because like, and also it's also the fact that, especially when you look at how mice or even spiders sometimes and stuff, if you catch one, like I've desensitized myself to the point where like now, like when I see a spider, it doesn't freak me out as much. I can calmly get a tissue, get it and kill it, and it's fine. Like I don't shake crazy or anything like that anymore. But point is just that from what I've seen from a lot of the insects that I find, especially within my space, is that they almost respond in a scary way once you know that, like once they know that you see it, type thing, you know, seeing it. It's like they get scared. They move extra quick and erratic to get away from you. And it's no different to as we would react if we were in a spider's den. It's like once we realize the spider sees us, we're like, oh fuck, get out. You know what I mean? So it's like the spider kind of in an intuitive or instinctual way, it knows what it is. It knows it's in a predator's den, if you will, or in the den of something that can kill it, right? So that's why it responds innately with fear, where you can kind of see it because it tries to move fast, right? But my whole thing is just that, I find it ridiculous to be pro-life in that way, just because, you know what I mean? It's like if you were put into ideal situations with some of these animals and stuff, they would do what they would do to you, frankly. That doesn't mean that they're not worthy of any respect. I do think they are, most certainly, but that is a fact. It just is.
Oh yeah, they don't give a fuck. Just like we mentioned, you know, nature gives not two fucks. Well, clearly sentience within it, as we already don't give a, you know, motherfuckers always say, you know, I don't give a fuck, I don't give a fuck. You know, well, other sentients don't give a fuck about us. If it were, you know, different with the proportion, the ratio of things, and they're more so, of a higher magnitude and we're less to them,
Mhm.
yeah, it would be we would not be
Yeah, they
alive.
wouldn't even think about it either. That
Oh yeah,
part
they
too.
wouldn't be
They
like,
wouldn't even
oh,
hesitate or
I
anything.
just feel like it's just no, nigga. They are chomping by the bits right now.
Yeah, we're the only ones that would think about it. Where it's like, oh, maybe let's take the spider and put it back outside, or take the mouse and put it back outside. You know what I mean? And
There's
that,
a
I feel like
redemptive
that
quality
aspect of
with human
humanity is what displays that there's more to us than just the physical here. You know,
Right.
because literally no other animal is really doing that. There's a few exceptions, sure, but like more so, I feel like there's more humans that save other animals than there are other animals just trying to save humans or any other animal, really, right? So that's what I mean.
Right, and usually when you see human or rather animals, like you think of like a rescue dog or like, and a rescue dog is that's the first thing that comes to my mind. But like I was thinking just dogs in general, how like it will save its owner type thing, right? There's a relation to it. But for humans, like it doesn't matter. We'll save any niggas or anybody. Like we're get that person or thing or sentient being, right? Yeah, it's different. There's definitely different things going on with us, and that goes into the whole, whether you want to talk with the Gnostic story with Sophia and they put a certain consciousness in humans. Now we weren't just a worm squirting around. Now we were thinking a little bit more or some shit, whatever. But yeah, there is definitely something more with us that you can say, and I'm not going to argue because I mean I'm there, so why would I? Sure, yeah, because it's definitely there because we see it like we've been talking about. And then we got my boy Untold. He said here, this was a great comment just to kind of. He said different blood types require different nutrients. Radical vegans are mental midgets. Standing on a soapbox of pseudo empathy for the sake of lacking. So that let me finish the comment though. For the sake of lacking of their own control of their own faculty. Yes, because let me say something again. If you have the willpower for that, kudos to you. But it's like you don't stop there. You're not supposed to stop at veganism, right? That's my thing with anybody that stops at anything that's not where we're at. You know what I'm saying? You can harp on that and be like, cool, on a certain degree. But like you should be still harping and harming on where we're at, too, because it just follows that. It's all a synchronicity. It's a spiral. It's leading to because why are you in a realm where you are now in this all this questions in a society where they're promoting carnism and you're only a minute source of this vegan, you know what I'm saying? So it's like it just goes back to this nothing, you know what I mean? And so if they're emphasizing that, that's the issue, really, more than anything. Do what you want, like we've been saying, but it should lead to this type of talk, right?
Yeah. Like, I mean, if you can stomach being a vegan and you can actually function on it, cool. I do think genuinely, yeah, there are just like as it is here, like some things are diverse. Not everyone has fair or similar genetics, right? There's some people that look better than others, some that are bigger and strong, so on and so forth. But yeah, if you are of the genetic code that can actually thrive and live and function off of all right, cool. But like, I just don't understand the imposing of no, you got to be like me too and stuff. You know what I mean? It's like I think to me that part is just ridiculous and stuff. You should just kind of be a shining example, and especially if you're someone who's like a breeder and natalist and stuff like that. Okay, then try to replicate what your genetic code is, and let's see if your children end up like you. At least if you're on that type of timing.
Right.
But I can almost assure you that considering how diverse humans can be, even down to your own spawn, you might still end up giving birth to someone who's just an omnivore or someone who prefers meat more than the vegan. You know what I mean? So it's like you can't necessarily win here. It's just always people's hubris and delusions.
That's all this game is. But if you can guarantee shit, then we wouldn't be technically talking this talk. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure you guys would want to do other things with your life or some shit or whatever, not obviously be here, so that's the issue with any natalist shit, is that they're saying all this fluffy shit, but they can't literally, it's not even them living the life. You know what I'm saying? It's just all this uncertainty with life. And that's my issue. The very fact we can't answer certain things, you're not certain. Why? You don't know? Crazy.
Yeah, it is. It's damn near honestly kind of criminal and stuff, because I've even like heard certain like black pillar videos and stuff of when they talk about like they tried to ask their mom or their father about like, yeah, why did you have me or why am I here type of thing. And the thing I've gotten from at least 3 different black pill channels and stuff with their experience saying that to their parents is that, yeah, apparently their parents got mad every single time at them, which is insane. It's like, if that doesn't display the ego, the narcissism, and all that stuff in them having a child, I don't know what else will. Because it's like, why are you getting mad at your own child, your own reflection of you, basically, asking you a deep question like that? That's how you treat them? You get mad at them and yell at them and ground them for asking a question. You know what? It's just crazy.
Dead giveaway. It only goes to show They say
Yeah.
Shydeyo, they forget that humans are animals too. And we
Yeah,
are. We are
exactly.
still animals. You know, we are no better. We doing the same shit a dog doing, eating, shitting, and pissing, fucking around. No doubt. We are no better in a clear level. Shit. Say their parents' genetics sent a signal. Yeah, at bottom, that's all that happened. You know what I mean? That's how we're here from the begetters, the parents. They they put us here to die. Why? Shut up. Don't question it. Just live it or some shit. I don't know. These motherfuckers, man. I'm sorry, but there's no excuse. Like you said, Shy, this is crime. To impose somebody death for something that you don't know why, other than your fucking emotional feelings. No, that I'm sorry. So when I'm sorry, this type of mentality comes to you, and you're still doing it, I don't give a fuck. Subconsciously, I can't, because subconsciously it's tapping into, let me say this, even our conscious, it's more than you. I keep trying to harp this from other people. It's not just me saying this, right? Dependent origination. So just your consciousness technically isn't even just your consciousness, let alone subconscious and unconscious. So when this type of information comes to people, whether they like it or not, there is a part of them, whether they like it or not, that's like, yo, you know what the fuck they're talking about? Yo, this is some fucked up shit that we're about. Like, what are we doing? There's a part of them that they just don't want to, that the term cognitive barriers. They're just ignoring
Mm-hmm.
that, right? But let me tell you, there's more than what meets the eye. And for those people, that's why I try to let them know, like, yo, please know that you don't have, because this, I'm sorry. You got to think. When you know you're doing something fucked up and you're not actually admitting to that, you're not being humbled in that fact, there is much more to that. I'm sorry. This is why people get so anxious and shit. But there's something to be anxious about if you're really living in the true spirit. And from there, you're not imposing somebody that to be in a spirit thing. You know, it just always goes back to the nothing. But yeah, I'm just saying this to say, for people that are nativist, man, in terms of all the spirit shit, everything like that, I wouldn't want to be you. I mentioned that with my thinking outside the box, or having to live with, having to be in a world as an anti-natalist ethicist. I was kind of getting into that woo-woo, like I would not want to be you. Like this whole judgment day type thing. Like, what would you really have to say? You're standing in front of like the true guy. If there's a whole guy, like fucking a motherfucker that's like, okay, so you impose birth and death. Okay, I'll give you a pass for eating because, yeah, I mean, I get it. That's an everyday thing that's hard to really like not do. But like, you put somebody here to die. You know, what if like someone's just critiquing your life and they're like, you put somebody here to die when somebody like me went and they told you, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? And you're like, no. So this is why when you were bringing up before with the whole, or somebody, they brought up, with losing your fucking money and some shit, and people being like, what the fuck? No. And that's why I'm like, yo, let them lose their money. Let their houses, I don't give a fuck. Like Amendum says, they deserve the worst, because technically you're putting the worst, or at least the possibility thereof, to whether your children or the concept thereof or whoever. So it's terrible. It's terrible.
Well, yeah, it's that.
Other people,
sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm going to finish real quick. For other people, it's okay. It's okay. I'm at least just talking with my own self. Like I said, I'm not even saying like, we have like the Danny Shines of the world that have already done it from after the fact. They've already had a kid. Now they're coming to this fact and like, yo, I did make a mistake. Even if somebody like me were to come to you and then later down, you make the mistake, but then later down, you're still like, man, you realize after the mistake, like, oh, I'm just saying there should be a point where this makes sense. Like when people come to that natalist, that's what I mean. Like those people with the whole NPCs, if there's something close to the NPC other than the term NPC that I can say, it's just natalist in and of itself. That's why when I say with these whole truth community, and I hear people talk from this truth community angle, if you're not of this type of ethicist, anti-cosmic voidism shit, you are an MP. I mean, we're all that. This one, these terms, we're all that. But I'm trying to just separate a certain point so that a point can be said. That these people, man, whether you want to say soul spirit, whatever, they don't have something, because maybe this is all they got. I don't know. But if this is all I have too, well, I'll let this shit go. Detachment, all this Buddhist fucking Taoist teaching, letting go, like, because it's already gonna go. It blows me, man. It blows me. And I can't wait to ultimately go back to that other side, because honestly, man, it gets so irritating just knowing, when you're in the state of knowing, and knowing that like you're around a bunch of other motherfuckers that are not about your mentality. You know, it's cool because at the end of the day, you're just living your own life, and there's many different things in life. There's just so many things you can do in life, of course. But like, damn, I just always go back to this, the concept of everything, the concept that this is happening, the concept that people don't give a fuck about these very monumental concepts that are consequential, right? That are affecting people. It really, yeah. So I know for myself, let alone the great mother primordial Tiamat energy, like there's an issue with this game of life that people are playing. And so I'm just trying to be like, yo, man, you don't have to be a part of that area, because there's going to be some things, whether not for your current self, but energy speaking, there's going to be some things that you're going to have to not say, but like, it's more than this life, man. It's just you know right from wrong, in a sense, subjectively speaking. The human subject, while it's not objective truth per se, there's a level of reality to it. You know what I mean? Like with this whole subjectivity, basically with, again, sentience, you're not trying to feel pain at bottom, whatever that is to you. But you're in a world where that's the case. You know, why put somebody in any opportunity to feel? So it's just all these simple concepts. So I'm sorry, but subconsciously, people subconscious, they know they're doing something really fucked up, bro. Really fucked up, bro. And so
it makes sense.
It's really that good. Whatever the shit is, it's really that good, huh? Fucking milkshakes and fucking ass or some shit. It's really that good, huh? Wow.
Yeah, a lot of people really are in peaches and creams, especially when it comes down to them like having children and all that. But I think the one thing that has always bothered me, especially if we're just talking about the surface, you know, fucking 3D plane stuff in terms of our enemies here in the physical. Yeah, to me and stuff, the thing that bothers me, especially even when I see it on social media as of recently, is just that, for one, I feel like, especially present day, the reason why I feel like a lot of people are justifying having children is because all of a sudden a lot of people have converted back over or into Christianity and stuff, because they see how the world is looking. It's looking pretty fucking bad. So they're hoping that Jesus and all that stuff will be enough to protect their family in this next part, which is, of course, delusion. But that's also one of the other excuses on why they're having children right now, which is crazy to me. It really is. But I think that the thing above all else that pisses me off about it and stuff, at least if I'm properly empathizing with those children, those innocents that don't know anything, the same that I didn't know anything either a good few years ago, right? And, you know, certain harms were imposed on me on accident or intentionally or whatever, right? It's just the idea to me that it's like some of you who are converted to Christianity and stuff because you see the ugliness of the world now, especially the world that, you know, the governments of the world are making for everyone. It just upsets me because it's one of those things that if you proclaim to deeply love your children, like a lot of parents like to do when you talk to them about their children, if you really did, frankly put, you'd be willing to kill for them. And so, because at the end of the day, right, we're animals, right? Guess what? There's a very legitimate threat among us that doesn't just mean harm to you and all that stuff, but also your children, your children's future. They would love to cattle basically your children and enslave them in that way. And everyone's just looking at that, kind of seeing it coming, and they're kind of okay with it. It's insane to me. It's like, if you truly did love someone, and especially your child and stuff like that, you'd be willing to fucking fight for them. But none of these parents are willing to do that. They'd rather just stay in their little comfort. Oh yeah, I'll do my job and make sure I pay the rent and make sure we still have a roof over our head. For how long though? With the way things are going. Oh well, I guess I'll just leave that up to Jesus and God then. It's like, oh wow. It's like, yeah, that's very reliable. I'm sure we'll be okay. But yeah, just that part has always irked me about parents, honestly, especially when some of them identify some of the horrors about this place. Like the one that actually really irks me, matter of fact, because sometimes they include it in movies and media and stuff like that, is the whole trafficking thing, the human trafficking and child trafficking thing. It's like, you guys are aware of that. You guys are aware that the government, well, at least as they tell people, the normies believe that, oh yeah, the government's trying to stop it, even though they're the ones behind it. But still, just the whole concept to me that you understand something like that exists, where a random girl or boy, especially child, could be outside at one point, get snatched up, and then they're just never seen again, ever. And that's that. For you to understand that things like that are happening, I don't know why it's not in more humans to want to end that. You know what I mean? Because to me, that's horrific. When you really consider the in-depth and the details to what really goes on with that shit, it is beyond vile and horrific. But many parents who have children, they don't give a fuck to even stop that. Not just stop their government, but at least at the bare minimum, the child, it's like the human trafficking stuff, to make sure, oh, yeah, no, that's not even a thing in human history at all. You try to do that shit, one of us humans are going to handle you if we catch you doing, you know what I mean? We're not even at that point. Instead, it's just, yeah, no, they can go about their business, do all that fucked up shit. They might even snatch one of your children, and then now what? Oh, now you care about it because it was one of your own. You know what I mean? It's like, it's just, I fucking hate this shit. The apathy and the selfishness of a lot of parents, you know, but yeah.
You know, because yes, it's very simple. Yes, humans operate on a biological impulse. We get it. I mentioned before, Aries, Taurus, they just stick there. Of course, there's other elements, and of course, they have that. Of course, people are not just that energy. You know, motherfuckers are born in Scorpio season or some shit. But I'm just honing in on those energies of Aries and Taurus, right? The who and what's mine, and that people just stick there. That's it. There's no more mental activity than that, right? Because if you do go more mentally than that, you get to this Gemini energy I've been trying to harn into, and then it's just the communication, and from there you can scale. Right? You cannot just talk. You can talk personally. You can talk within your home. You can talk, you know, within your fucking city. It just with communication just keeps going. Then it can go to the universal level. That's why I've been trying to with communication, the unseen, and then getting to the emerald tablets of thought. You know, you can look at all these different things. Like there's just so much in that level. But basically, yes, in terms of, you know, we've been talking a little bit with the whole, you know, natalist stuff and humans, biological impulse. I'm with this cosmic. I'm talking in a sense of like, you know, a lot of this talk that I try to talk about, it's like I'm not talking to a crowd. You know what I mean? I'm talking to like my mom. You know what I mean? I'm talking to people that like are in my life. You know what I mean? Like people that like I value, that's been in my proximity. You know what I mean? Because yeah, of course, and of course they are of this. I'm this too, the biological impulse. We all have it. But I'm not even, because in terms of, you know, us internet talking, you know, we're preaching to the choir for the most part. Obviously, most of us that are here, you know, we're vibing with this shit. We just enjoying this talk for what it is. But I'm talking like, you know, for what I can do. I'm an Aries, you know what I mean? And so whenever I bring this type of conversation around, most people, you know, they appreciate it, but they're still doing this shit. So I'm just like, damn, like that's crazy. That's crazy to like be like, yeah. And that's why I mentioned veganism, to be like authentic. Like I'm not that, but like I can conceptually understand, because it's just concepts. You know what I mean? Why this is bullshit. It's just crazy to understand this concept, but to still live with the similar type of way of things. You know what I mean? I just don't know. It's not the same as veganism. You know what I'm saying? It's just, this is way fucking more necessary. Yes, it is an impulse, but it takes so much effort, especially as a man. We know, man. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to fucking bow down to a motherfucker and all this other shit beforehand that you got to do, all this other shit. You know what I'm saying? It's not just, oh, I'm just going to fucking ass in the fucking bed already fucking laid out. No, you got to do, you know what I'm saying? So it's effort. So it's like motherfuckers are really trying to like, you know, let alone this, you know, getting further with my boy, shout out to Shanghai, you know, with further expanding this entropy domain and doing other things. But we can't even, it's, you know, it is what it is. You know, people, this is what they are. You know what I'm saying? I'm, you know, I get it. Trust me. I'm just talking with you guys, enjoying this talk, and just like, because again, personally speaking, whenever I bring this out, everyone's understanding, but they just say at the end of the day, I'm okay. I'm like, wow. It's just crazy because whenever I see people, man, they are complaining, man. They're complaining. Yeah, we have our different days that whatever. We have the different things that we do, whatever. But time, we really look at the concept of time. You realize, again, with the different pleasures, it's fleeting. It's momentary. It's not even the primary. You know, half the time, 8 hours of the day, conventionally, the 9 to 5s for people, you know what I mean? Already you're sleeping for another third of it. So what's the other third? Okay, you're eating, you're probably having to do a lot of maintenance. So there's really not much really going on. So it's just, fuck. And so the whole war, and, you know, the war, whatever other, that's the whole, let me tell you, these people, they are tapping into the chaotic energy and they're trying to use it for their own selves, okay? Because I'm telling you, this whole great mother type thing, I get it. There's no great mother per se. I'm just talking symbolically that they're not fucking with this, man. This entropy, great mother type thing, like this realm that's going, this is some bullshit. You know what I mean? That's what I meant with the whole Sophia story and putting the consciousness of man, like, and then you look at the Gnostic premise, you're trying to get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? Like this shouldn't be. This was a fucking, you know, messed up creation from the start. You know what I mean? So they're just trying to use this entropy force for their own benefit, and that's why they're trying to, you know, do war and some shit within their own scale of things. But it's much more than that, And so I'm trying to remind motherfuckers that it's of this that we're supposed to fucking leave, man, and not just that, but let motherfuckers know you're already leaving. So don't put nobody here. And just if you're really about that, then because you understand the heart that we're talking about, find whatever further ways you can do that to permeate it across this fucking realm. You know what I mean? At least fucking think about it. You know, meditate on it. You know, in whatever way you can act on it. You know, cool. And people that are doing more than you better not say some shit. Again, from that talk with Mark and Shingo. We went into some different points to make sure, at least for people in our community, you know, we've seen it last year, it may happen more, The world's already crazy, so it shouldn't be much different than what's already going on. You know now, right, that you shouldn't be thinking, because that matters. It literally matters how you think. So you better not be thinking some bullshit when you see something may happen and they're about this mentality. They fucking may pull out a manifesto or some shit and you see the points that they're talking about and you have no reason to say anything against it, right? So yeah, this world, listen, I'm all about the change. I'm all about the disruption, the revolution, all this shit, whatever thing that happens, because that will be another outlet, another source opportunity for these type of conversations and points to be mentioned, let alone if it's the reason for why, you know, such destruction is going on. So yeah, man, I'm all about that chaos magic, tapping into it. Cause yeah, when I saw that volcano shit, I thought that I'm sorry. I had a couple people that's like, yo, what's really going on? What are you doing? And then that happened around the same time that I'm doing this shit. I'm like, man, clearly with what I know already, that's a clear sign that I can just fucking put on the fucking, you know, channel and be like, all right, whatever, if even nothing else happens, the very fact that happened during that time, say less, nigga. And I that's why I wanted my boy Ani Osaro to say what he said, you know, in regards to that significance. And anyone that's about these different type of talks, you know how fucking hot of a shit that is, you know, just for that one clear example. Yeah, it's that's why I also said, if you go to my fucking, I'll link it, just listen to 6 minutes of the reading that I was done. Like this is some deific, you know, shit that we're talking about, because we're talking of the universal law type shit right now, you know what I mean? And so we're bringing that to as much as we can within our own mental capability, and then we're permeating it with our voice. And that I mean, that's how I came to this current point in my own life, you know what I mean? So I'm transforming my own self already, let alone my boy Phantom and Dayo, anybody else that's on the call listening, you know what I mean? And anything we can do outside of that, let alone what's above us already happening. We're just different channelings of what's coming down. You know what I mean? All that's currently going on. You know what I mean? It's not like I keep saying I don't fucking watch the news, but you feel it, that untap. You know what I'm saying? We all feel this certain energy of like, yo, this is some old bullshit. This is crazy. What's going on? Yada yada yada. We all feel it. It's all the same feeling. You know what I mean? And so yeah, it's coming out. It's coming out. Funny. All these terms. My boy Phantom, you got anything to say, dude? Oh, you mute? You guys mute? Oh man, I know.
Hold up. Not really per se. Shit, bro. I was about to say about the, you know, people still having kids despite them knowing about the child trafficking. And that goes same with my ex too. My ex, like, she knows about that shit. You know, we always talk about certain conspiracies about things like that. You know, I mean, I still like her, you know, from a distance. It was a long distance relationship anyways, but she still wanted kids for some reason, you know. And this is before I became an anti-natalist, or I even knew about it. But I even then I started questioning, like, would I want to bring a kid here, like somewhere like this, you know? I was still questioning about that, you know. Yeah, it sucks, man. You know, it sucks. In perfect world, yeah. But I just say, bro, just adopt at least, concept, you know.
Right? Perfect world.
I don't know why. Yeah,
you know?
yeah. I don't know why people won't just at least adopt. I mean, I know adoption is probably fucking hard as shit anyways, but like, if I want to be a dad that bad, like in the future, if I want to be a father that bad, like, just adopt, you know. I don't know why people won't want to do that. Just I think it's another thing with ego and what lineage or blood, or you want a little mini me looking like you. It's just like, oh my god, you know.
Yeah, some superficial shit. And it's just crazy. It's crazy that we're affiliated with such some whatever the fuck this is. I just say I'm here to clean the shit up, you know. I just say think about it like that for you. You are here to help clean this shit up. Ultimately, you are a part of that force. That's keeping me sane in this shit. And I see it. I literally see it. That's why I say fucking you can read my fucking chart. You can literally see it. So you know, it's just kind of honing in on that. Shy, is there anything you want to say, my guy?
Honestly, nothing I can exactly think of at the moment. I think a lot of the stuff you said there was pretty good. I don't know. Yeah, I don't have anything to add. Just so if I'm keeping it real, just so I don't like yap unnecessarily.
No problem. No problem. Let's see what comments we may have. The supreme narcissism with titles. Yeah. Yeah, all those titles. Shout out Vayzan. You do not call your worker worker. So why would you call your parents? So why should your parents be an exception? Do not call your worker worker. Ally ally, or your teacher teacher, or casually call your boss boss, your daughter daughter. Yeah, these titles, I tell you, let me see, keep on going from where he was saying. More selfishness of being so-called parent. Okay. And he says here, another thing, children should get back to calling their parents mother and father. Okay, so better yet, if they call them by the first name, feel disrespected. Oh, yeah, there is that disrespect when you call them by their first name. It's like, wait, no, only I can do that. Yeah, it's there. It's there. I actually wanted to, after I mentioned this point, if there's anything you guys want to mention here, I'll say, ask before I get to this last other point that I had, following what you said, Shy, from before. But yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Whatever way that you can, you know, just further the entropy. Even in that, it's just a little bit an abrasion, you know, in the sense of, you know, calling them by their first name. And then that's just another reminder to how, like, they're not technically your, you know, they're your carnal parents, but they're, you know, this will come and go. Like, what the fuck is any of this shit anyway? If they don't already know, you can let them know further. But yeah, that's another kind of gateway to then, if you didn't already talk to them, you know, be like, oh, why are you calling me by my first name today? You know, Charlie. Well, this is why, Susan. You put me here to die, all this other bullshit that we already been harping on. If they don't already know, that's another. But I wanted to mention too, I mentioned this from before. If you ever get somebody, these are just different ways that you can put the entropy further out. If you ever get somebody that says, what do you do for a living? You better say that this is part of your living. You know what I mean? That you do, because it is. So they're asking you right there, you know, so you can let them know. I don't give a fuck who they may are. If they're in the work setting, sure, they may be, because that's a kind of question typically with work. But depending on the person, you guys know, the vibes for the person. Let them know some hot shit that I'm a fucking entropist, that's what, fucking, you know, abolitionist, ethicist, whatever ism. Because they're asking you, they're literally asking you, what do you do? You know what I mean? So please, that's a clear thing. And I get it. It can be hard. I mean, I just thought you're a fucking mailman. You fucking guardian, destructor, or I get it. But like, they ask. So, you know, here it comes. But yeah, you mentioned, Shy, before, you know, with people looking to get back to Christianity. I think that's fascinating because, yes, you have seen that with the Stockholm Syndrome, with what's going on. They're like, oh, wow, the Bible, everything is coming to fruition, you know? Oh, man, it must be true then, you know, when they're clearly just using that as the tool, right? And they know that people like that would come back, right? It's all literally in the playbook. They know this. They know the tactics. Occultism is just psychological shit. You know, say what is, you know, occult is just what's unseen. You know, what is more than what meets the eye. That's psychological shit. You know, say psychology is that. You know, the mental is the unseen, technically. You know, and yeah, they know with, you know, they control society, right? So they can dictate what happens. So they know, of course, with all these different rituals and what's the makeup of the Bible and how that they're controlling all of this. So yeah, it's just funny. I just wanted to mention because I remember you mentioned that, because that's a significant thing to say. Because yeah, faith and all that shit. Again, with the pulling of the heartstrings, they know that, yeah, they can make people come back to that shit, and it's happening. And it's just sad that people don't have the insight. They don't have anybody telling them that, like, yo, you know, that they control both factions, you know, the Bible and the way of the world, like the same people basically are the same, you know, thing doing that shit. But yeah, they don't know that, and it's unfortunate because yeah, they're being played with.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I wish that was a factor more people were onto, but of course, if you think too critically and you actually try to critique, you know, the book you believe in and worship and stuff, that's considered to be like heresy, right? You're a heretic if you do that. But the fact of the matter is, if your book is the truth, because they believe the Bible or the Quran, so on and so forth, to be the truth, nothing else, nothing above it, nothing below it, or whatever, but or everything below it, but nothing above it. But it's just ridiculous to me because, as I've already said a few times, I'm the type of mind that, like, if you can prove it and stuff like that, then it just reaffirms that truth that much more. It just adds on to it. It reinforces it, right? And I don't know why more religious people don't want to do that. It's like if your book and your religion is the truth, you should be like, yeah, no, everyone criticize it. Try. But they don't want to hear it when people start to criticize it. It's actually really funny to me. But yeah, just that part. I think that's the aspect of religious dupes, if you will. That yeah, it's like they're kind of a lost cause. As fucked up as it might sound to say, but it's just true. Not only that, a lot of religious people tend to be some of the most hateful people, and frankly, very delusional and stuff. Especially speaking from like my own experience and stuff. Especially a few of the the people who are like devout Christians and stuff like that I've known, especially that were black. Yeah, like they tend to really believe this stuff to delusional levels where because something really messed up in their life happened, it had to have been God to do it. And in a way, maybe they're not wrong. They just, I don't know, they're just not viewing it in the right context and stuff. Maybe it was God that did that to you in your life, that bad thing. But it wasn't to necessarily strengthen you. It was meant to traumatize you, intentionally to loose you, But yeah, a lot of people don't want to face even the concept that, oh, maybe God is evil, because yeah, he does let a lot of bullshit happen down here, right? Like they just don't want to go there and stuff. And to a degree, on a human level, I kind of understand it, because to be fair, yeah, that is kind of a scary concept to grapple with. And I think the thing that reaffirms to me that it is basically or most religions are based on fear, clearly, is because you can get some of the most violent people on this planet, like prisoners and stuff, like criminals, like legitimate criminals that have taken others' lives. And even they bow down to this monster named Yahweh or Jehovah or whatever, right? And it's like, yeah, to me, that just screams as cowardice. Like, you're only worshiping and you're only a part of this religion because you're afraid of, oh, what happens to me after I die? Oh, I might as well bow down now and kiss this thing's feet just so it doesn't, hurt me too bad. You know what I mean? It's like if there wasn't that aspect of like, oh, I'm dealing with something way bigger than me, then I think a lot of people wouldn't worship it. And for a while, it was like that. But people have only turned back to it because of, as we've said, they're starting to be like, oh, wow, yeah, some things from the Bible are actually coming true and so on and so forth. So, but yeah, no matter what, yeah, a lot of religious people are usually, their beliefs are based on cowardice. They only worship the God that they do is because they feel like, oh yeah, he can kick my ass. So because he can kick my ass, I'm gonna kiss his feet and never question him, never nothing. It is pathetic. It is.
Yeah, you said it right there that basically they're getting bullied and they're like, okay, I just had to cater to this bully, for people that view it in that lens, that it's not like this God is nice, that if they are speaking honest for why they're in this religion or whatever, it's because I don't got a choice. This clearly is the dominator here, and I am just scared of shit. And whatever thing that it wants, yes. You want it this way, yes. And if you want it again, just call, type energy, these people. And yeah, that talk about cuck, talk about subordinate. That's unfortunate. Because it's just something in your head. Yes, there is something dominating this force, but already you're going away from it, right? You're not permanent in this realm. We will die, right? So you're going back technically to what was. We like to think of, and we're so hyper-focused, anxious on what's going to be. Well, what was before? Shout out to SQS. Think about what happened before your birth. If you meditate on that, you'll come to the realization whatever the fuck is coming after is likely what was before. And what was before? Right, nothing. You don't know, right? Because you were no thing there. So yeah, these people, they just, and so yeah, my boy, yeah, there was a message from Shingo. He said it's not about the birthdays, the holidays, the cookouts. In terms of, you know, letting people know of this type of shit, even in this context with religion. Because yeah, you know, of course, you know, like I'm out yesterday. Was it yesterday or was it Sunday? Or yesterday was Sunday, or it was Saturday. You know, I went to a fucking baby shower. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna bring this, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, of course it's, you know, this is a war. Of course you gotta, you know, be careful where you're gonna shoot your but yeah, that's why I mentioned a lot of times with friends, you know what I mean? Like whoever the fuck you're around in that element, you can control, you know what I mean? And yeah, it's about teaching. That's all it is. It's all love. That's all this is. And so whenever you feel, because whenever you're teaching, you know, whenever you're teaching something, you know, even in the religion with like we were talking about prior, there's an issue. Okay. If you're having to teach somebody something, there's something wrong going on. That's why I was saying before this whole, I mentioned the term law with this talk. Of course, we've been talking about a lot of universal law. We talked a bit about some political in part with that laws. But I mentioned with politics, right? When you see a law come into fruition, that likely is because something in the past negatively occurred. So now we need this law as this like kind of buffer, you know, to prevent anything from reoccurring for what happened, you know, in the future. So in this case with, you know, teaching, just the concept of teaching, right? Again, with the whole why do we have to teach? Why? Well, it should show, right, with all these different questions, because we're getting to this point now talking about a teacher, that there's an issue, right? Now we're having to now teach people to fucking at least work around the issue, right? Yeah, so with that it is all about love, you know, for looking to, you know, connect to people that you can. I know I'm just trying to hone in with like your proximity of things. We know on the, you know, internet and shit, that's, you know, but this whole talk and everything, it should come down to that. It should come down to the people, and that's why I try to, you know, emphasize. It's not like you have to always, you know, fucking bring it out. You know, I haven't talked in this type of talk with homies that I'm always around in years, honestly. But when I did bring it up, it was some hot shit. Let me tell you, I put them niggas on, and you get my point. So it's not like, yeah, like you're all the time, everywhere you go, again, dead. But they should know to some, especially like your proximate, you know, really proximate, you know what I mean? We all know who we're talking about there. It may not be your actual mother or father or whoever, but your proximate people, they should know. I mean, that's crazy. They're literally not knowing a certain part of yourself, you can say, in a sense. It's not like your identity in a sense, but you get my point. Like this is something like you have value for. So it's part of, like, you know what I'm saying, your ego in a sense. Like they should know that if like you actually, but yeah, don't fucking make it like you go to the fucking cookout and you fucking have the mic. And I mean, just, you know, you guys know I'm a cordial nigga. Like don't fucking, but do whatever you feel comfortable. Let me tell you, obviously I'm talking about fucking volcanoes and shit. Like do what the fuck. This conversation, as you know, is very chaotic. It's very, you know, because that's where this source is, and how it can come out. And that's the thing with language communication. You're never going to please everyone, right? You're never going to please. So even with me talking certain times, I'm like, is it because I said certain things in certain ways? Maybe why someone may not like it, or someone left the call or some shit. Because again, you're not going to please everyone, but you just do what you can. And if people see the heart in it, then it's, you know, whoever might take an issue, they're usually the anomalies. Because that's what I mean. Like whenever I have this type of conversation with people, again, they may procreate at the end of the day, but like they can be like, yeah, I don't see what you're saying. This is fucked up. It's just they just still are doing this. It's crazy. But Shy, I see you. I'm in your mic. Go ahead, my guy.
Yeah, it might sound a little crazy, but I'm like in between like washing dishes and like contemplating. So it's actually kind of nice listening to you at the moment. But
nice.
Dang. Fuck, I had a thought and now I lost it because I said that crap. But I don't know. I do relate with you on that, because like I do always have thoughts like after the fact of like, did I word that wrong? Is that why that person's not going to talk to me now? Because I was a little too real or honest about it. You know what I mean? So that definitely absolutely resonates. That's a thing that is usually playing on my mind, usually after almost every social interaction, but yeah, I don't know. I think that's all I was going to say, really.
Yeah, even when I'm on this channel, like I try to talk soft in a sense. I don't try to be like, Yeah, I hear you, man. And honestly, it's like just let it out. That's why that one short that I put up on my channel, like it wasn't just to females, like it really is to anybody that, like, yeah, when you're holding in, it's not even say that this is per se rage, but when you're holding in anything, you're not really being as authentic as you can be. You're hurting yourself. So yeah, I'm in part with these videos and everything, live streaming specifically, and talking with you guys like this. It helps me because certain things. Why I appreciate my boy Shanghai. Like this motherfucker, he's just trying to say it as brass tacks as he can. Like fuck the sugar coating and all this other shit. Like nah, we don't got time for that shit. Honestly, we're already in a very fixed time for our own life and all this shit. This matters much more for what we're talking about. So yeah, and it's just the framework, or in terms of like, say, when you're talking about your loved ones, when you're bringing it to that type of ballpark, yeah, you want to be a bit more cordial and whatnot, depending. I mean, some motherfuckers, they had a rough childhood, upbringing, so fuck them, and already fucking for all of them, in a clear sense. Yeah, I hear you, man. But yeah, I wanted to say, following that, and I'm speaking to myself whenever I'm speaking. I'm not speaking to say Shy directly or what. I'm talking to myself. Like, let it out, Whatever you got to say, you know what I mean. Don't really try to fucking hold back. That's the issue, because when we were holding back, and I'm talking to myself, when we're holding back, like that's you're not giving them all the gems. It's like, no, give them the fucking Infinity Stone type shit. Shout out to Thanos. You can go, Thanos. I saw you unmute your mic.
Wait, Phantom?
Yeah, Phantom. You have something to say, Phantom?
Oh, yeah. I was kind of AFK for a while. Sorry about that. Yeah, I just got back up from upstairs and back down here right now. I was listening to y'all, just trying to catch up right now. What were you about to say? Like, I guess like holding back when it comes to like.
If you don't have anything to say, you don't got to force anything.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it goes with me too. When it comes to like holding back with something, man, that's another thing. I think that's based on like fear and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I got something to say, but it's just my bad, man.
No, as you can see, Shy, before one moment, Shy, he literally mentioned, and I get it all the time. It's like you have something. That's why I jot that shit down sometimes. It really helps. Especially when I be rambling and shit. That's why I look for a tip. I try to do this when I'm on like a phone call with somebody. Instead of interrupting, I try to just jot real quick. Unless it's just too hot, I'm like, no, I gotta interrupt. But that sometimes helps. When you think of something, try to just, because yeah, that mind, it literally comes and goes as we see. Yeah, go ahead, Shy. I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah, no problem. Shoot, I forget one of the last points you mentioned that I wanted to go over, but
Go ahead.
no, yeah, we got it. All right, thanks. So, what was them? Oh yeah, about like holding back and all that. Yeah, I think for me though, I think one of the reasons why we kind of instinctually, and I guess arguably intuitively, do that, I think it's probably because, frankly, especially if we're just speaking practically, when it comes down to at least awakening some, normie-ish people to the truth and stuff like that, it sometimes can seem impossible. Of course, every now and then there's exceptions to the rule, but I think the problem is though with those exceptions is that especially if they don't have that eternal work like we do, where it's like, we're curious about things, we want to know more, we've always had a weird feeling about stuff and whatever. For them, it really is like something where you have to like feed them almost like a baby of truth. Like seriously, because like if you say a little too much and stuff, you genuinely might just scare them off. Especially just speaking from experience, honestly.
Yeah.
It's like that. It works like that, but yeah, people are genuinely that pathetic
like,
psychologically, unfortunately. Yeah, exactly.
Give like a simple like analogy to things.
Or just don't get too deep into the rough stuff immediately, but just kind of ask them like constructive questions that might get their mind going. But it really is sad and crazy that that's the condition of most humans these days. But it really is. You got to slowly kind of just give them little bits of like food and stuff like that to chew on, and then they'll kind of think on it and be like, oh, maybe there is a point to that. You know what I mean? But like in terms of them getting to that point on their own, that's not really going to happen, unfortunately, like it has been for us,
Right, because we didn't technically get to this point on our own, right? I mentioned plenty of people, right? All this, what I'm saying? So yeah. And Damn, what you just fuck? Yeah, it's listen, it's just putting that entropy out. You know what I mean? Because subconsciously, that's what I mean. Whether you want to consciously even think about it or not, subconsciously, that's a repository. It's hitting there at least when you say some shit. You know what I mean? That's what I mean. Like whatever they say back, sure. They don't have a kid, sure, but put that shit out. What the fuck else? Because again, whether they like it or not, that's now in them. Again, and subconsciously they can't go back. Subconsciously, so again, whether or not in this third dimensional conscious sense, whatever they do, whatever, we already know everything's gonna go entropy. Like this talk with the anti-natalist is way above that. So it's just putting it out there, because when you put things out there, you know what I mean? That literally does more with this communication of things. It does so the ripple effect. It's crazy. Even if it's just you two talking, it's much more than that. You know what I mean? These thoughts are literally like floating in the air per se. Motherfucking can just think one day and then boom, that same motherfucker from down in another continent thinks the same thing. It's way more. That's why, again, the fucking astrology, like it's keeping you game. You know what I'm saying? With in this case of air and thoughts. That's why before communication, Gemini and shit, I've been trying to harp on. The fact that I'm fucking in this current speaker and the magic and everything that's going on with the way that we're orchestrating this. It's way, again, with the chaotic magic element. It's much more than what we can say. But what we say matters, no doubt. And so, yeah, I appreciate you guys for saying some different things for, how you've seen it and how you may have, been responded to for people in your life and everything. Because that's a part of this talk. I have just so much admiration for the Stop Having Kids motherfuckers that are just putting it out there, and putting themselves, fucking in the position of honestly getting punched in the face, all that shit that they be doing, man. They really putting them motherfuckers are warriors. That warrior mentality, they got it for that Stop Having Kids. Shout out to all of them, that creator, or anything that we do, just continue putting shit out. We mentioned, I think, was it phantom drawing, whatever type of art. Again, I'm going to put some music up on my channel.
Yeah, I do music. I don't really draw, but
hopefully
I do. Yeah, I do music. I don't really draw, but
oh, music.
I do. I make music. Yeah, I make music. Yeah. So
yeah, I think anything fun that can uplift the spirit and stuff, and even give, and I think this is the most important bit, inspiration. I think, yeah, that's huge, because I think inspiration usually leads to imagination, right? And if imagination applies outside of body, that's a very powerful thing to have inspired a being with a concept or a cool thing, and then they carry that with them in a effective way. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm all for like music that makes you feel a certain way, whether if it makes you want to move or it just really speaks to you or whatever. You know what I mean? Like I'm all about shit like that. I love shit like that, honestly.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just now scrolling down, seeing some of the different comments. This wasn't that long ago. So real quick, because someone said most people, they don't know the meaning of antinatalism. And of course, when you just break out the term anti, so it's against, natalism is birth, against birth, right? Already, that should already, you know what I'm saying? So people don't even know words, this whole talk today, etymology. They can't even break down the history. So it's just on a clear level, you see what that intent is, right? Against birth, natal birth. But yeah, I always say it's the ethics, right? We're talking, ethics is with this communication. And we know there is, how can I say? So yes, there is, we're talking subjectively, right? We're talking in our human experience, yes, but objectively, we're going through things right now at bottom. We're going through things, but also we see that there's things that we would rather not do or do. Yes, within our subjective sense, you know what I mean? We have our preference, but objectively, we are seeing, if we were to just see from a third eye view, sentience, they are abstaining from things, and then they're abstaining from other things. And I'm not just saying, procreating. I'm just saying, we're starving or we're trying to keep away from harm, keep away from, realities that we don't want to fucking be in. We know, guys. And then other things that we want food, we want water, you know what I'm saying? So like, we know there's a process of things that we innately value in our third dimensional sense. But it's just a higher octave now with asking why. Why are we putting people to be in a maze and all these simple questions of the why game, right? And so it's with that against birth, right? We're being ethical about it. We're seeing the harm, right? The different things that people would rather not fucking do. Why then are we fucking putting people to have to do any type of shit? You know what I mean? So it's against birth, but then it's why, right? Because people get so caught up in the, what is it that people say? They just get so caught up in the not procreating. But like, why? Like,
Mhm.
I feel like sometimes when people get into the definition of antinatalism, they just get so fixed on, oh, don't have kids, in terms of the natalist or even the antinatalist. They just get so fixed on like the act or lack thereof action of having kids or not having kids. But again, why? If you just harp on the why, because then I don't feel like when it comes to the definition, people just think of oftentimes, oh, not having children is antinatalism. No, but why? The why needs to be included in the definition. Like, what the fuck? That's what I mean with this whole topic. So thank you for saying this, Life is a Curse. This will be a good time to, because I've seen it so many times. Antinatalism, not having kids. No, that's not the definition. Even against birth, that's what I mean. Like, you can break down the term, but even that doesn't really give it the full scope. Why are we against birth? You know what I mean? And that's getting into your. So thank you for saying this. You guys want to mention anything before we get into anything else?
For sure. Yeah, I think the definition of it really should be simple, but yeah, of course, humans and people have a way of overcomplicating simple things always, which is of course very annoying. But yeah, it really is annoying that something as simple as antinatalism, especially its definition and stuff, gets so warped and confused and stuff. But I do think, yeah, I do agree that antinatalism, I think within the definition, it is important to specify and emphasize, I guess, if you will, the idea that the whole reason why certain people may be antinatalists or are antinatalists is because, yeah, they want to reduce harm and especially human suffering, right? Because they see all the tribulations and all that stuff. And I think as long as that aspect is within the definition, even just in a brief way like that, I think it opens up the conversation to the whys, and then you can give them the answers, right? But usually, even when they ask why, though, a lot of the normies that are against antinatalism, honestly, it is unfortunately one of those situations where it's like, I don't know if you could even talk sense to them. It's like they're so caught in their own ways that it's like the way a lot of people have viewed it, especially from the videos I've seen with like the Stop Having Kids, movement and people and stuff who participate in that. It's like just, yeah, some people just immediately just write you off and like, oh yeah, you're a loser and you're gonna end up lonely and you're not gonna have any family and stuff and blah 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 blah. It's just they go to that immediately psychologically. They don't actually stop to probe you and try to understand your perspective. Most humans don't even give a fuck about that because in a fucked up way, they honestly kind of don't even have much time to do that. They're so caught up in, oh, my family life and, oh, I got to work this and I got to get that. I got to pay. You know what I mean? It's fucked overall. But yeah, just how simple some people get with just, people's perspectives and just writing them off like that instead of reasonably and, just ultimately in a curious way, probing them just to understand why they view things like that. To see if, and also the whole reason why you would be probing is to see if you could have your mind changed, right? But a lot of people, as we know, again, many people don't want to have their minds changed. So that's what I mean. It really is one of those tough things, because we're essentially, especially people who identify or consider themselves to be anti-nihilists and stuff, we're basically, against the human programming, and for a lot of humans that only straight up only operate within the human coil and stuff, and they don't think outside of it ever. Yeah, it's just hard to even get them to actually think on these subject matters because, frankly, actually, I would even go as far as to say this: they honestly don't even know how to within themselves. Honestly, like it's not like they were taught in school. Luckily for me, I feel like I have memory of being in school, at least like English class, and like learning about like what critical thought is and how to do it effectively and all this other stuff. I have a weird feeling I don't think they do that anymore in school. I don't think they're encouraging people to, oh yeah, critically think and this is how you should go about it and so you can get the right answer and all that. So I don't think they're doing that for children anymore. And if they are and stuff, I don't think they're necessarily teaching it in the correct way. You know what I mean? But I don't know. Besides the point, I guess. Besides the point.
Is there anything you wanted to say, Phantom?
I was thinking about like how, especially with the word antinatalism, it's already a word that's kind of pretty rare to hear, right, in the English language. So just imagine if it's like in another culture or another language in a different country. For example, like Vietnam. That's where I'm trying to go right now, but since I'm half Vietnamese and I have family there too and whatnot. Like especially in Vietnam, like the culture is like it's not anti. I don't think I'm pretty sure I was like the only fucking anti-nihilist there. I swear to God, or like probably one like real probably like 10 motherfuckers in Vietnam that are like anti-nihilists. I swear to God, it's very rare, especially in the culture is so family oriented. And even if you translate the word anti-nihilalism in Vietnam, it's like in Vietnamese, it's like very long. It's like very it's a long ass word, right? Than it already is. So that in itself, that's another thing too. It's another aspect that, like, damn, like if you don't know like English too, that's gonna be another thing that, like, you're not gonna come. It's gonna be harder to come to the conclusion, So
Yeah, it is. And yeah, that in part with the culture, comment there from Shingal. But yeah, in terms of, these terms, that's why whatever term is most compatible, it would be nice if like we had an all-in-one thing, I guess. And there, off the cuff of my head right now, I don't, but because abolitionism, shout out to is a Danny Shine and his channel Social Experiment. I like that one too. Something, yeah, just because it does matter. I get it, in terms of catering to who it is you're talking to. They see you, they hear the term, and then already they have a perception of it. It's kind of like when when people think about you see somebody and already you'll know whether you want them or not, like for sexually or not. Love at first sight type energy. So in terms of getting a term said to you initially, they're either going to really fuck with it or not in the sense, depending on the person. Some maybe, like for us, it's like, we don't, what's the concept? What does it mean? Why? Some of them, like, they just hear the term. It's like, oh, no, it just doesn't sound right. Nope, I'm not. So yeah, whatever fits the fucking bill. I don't give a fuck.
That's what I mean. Yeah, a lot of people are unfortunately lost causes. Like people who are like that psychologically are the same people who are religious. So that's what I mean. It's like, yeah, good luck trying to reason and try to critically think with a religious person and try to talk them out of their religion. You could even do it in a kind way. It just won't happen. Like, they just want you to bend to their will. The fact that you're not a natalist like them and stuff, that's why they mock you and shame you and stuff. Because, oh, hopefully he'll change his mind. It's like that's what it is. It's like, oh, hopefully you bend and you feel shamed enough to change into what I want you to be, like everyone else. And if you don't want to do that, then I'm not going to change. You know what I mean? That's how a lot of people are, very stubborn like that, and frankly unintelligent. I think the phrase was used earlier in the chat, but yeah, frankly, I've started to use this phrase more often because it is just honestly objectively true, as harsh as it might sound. But once you look up that definition, it's not too bad. But the word is subhuman. I've come to realize, we genuinely are surrounded by a lot of subhuman beings here that, like, they just don't want to think. And partially, some of it and stuff, I only partially sympathize just because I understand that, for one, it was also kind of like done to everyone and stuff through them, making like the educational system what it is, as ridiculous and as fucked up as it is. But on top of that, just all the poisonings and stuff in our environment, like in the food and so on and so forth, like all those things also do impact your mind ultimately and stuff, and how you can think, your thought process. A lot of the stuff people are eating gives them like brain fog and all these other things. So it's like straight up, like they almost could never critically thought because of all the shit that's entering them, and the fact that they don't even want to attempt to change to better themselves. You know what I mean? So it really is a whole mess of a situation. It really is. It's like all the right precursors got to be there for you to receive certain information, it seems like. But
right,
at least for most other people.
Into the next comment from Mentol that I saw from before, because he was saying it's not like they can't think beyond the human condition. It's just that they can't compute anything that's besides the human condition. They are self-obsessed with the physical proximity. And yes, they essentially, the whole I don't care. You can say as much as you want, say it so well, but ultimately they can just say I don't care. And what can you do from there? You know what I mean? That's what I mean with that. This talk is much more. It's much more than their care, because what we're talking about is coming. This is an entropy part. Shout out to Shanghai. That we need to ensure is also getting emphasized, because when we say death, it's not just death of that individual. We're talking about death of this existence. You know what I'm saying? That's affecting all the lineage and all this shit. And this is something like we're all facing, you know what I'm saying, every single day. Nothing new under the sun. Motherfuckers eat every day. We're going to deathbed every day. You know what I'm saying? And so we see the travesty getting played all the time. Nothing new under the sun. It's all the same thing going on. It's just like how my boy here Untold said too, as everyone here has been saying. What was that, Shy?
Oh, sorry. Hold on. I think my Bluetooth died. So give me a second.
Oh. Wait, can you guys hear me? No.
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, okay. All right. Good. Yeah. Sorry.
Were you gonna say something?
Sorry about that. No. Hey, it's just my Bluetooth died. That's all that was.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, they essentially they just don't care. Yeah. And that's okay. That's okay. Because again, I just want to put it in their minds. You know what I mean? That's where I'm coming from. Let alone if they, do eventually don't, put somebody to fucking, but it's way more than that. They're part of their minds is not even their own fucking, you don't even have this mind that we have. It's not yours. You know what I'm saying? So it's way above that. However they want to play in this physical game, whatever, because this topic is way, way more than that. And that's this whole ephilism talk. Entropy, ephilism is technically that same thing. This whole ephilism was more so wanting to do something within your own manifestation, but the entropy is whether we like it or not, it's going to happen. We all know that. The Amenem's in the world, they know that. He's always into the physics, you know what I mean? So again, we're just permeating what's coming. That's all it is. If people want to come on board, whether you're not like it or not, they're going to come on board. So I want to always harp back on this because again, we can be of that encouragement of again, like you don't need to put a child here. Yeah. But there's more than that. Like whoa, more than that. Yeah, for sure. And I saw too, what is it? Child free. Yeah, people do. I think that was the last comment actually. I forgot where it was at. Okay, this one. Yeah, I mean, child free, it goes back to the proximity of things. Untold said, it's obvious to understand the perks of being child free and the benefits, for your own existence, proximately speaking. And yeah, many reasons that people may say why they're anti-natalist goes back to them. Because yeah, it is. All this is selfish, you know what I'm saying? But of course, imposing selfishness is worse than not. So.
Yeah, and also I feel like for me and stuff, it's also just the concept that like I'm honest with myself enough to know that it's like I don't think I would be the most ideal father, you know what I mean? And I think more people and stuff like that, they always just delude themselves because I want what I want type of thing, even though that if you had to critically speak with them and stuff like that and really ask, do you really think you're up to being a dad? On average, I'm sure the answer is no. And especially even more so, I guess, unfortunately, since it would have to be this way, you'd almost have to read their internal thoughts, honestly, because I'm sure there's a lot of them that are so delusional that they won't even be that honest in front of you to be like, I don't think I'm an ideal person to be a parent, but I'm going to do it anyway. Like, I don't think any of them would be that honest just to outright say that. But it is the truth of the matter.
Doing it. It's only those that aren't doing it that would say some shit like that.
Yeah. But yeah, I think it's that's one of the parts that I think is why a lot of people are reasonably anti-natalist, because they're self-aware of the fact that it's like, not only do I not want children, I don't think I would be the ideal guardian or caretaker for this child, or this human. But a lot of people think, no, I'm more than competent to do that. Why? I don't know, because I make enough money to do it. Not because I can emotionally be there. I actually have wisdom to impart and all these things. You know what I mean? They have none of that. But it's just, I have money and I could put a roof under their head. So good enough.
Right. Good enough. Fuck. And let's see. Was there any? Because at this point, I'm happy for how this stream went through. My boy Phantom and Shy on the call, providing just some more dynamic to chew on. I'm gonna see some comments here. If you guys have anything in particular, let me know. I'm just gonna say certain comments here, and we're kind of looking at the closing portion of this stream. Of course, we've been here for 5.5 hours, and I've been standing. You know what I'm saying? You could tell. When I'm doing this shit, I can stand for the rest of my life, nigga. Like this shit.
That's awesome.
Let's see, Sean. It's really sad that we are in this fake. Yeah, Sean. It's okay. It's okay. Don't let it get to you. And I know it's not. I'm just compelled to say this. You know, I'm glad that I'm here for you. You're here for me, for all things of that being considered, and just further the entropy while we're here. Just enjoy it. You know what I mean? Just be glad that it's not that bad, right? I guess I can be a bit sympathetic. It's not, it could be worse. You know, you've seen it, you know, for other people.
Yeah, I think it's especially important that if you're on this level of consciousness and awareness, yeah, I think it's super important that once you know that there's others out there and you can also actively interact with them. Yeah, I feel like it's important that beings like us, we all look after each other in some way, you know, just to make sure that like we know we're not alone. Because I think we've all had that point in our lives where for a long point it was just like, yeah, we're just kind of solo. Like there's no one that necessarily thinks like us. There's really also really not anyone to talk to, you know, about this or anything really. So yeah, I think communities like this and chats like this, streams like this are really important and stuff because obviously it lets others know that they're not alone, but also more than that, that like we can be there for one another. You know what I mean? It doesn't
And we
always have to
can
be all the
build.
doom and gloom bullshit.
Right, right. And we can build with one another. And yeah, and you're building out of, because yeah, that doom and gloom, like, yeah, that's coming with you. Like you should be happy about that. Like it's not personal, you know, don't make that doom and gloom this way, you know, just don't, you really shouldn't. And this type of talk, this is why I mentioned astrology. Like if you know a bit of yourself in this dimension, this life shouldn't be that hard. Well, if you're listening to this, you should be able to be okay, is my point. Like if not, like again, like at least know more about yourself, and at least that aspect. You can, it's there are forces above us. Don't get it twisted. Like this life is difficult in a clear sense, but it's mentally, you should be mentally, you know, in a clear level. Because like I said, just joking through this shit and whatnot, vibing with whoever you can vibe, because this is above all of us. You know what I mean? This is just my passion. You know what I mean? Any one of us here, of course, this is your passion, to be listening and all this shit, being caring to this degree. So yeah, great point, Shy. Yeah, just at this point for any one of us, yeah, we definitely need to look out for one another, and make sure, you know, we know that like you're not alone. You are not. You're not. And so I'm trying to continue these streams, however often, at least monthly. I initially just wanted to get some going out since last month, and so I'm glad that I put up some. But yeah, for the next one, I'm going to probably be looking to do probably anime, just shows in general type talk, and seeing the mythos in it. So
that should be interesting.
Right. And so anyone, right? I'm gonna say, I know I mentioned before Attack on Titan, that was a show that I was heavy on. Even the Boondocks, I had a video on that one from before.
Yeah, the Boondocks.
Yeah, but whoever else, you know, we're gonna see similar, like, and that one's gonna, it's not gonna really have any interest. This one, I went on an initial spiel, but that one, you know, I may just say, come up to the, you know, straight up. Because yeah, that one's going to be a lot of fun to do. So yeah, that'll likely be the one for next month come February. Going just in peeping the mythos and entertainment in and of itself. You know what I mean? It can be books. You gotta just be anime or anything like that. You know, even real life. You know, this is fucking stage right now. The world is stage. All is a stage. Shakespeare shit. So yeah, just seeing the mythology of anything or any type of media anyone would want to talk about. That would likely be the one for the next one, because whatever anyone says, you're gonna see. I'm gonna be like, yeah, you can see how in one way, or you look at it in this light, that is, it comes back to this type of talk. So I think yeah, that'll be a good topic.
Yeah, absolutely. I look forward to that one.
Awesome. Let's see. Wisdom, my boy Shangal said here, the quality of having experience, knowledge, and good judgment, the quality of being wise. Yeah, because I think there was another comment saying wisdom doesn't have to mean intelligence. Because yes, it could mean just having the quality of a experience even shared. You know, someone can instill wisdom into you. That's like with the whole teacher thing. You know, the teacher has the experience, but now they're passing it on to the students. But of course, there's still a level of intellect. You know, this term, but I get Untould's point from before. But yes, it is having experience at bottom for wisdom, knowledge, and good judgment, the quality of being wise. And again, a lot of times with wisdom, it leads to silence, acceptance, you know what I mean? Interesting. There was some difference. Hail Lilith, funny. Hail Satan, fuck God and religion. It's funny. Let's see. Antinatalism, you mean Antichrist? Yeah, they funny. They funny. Culture. But there's some music comments. Let's see. My boy Vayzan likes metal music. Let's see, my boy. What type of music you guys into, Shy?
To be honest, I'm like, as I have been even with the truth ultimate, I'm pretty open-ended to things and stuff. It's really just if certain songs have a cool pattern or bump to it or something like that. Like I'm all for it. Like the type of music I usually enjoy listening to is experimental type stuff, but I'm open to like things like rock, even if it's old school rock or old school hip hop. In terms of modern hip hop, it would have to be something specific. I'll be honest. But one thing I do have to give credit for, at least for modern hip hop, is that yeah, whoever they got producing for a lot of these new school rappers, if you will, like me, yeah, they're pretty good. I'll be honest, because some of the instrumentals to some of these guys' music is pretty good. It's just the lyrics, like there's no substance to it. It's just yapping. Like actually, like they're just yapping. They're just saying things. It's like okay, and usually the same type of things. But yeah, I'm open to like a variety of music. It's kind of hard to describe. I feel like it's like something I would have to share with people over time so they kind of get it. Where it's like, oh, that's the type of stuff you're into. But I'm open to most things, honestly.
Phantom, what type of music you make or are into?
I make like usually just like I try to experiment. I like experimental hip hop from artists like I don't know if you guys know like JPEG Mafia or Brockhampton. I'm inspired from
Brockhampton,
like,
I've heard of.
Yeah, I'm inspired from those artists. Also just like Kanye, like Yeezus and like something like crazy shit. Like you listen to it, it's like wow. It's like or like Danny Brown, his new album. Okay. That shit was fucking crazy. Yeah, I just like do that, and also like try to talk with some about like with my topics like conscious stuff or just like what's going on with that, and just like philosophy. Add some philosophy to it too. As I feel like I guess yeah, you are right. Like the modern like rap underground is kind of like mostly. I think the rage is like now the most like popular still within the underground. With like Playboy Cardi and shit, which I don't mind, but like I think there does need to be a balance of like the conscious and like the ratchetness of rap. I don't mind the ratchet within rap, I don't mind to turn it up like with Future, but all in all, man, it's just I think any type of rap music it helps you. It helps me. Like it got me through a lot of shit. Is the relatability of it and whatnot, and like the rawness and the realness of it. So
yeah, I feel you on all of that. Because when I was saying in terms of the mainstream hip hop and how it's been co-opted and all that, I mean it's clear as day. We all see it. You can hear the term industry plants and all that shit. That's why oftentimes I just be like not listening to many lyrics in and of itself too often because you're hearing the trauma, unless you can relate to the trauma. It's just like, why am I listening to this when I just want to get a feeling, and the instruments to your guys' point with these producers, they're going crazy nowadays. It does just that. So some of these tracks you're going to see, a lot of it's just the instrumental. And so already, and that's what I mean. Like I try to be like, okay, this hopefully should, it's kind of hip hop based or a bit with the Japanese. You'll hear that similar to certain anime, but it's kind of like, I'm gonna guess a lot of it's just meditation type shit. Like it's something that whether you want to drive at night or in the morning or just sit in your fucking home and close your eyes type shit, that you should be able to just reminisce or go within your own self because already the charge of this channel and everything, and then you're going into that type of video, listening to that, it's just further this type of fucking source of things that we're about. That's how I see it with the magic of that, in this case with the music. So for anyone that may like it, that may already know for the different vids that I have a bit before, I have it down. It's no longer on the channel, but I'll put up a few different ones on the post section for anyone that may want to just bookmark if it's anything that you may like for any of those different ones that I'll have here later this week soon up. But yeah, I see here from Vayzan, he said a lot of us were anti-natalists without even realizing it. I thought just real quick that was cool. That, yeah, we often don't know the terms. It's just how it is. Untold music is akin to emotional bondage. Yep, they said Satan was a great fucking whatever.
Lucifer.
Lucifer, yeah. Art is the same. Philo-same. I wonder if we were to deny more and more, if we could transcend the Gildan lens. And see, that's the thing, because that's what my boy Fanta was saying. Music could be that bridge. It could help. You know what I mean? It's just clearly being used the other way. So.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, like our enemies absolutely understand the power of music, especially on the human form. Because ultimately, like, I mean, I think an important point to mention about the human form overall, and the thing that kind of makes us vulnerable, unfortunately, is the human body is naturally a receiver of like frequency and vibration and stuff like that, which is obviously detail that our enemies are going to start to capitalize on with us, unfortunately. But outside of that, on the positive aspects though, that's what I mean. The right frequencies, putting that into us and stuff, and listening to that, yeah, it can genuinely be really good for you, honestly. Like there's been a few times where I've frankly, just full honesty, felt even a bit of despair and stuff. And ever since I started to listen to things like 432 hertz, or even some hertz even higher than that, I think sometimes I listen to like I think it's like 758 or something like that. It's like a detoxification frequency. But yeah, even that, just sometimes just sitting in that and just kind of closing your eyes and just letting it hit you, and just kind of, and then I don't know, you can turn it off and stuff. And when I've done that before, yeah, I genuinely did feel better. Like it actually did help me. So I do think this frequency stuff, there is genuinely something to it, and I don't think it should be slept on. And I think especially when it comes down to music, I think that's also why you kind of got to be a little bit picky about some of the music you listen to, because I will be real. Yeah, there are some musicians out there. One that was actually mentioned that I know for sure is out to harm people, frankly, is Playboy Cardi. I know for sure, yeah. Like he's into the dark stuff, but not like the dark stuff about like ending it all. He's about like the materialistic dark stuff, right? So yeah, he can. Like, I reckon his music does fuck with a lot of people's heads. Because frankly, I'll be real, from the outside looking at, because I'm not really a massive fan of him. Although there are some instrumentals I do like from the music he's produced. I do think, yeah, a lot of his fans are they got to be entranced or something. Because in terms of his lyrical, I don't see it. I don't. But if you're talking about the way his music sounds, I do get that, because there is this cool, aggressive, war, vitriolic type of, like, I do kind of get that. Like, it is kind of fun to listen to in that way. But overall, though, I do, like, I'm not ignorant to the actual negative attributes to it, because I do reckon if you were to listen to that consistently for a week or two, just only him or musicians like him, I do think it would negatively affect your mind. I do think so. I think the more diverse your music taste is and all that stuff, I think, yeah, the better your mind will be while listening to a variety of things, right? So
for sure. That's why, like we said before, we're in war. I mean, if you want to listen to some war music, I know there was a comment on that before from, was it Vayzan or Shingal? Yeah, try to remember that one. But yeah, it's you just got to be mindful, right? Be mindful, of course, of all that you're consuming, all the different senses that you have. Be mindful for how you're sensing things. It's very important to be in control for what we can control, and we should be able to control to some degree what we're inputting into our senses. Vayzan said here, this is why I listen to a lot of doom metal, gothic shit. I think I put this up before. I didn't say that's okay. I think there was just a comment before, someone talking about war. I think it was Shingal. So I don't remember what he what time. Because I just know with YouTube, I know they can check the comments, but I like putting it up on the screen for anyone that may be looking at it. But I don't remember what time it was that he said that comment. That's all right. But he mentioned war for a type of music, war type of music. Because the tracks I'm going to see, you're going to see with the artwork. Because I know the shows I'm going to kind of theme it with Attack on Titan for one. Because we said before, this is war. You know what I mean? So whether we like it or not, that's what we're in. And so know the fuck that that's the case, but also, what tools you got then, you know what I mean? So yeah, with knowing with lyrics, it's just that's why I mentioned like half the time I'm not even. You're gonna see with some of these tracks that I often listen to, I'm not like fucking listening to niggas talk. And if it is, it's intentional as shit. You'll see.
Hmm.
Yeah, because like the fuck, all that is vibration is leading you to something. So just try to be intentional, and if you are, then it's gonna do more for you for where it's leading you to because you know more so for where you would want it to lead you to. So there's more of an intended pathway with music. Yeah, because oftentimes you just it's kind of like watching the TV. You're just consuming and TV's even worse because like it'll just change to a fucking commercial and you can't control that. You can change the track. You can go back to a track. You can do that with TV. Go back to a different scene, but you get my point.
Well, yeah, it's that, and also your imagination gets limited more so when you're watching something because, especially if you're really locked into whatever it is you're watching or observing on the screen, it now kind of limits your imagination to what it otherwise could be. And I think the thing with music that's beautiful is that there's many different ways you could draw a conclusion or perspective from it, especially even if it's just the instrumentals. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure, like, yeah, just about almost every native group of people and stuff, Navajo or the Africans and so on and so forth. Like, yeah, it was genuinely a cultural thing to play certain music and stuff because it was a way of actually telling a story. And sometimes they wouldn't even sing. Sometimes they would, but sometimes they wouldn't. It would just be them hitting on drums in certain patterns and stuff like that. And sometimes you can just get a feeling from that, and apparently some people would talk about even having some out of body experiences from hearing that type of tribal music. So yeah, for sure. I think music is like it's cool in that way. It can be open ended, and I think the thing with lyrics and the reason why lyrics and music is become such a thing where it's like people expect that from music just about all the time, and they don't usually focus on instrumentals as much is because I think a lot of people in a weird fucked up way, the same as much as they like movies and stuff, they kind of almost like having their imagination limited. It's actually interesting because a lot of the people that listen to some of the most popular musicians and stuff, if you pay close attention to them, they dress like them, and they also have especially if you talk to them enough, they end up also having similar type of mentalities to the musician that they're listening to as well, you know. So yeah, it's this weird thing where it's like because they know how moldable humans are, especially psychologically, that's why they put those things in there like that and stuff, and these influences and these influencers that perform the music because they know that it's like, oh yeah, we'll just hijack your imagination, and now what they're saying because you think they're cool and almost an authority and stuff, you'll follow them because oh yeah, their vision of reality or how a man should be or how a woman should be is cool or good. Look at how much money they got. They talk about the money they got. You know what I mean? So for a lot of people, a lot of brainless people, that's enough to make them go, yeah, I'll follow this and be like this and stuff. Because look, they're a success. I can be a success too if I'm like that. It's it's ridiculous, but yeah.
Very well said. Yeah, they use the psychology of people against them. And I hear you, Untold. I mean, life is a music. You know what I mean? Just fucking sit outside, hear the fucking birds chirp or some shit. You know what I mean? Like nature and shit, winds blowing and shit, fucking raindrops. You know what I mean? You can, yeah. If someone says music is a drug, I get it. Eating, can be. I always say eating's a drug. You know what I mean? Because we're all doing some form of a drug already. Even fucking breathing, in a sense, like just all this shit is a drug. We're in a trance right now, you know what I mean? And obviously we know with music, getting into the programming, the psychology, so it's just using the drug for your benefit, however way you can, for what we're consuming, because we're consuming right now, you know what I mean? We're always, that's what we're doing, as human beings. We can barely even be in this shit, but we are definitely doing whatever. Barely doing, honestly, technically anything, but you get my point. Like, we're consuming something going on. Yeah, so just from whatever you are consuming, just be a bit more intentional with it. Yeah, it's all programs, it's all addictions. Life in and of itself is a drug. Yeah. So it's just, what are you doing? I always just ask this sometimes in the videos, like, what are we doing? So at least, do more of whatever it is that you're about. You know what I mean? And technically that can be labeled a drug or whatever, but if you're about it, that's all that matters.
Yeah, I think especially, I think a good way to view it, because this is also how I've come around to view how I, pick out certain bits.
No way, yeah, my Bluetooth.
You still talking right there, Shy? You are not breathing. Are you talking right now, Shy? If you are, I do not hear you. I see your mic is muted though. Anything you want to say right now, Phantom? I know this is your lane with some of the music talk we got going on.
Yeah, about the life is a drug. Man. Yeah, it's just all coping mechanisms. Everything's a coping mechanism, sadly. That's how I see it. Whether it's relationship, love, hobbies, this and that, right? We just trying to distract ourselves in any possible way.
On God.
It's crazy.
On God. And that's okay if Shy may have, because I actually got to get going right now. And I think the stream was actually going to be this long, but that's great. It's great because a lot to chew on, a lot to reference, timestamp, a lot to come back into. But yeah, we'll leave it at that right now. I know we typically try to do the meditate and everything, but like I said, I'm going to post here soon some different vids that if you would want, you can definitely, meditate on and all that shit on, because it's for that type of vibe, and you'll see for sure. So yeah, cheers to you, Untold, Misery, and everyone. Existence be all drugs. Yeah. But cheers. Is there anything you want to say initially to round out here, Phantom?
Not really. Just glad I'm on here, and hopefully next time I got more stuff to say. Like we could I can have more stuff to fucking say and shit. But yeah. Oh, this time was like when I was on, like I was ready, like before I was getting on, but then after it's like, oh shit, like I'm just more like mellow, like I want like more like be like more energetic and like actually get to talking and shit. But hopefully next time. So just not try to force it.
Yeah, next time the talk is going to likely be, just shows, whether you have a particular show you like, you can talk about, but you should see a certain light, right? So the shows should have some type of gnosis type of, so that'll be the talk of that. And I feel like we all should have some, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
For anyone that would want to come up or, even just comment on it, from there we can talk further about it for whatever we know. But that type of talk, technically, like you guys were here today, I appreciate it because it's going to help for the next talk. Because again, some shows is like I never watched Naruto. I'm in the anime, but I was
same. I know. There's just too many episodes with Naruto. Too many fucking episodes. One Piece. Too many episodes. Like I don't know how. I got no clue how. Just
Right. So if anyone has a certain show, like I don't want to just fucking read your fucking comment. I'm going to have you fucking, you know what I mean, to peep the mythos and what you want to bring into light for myself or whoever. So yeah, is there anything you want to say though, Shy, to close as well?
Oh no, honestly, I was just gonna apologize that happened. Yeah, I disconnected. I don't know what happened there. Sorry about that. I was like literally like mid speech, and then what happened. It's all good.
Oh, you good, bro. Yeah. But was there anything to conclude today's talk?
No, yeah, I'm grateful you let me on. It was cool to have an opportunity to speak with like-minded beings that are about the same type of things, and yeah, I hope there's a few more opportunities like this for me where we get to connect and talk and pick each other's brain and stuff. I think this stuff is fun, but also informative too, honestly. So
right, it's dynamic, it's multidimensional, it's not just one thing. I feel that for sure. I know I didn't get to all the different comments. I just didn't expect this call to still be from this link because I got something I got to get going to. But yeah, just keep that in mind, guys. This different talk, etymology, law, and God, that change is supreme. And we know that. That's why we're currently going through change right now. But we're ultimately trying to prevent even change from happening. That's a possibility, really. Because the fact that this even fucking happened, you know what I mean? It means that God was here, right? God had some fucking whatever. And he had the possibility of having this shit then get created and da-da-da-da-da. So I'm just trying to bridge the gap and know that, again, change is all that's what's going on right now. You know what I mean? And so we have to adapt to that and know, okay, well, can we change? Can we adapt to that? So that'll be further getting into the, all this is building, you know, all the different videos going from my initial whatever, and then the past stream, all this is, I'm building with you guys. You know, I'm still contemplating. I ain't got all the answers. I'm just saying whatever I know, the different people I've built with. So please look to shout out, or rather check out Shangal's channel, because he's going to continue doing some streams and everything too. And I'll look to, you know, let you guys know in my chat as well, because he has too much of a great mind not to have more people looking at what he has to say as well. So please do look to check him out. But yeah, on that note, guys, he has some different ones here. It says watch Devilman, Crybaby, Solo Leveling, Jujutsu Kaisen, Demon Slayer, and Chainsaw Man. Yeah, I'm gonna get into Jujutsu Kaisen since I mentioned that being the next stream. I'm gonna see where it's gonna be come next month, so I'll be looking into that. But yeah, every other one I think I've watched, not Mythos though.
Y'all should check out Full Metal Alchemist and fucking Hellsing. I don't know if you guys have ever seen the show Hellsing. It's about like vampires and shit like that. But there's definitely some mythos there. The symbols and stuff they use, yeah.
Okay, Hellsing,
that show's pretty cool. Yeah. It's pretty brutal, I will warn, but you know, not as bad as anything like Berserk per se, but it is violent.
People will get the idea when they see the artwork. Yeah, they'll know.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, on that note, guys, enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, take care.
Talk again later.
Later, guys.
Yeah, peace.
Peace.